Welcome, welcome, welcome. This might not be the start that you expected, but we're
Right,
here
sorry.
to deliver a very special message. You are joining us for the Asia Esports Festival online, now offline, but at the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. And we're here to basically bring you to them at Singapore Comic Con as well. We have the Dota 2 online community tournament, semi-finals and grand finals for you today. But not just yet. My name is Perma. I'll be your caster for today. Masaki is here as
Yeah,
well.
I'm also here as a caster. Not for the first round though.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay,
we're
still
gonna have.
undecided,
Yeah.
but we'll get there. We'll get to the games. Don't worry about it. But we're basically here to tell you that because it's a live situation, I don't know if you can hear the background. The players are all in their booths. They're getting set up. There's gonna be a bit of a delay before the first game. Most of you probably are here expecting the first game between Stonks and Kali Kali, and don't worry, we will deliver, but not just yet. So hold on to your seats. Just grab a drink. Go put your legs up. Chill a bit. We'll be right back with you. But let's just introduce the event a little bit because for those
hmm
of them who might just be joining us today and not know what's going on, Masaki, tell me what we are doing today.
Okay, so today we're obviously having a Dota 2 community tournament, right? This is
Mm-hmm,
organized by Elysium Esports as well
mm-hmm.
as GG NORE. All right, and we are currently at the Kallang Wave Mall. So if later on anybody wants to just come down, actually you guys can come down. Just come watch, maybe socialize a bit, get
Okay,
to know the
so
players.
let me just tell you real quick. Okay, Kallang Wave Mall is a big place. It's a
Mm-hmm.
really big place. It's so big, in fact, that I don't know if you remember the caster from the past 2 days. He's from GG Noir as well. His name is Hani. He took at least 25 to 30 minutes to try and find his way around and just
Yep.
managed to get to the Esports Experience Center. So for those of you who still haven't been here before, you might need a little bit of finding your way, but we're all the way at one end of the mall.
Mm-hmm. All
So
right. So for just to clarify, you just need to enter through the main entrance. Going from Stadium MRT, walk
Oh,
straight.
you're giving them a full
Yeah,
guide?
yeah.
You're
It's just a short
okay.
little guide. It's
All
like
right, sure,
from
sure,
Stadium
sure. Let's.
MRT, you just walk straight to the main entrance, right?
Mhm.
Right in the main entrance, you'll see an escalator. Go up to the level 2. You'll see the GG not the GG nor Esports
Oh,
Experience Center, and
yeah,
that's
and
where we're
that's
located.
that's exactly where we are right now. We're actually in the studio. So Esports Experience Center, for those of you who haven't been, it's an all-encompassing esports suite. It's like
Mm-hmm.
everything you think about you could do related to esports, you can do it here. We got a studio, which is where we're coming to you live from.
Mm-hmm.
We got a player room. Whenever you watch those leagues or like stuff like that, you get all those players facing off against each other in the booths and stuff like
Yeah.
that. We literally have that in the other room,
Yes.
like right over there.
You can
So
actually hear them in the background right
yeah,
now.
and they're doing that typical pro player thing where they plug in the collaterals, peripherals, sorry, and then they're just like getting their stuff set up. So a lot of settings being managed right now, but I don't know whether we'll have a chance to show the player rooms, but I don't think so. It's just gonna be us here and the games, of course, but that's what you guys are here for. And like Masaki said,
Mm-hmm.
if you're interested to come down and see these players live, you can
Yeah.
because the place is open. All you need to make sure is you are vaccinated. But yeah, that's I mean standard stuff. If you want to enter a mall, you have to be vaccinated. Just enter as usual, and then you can find us like he said at the level 2. And then just make your way. It's really big logo, Esports Experience Center. You're not gonna miss it. So apart from the player room, also this it's esports experience for a reason,
Yeah.
right?
So.
All of us, we all have our own different
Mm-hmm.
setups. But on the topic of everything we have here, the winners of this tournament are gonna split a 5,000 Singapore dollar prize pool. But like you mentioned yesterday, the prize pool is not gonna be in cash; it's gonna be in vouchers. But honestly, as a Dota player, I just it might be
It's still
even
money you
better.
can
It
spend,
might be
right?
even better because right,
Yeah.
if I have to justify to my girlfriend and if I have to justify to my friends like, oh, I won $5,000, or I won $500. Oh, what are you gonna do with it? And I say, oh, I want buy a mouse. Then they gonna look at me. They go, okay, so you're not gonna,
I
no
mean,
Christmas gift, ah? Okay, cool, cool, cool.
I mean, then again, I don't think you'll find a $500 mouse, right?
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. But if there is a $500 mouse, even if there's a $50 mouse, you'll definitely find it here at
Mm-hmm.
Esports Experience Center. Apart from having all these facilities for various esports events, they also have a complete showroom. So you know how whenever you want to buy a car, you go up to the showroom, you do a little test drive. Just
Mm-hmm.
think about the Esports Experience Center as that, but for anything you could want esports related. There's even like gaming areas for you to just chill, sit back, relax with your friends, play
So,
some Mario Party on
yeah.
beanbags. There's a cafe outside. There's just all these setups. There's the new Razer chair. There's literally every chair. There's even an OSIM massage
Yeah, the
gaming
old
chair.
such chair.
Yeah.
You ever sat on it yet?
Yeah, of course I have. And that's the
Oh.
first thing I came to sit on. So yeah, but like we said, you can definitely join us here. And you know, if you want to come say hi to me and Masaki,
Yeah, we'll
if
all
you're a
be here. Yeah.
newfound Masaki fan over here, you can come down
What?
for a live meet and greet in between games and get his autograph. Yeah, but anyways, we're here to bring you some live Dota action. I am really excited. Okay,
Yeah, so
so
am I here.
the
Think
first
every
game, let's just talk about a bit about the first game before, you know, we hop back off onto a break, because like we mentioned earlier on, if you're just joining us, the stream's having a bit of a delay because this is a live event. So everyone is still getting set up. We're still making sure everybody knows what the rules are and everybody's all set up and ready to play their best Dota, right?
Mhm.
But before we get to that, let's talk a bit about the game coming up. We have Kali versus Stonks. Do you? Yeah, I'm
I
testing
mean,
you now. I'm testing you now. Do you remember anything about these teams, Masaki?
I mean, okay, Stonks. You guys should know Stonks very well. Most of the chat we have yesterday all
Yeah,
came from Fixers, X Island.
absolutely. I know for a fact that you are quite a fan yourself. So tell me about this. Oh wait, you're looking at me surprised now. Are you not a fan? You
No,
were
okay,
like,
no, I watched a little bit of X Island. Like he
okay.
came out of my draft because
Have you gone to meet your idol yet? Have you gone like hi?
actually I haven't said hi yet.
Oh, okay, so later when we
Later
go on
on, yeah.
break, you can go say hi to you.
And also I watched I'm not sure if anybody knows iStar XB.
Uh-huh,
So she's
uh-huh.
a very avid Fixers fan as well.
Ah, yes. I think we're all Fixers fans over here, right?
Mhm.
I know I'm a Fixers fan. So uh
Oh,
no,
okay,
but
okay.
okay. Yeah, no, but we all are,
Yeah.
right? Because support
Yeah, I mean,
Singaporean talent, and that's exactly what we're doing here with our tournament. But anyways, back to the team. So Stonks, like Masaki was saying, is the Fixer stack, excellent stack. For those of you who don't know, or for those of you who are more looped into, you know, the Singapore scene of high ranked MMR players, the carry player WB is also on that team. So joining them are also Dan, and if I'm not wrong, their last player is it's slipping my mind here. Do you remember?
I I can't remember it either.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
Alright.
No. Cause Dan is their off laner.
Uh-huh.
They have a position. They have Fixers who's playing like he was
The
playing
Fixers,
Pudge.
X Island, and then they rotated through the teams yesterday,
Yeah. There's
right?
one more player, but we'll remember it because
I'm
we
so
don't have
sorry.
it. No, because we don't have it on our screens right now. And we don't
Mm.
have. Okay. Wait. He's passing us. Let's see it real quick.
Jaeger.
Yes. How could we? That's the team. That's my
Oh,
bad.
that's
That's
the
my bad.
support.
No.
That guy.
He is also a very
The
high
hidden
rank.
star, right?
Yeah, the hidden star, and he's the one who was making the standout plays on the Bane in the
Yeah.
first game earlier. Like, how could we forget? Yeah, so he's the captain and the drafter of that very talented stack. And for those of you who do follow the competitive scene,
Mhm.
Exilon is actually a DPC player. So he plays in
Mhm.
Division 2 of the Southeast Asian DPC, and he plays for the team. It used to be just called 496, but I think they got acquired by a sponsor called Spawn. So now it's Spawn 496. So it's a mix of Vietnamese players, a few Malaysian, I think 2 Malaysian players, and Excellent, who's obviously hails from Singapore.
Okay.
So this
So
guy, not only a DPC player, but top 10 ranked Southeast Asian player in Dota. So nothing to
yeah,
snuff at here, but obviously we
definitely.
can't snuff out their opponents as well. Kali, do you remember anything about that team?
Oh, I only remember the games that I watched yesterday, and no, not yesterday, the day before. Sorry.
Okay,
It's
then
just a
then that's
it's
okay.
not quite off my mind, but
I was there the whole day, and I can tell you this team is really, really fiery, and for the very reason that they have done something no other team was able to do the entire tournament. Okay, they came back. Every single game that we saw the first 2 days during the round of 16, even the round of 8, a lot of teams, you know, even though they get stomped down early, especially Hani will know this very well. He almost pulled it off, but did not do it. He didn't manage to come back. He threw the game. He threw the comeback. But
oh,
Kali made the full comeback. They had an atrocious early game. Throughout so many times this tournament, we saw Tide, Weaver just absolutely stomp the safe lane. We had Kaguya on his Ursa just dying like, what, 4 to 5 times by the 10-minute mark.
yeah.
What do you do at that point as Ursa? Like, how do you even recover, right? But he
Usually,
clawed his way back. Were you watching that
yeah,
game?
yeah, yeah. It was.
Okay, yeah, see, you do remember. How could
I.
you forget?
It's more like we play so much Dota.
That's true.
All right.
That's true.
So
We've had a
we
lot
not
of good
really play.
Dota
We've
games.
casted too many games, I think. So
Mhm.
it's really not off my fresh memory.
Right, don't worry
Sadly.
about it because it
Uh,
is in my freshman. So I'm telling you right now. Basically, they pulled it back. He had a brilliant performance on that Ursa. Even though he didn't go any farming items, he recognized, okay, you know what? My mid Medusa, she's
Yeah.
having a bit of a better game than me. I'm gonna run it back, and the whole team just played perfectly around each other. All knew what they needed to do and pulled off an insane comeback. So even though on paper you're like, oh, okay, MMR wise, or these are literal competitive players, like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
stack of really high ranked players, right, from stonks. You're like, oh, these Kali Kali guys stand no chance. I wouldn't be so quick to count them out because
Definitely,
I was a
definitely
bit
not.
too quick to count them out earlier on, and they proved me wrong, and I would like to be proven wrong again
Yeah,
today.
so definitely gonna be at the very least it's going to be a exciting game, right?
What do you
So
mean?
for
At the very, it
all
is
of
100% gonna be an
all right.
exciting game,
No,
without a doubt.
I mean, okay, no, at the very least it's going to be an exciting game. What we are hoping for is just hype all through the game, right?
Yeah, that's what
All
that's
right,
what we
so
are hoping for.
just right. So all of today's games are going to be best of three. So it's
Yes,
not
that's something we should
it's
mention as
unlike
well.
yeah, it's unlike the previous 2 days where we sadly eliminated the teams after the first game.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
today
basically,
we have
the
more chances
round
to come back, right?
exactly round of 16, round of 8, it was all best of ones because of it's
Yeah,
just
it's
like
just
it's just more
time.
conducive to
Hmm.
and it's a bit unfortunate, but as we said time and time again, everybody who participated in the tournament walks away with New World Carnival. I don't know whether it's a voucher, but I guess it's like a
No,
coupon that
it's I
redeems you
guess
for a free
so.
session, right? It's
Yeah,
like what
so you get 2 free sessions of a
hmm
VR
experience.
sessions.
Nice.
Sessions.
No, so you get
But
two
yeah,
free
you
sessions of a VR experience at
mhm,
their center. It's located at Somerset 313, level 3.
level
That's where you
3.
can find them. New World Carnival. And basically, VR for me is something that I've never tried before, but always in the back of my head, I'm always like, oh, it seems a bit too extravagant for me. Like, what would be, like, is it really as cracked up as it's supposed to be? But
I
then look at New World Carnival, they're so generous, they're giving out,
mhm.
like, so
I
many
mean,
sessions, right?
so Hades told us
Yeah.
the experience center is actually really huge. Takes up almost half of 313. So I don't know if any
Half of 313. Do you know how big 313 is?
exactly
That's
no,
like,
the 313 level just level
oh, like that
3.
level. Okay,
Yeah,
well, you
just
scared
the
me.
level, just the level.
No,
But
but okay, but if it's half of 313, then the VR experience must be damn good because I have never noticed it before. I
uh,
must just be straight walking into the
I
VR room and I don't even know. They're just simulating a mall for me and I don't realize.
so yeah, it's a really big place according to Hades, but don't I don't think I've been
Aiyah,
there yet.
Masaki, you
Hey,
never play in the tournament. That's why you cannot get the sessions. Lah. Next time, me and you, we make a team. Then we go two lowly
I
position 5 players. Then we just go get the VR session only.
I mean I don't mind.
Yeah,
You
but
guys,
anyways, big shout out, of
right?
course, to New World Carnival. Thank you so much for sponsoring this tournament and being so generous with the VR sessions for
Mhm.
all the players. If you think about it, it's like we had 16 teams, right? 16 times 5.
Mhm.
That's the amount of people who got VR sessions, and it's times 2. Because each of
Yeah,
them get two,
everybody has
right?
two
So
sessions.
that's
Yeah.
a lot of VR playtime. You can bring like anyone who participated in the tournament. You can bring your friends. You can bring you can even bring your homies like all
Yeah, yeah.
together. Use all the sessions all at once. And yeah, thank you so much once again. You're tuning in to the Asia
Asia
Esports Festival
Esports.
online. Not so online anymore. We're live now, and that's the reason for a bit of a delay. But still getting the production site set up. Of course, this is
Mhm.
part of Singapore Comic Con as well, and this event is organized by GG NORE. Technically, you're not part of GG NORE,
No,
right?
I'm not part of
You're
the
just
admin stuff, but I
yeah,
just regularly participate in
yeah,
their
you're a
events.
GG NORE regular.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could
Pretty
say
much. Pretty much.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much Masaki over there. But I believe
Okay.
Hani Angus, he is a bit more in the loop with the admin side of
Mm.
things. I think he's very close to the co-founders. But yeah, so two GG NOR guys, and of course organized by Elysium Esports as well. So thank you so much. We're gonna go back to a short break and make sure we're gonna go check with them whether everything
Mm.
is a-okay. But we'll be right back with you, and when we do, it'll be for the game between Stonks versus Kali Kali. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here. Welcome back. It's been a bit of a wait. I know you guys have been holding on to your drinks, been chilling, just waiting for this game to happen. But we're finally here with you here at the Asia Esports Festival, online now offline, and Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. My name is Purple Sneeze, and I'm joined by.
Honey.
Come on now, give yourself a bit more of a Honey what? Honey what?
I'm Honey from Team Padabi.
Yeah,
that was eliminated
unfortunate-
yesterday.
Yes, but he's gonna be my co-caster for today. Yeah, we'll
Really
be bringing
excited
you
to be
this exciting match that you most definitely been waiting for. It's gonna be Stonks versus Kali Kali. They're already in the game, but before that, let's introduce what we have going on over here. So talk me through what the Asia Esports Festival and Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament is all about.
It's basically Singaporeans coming together for some good old Dota. I mean, on high level, that's it, right? Then
Yeah.
just basically having a chance to play at a very professional level, getting your chance to win some goodies, some
Yeah,
good
so
vouchers.
Goodies wise, we're actually broadcasting to you live from the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. So for everybody who wins, or rather all the players, all 16 teams that have entered are fighting for a 5,000 Singapore dollar prize pool. That's nothing to joke about.
Yes,
Okay,
man.
and first prize walks away with 2,750 Singapore dollars. But it's not gonna be in cash. It's gonna be in Esports Experience Center voucher. So for those of you who are unfamiliar, Esports Experience Center is your one-stop shop for everything esports. You got this broadcasting studio that we're coming to you live from. You got the players room, which is like basically all those professional tournaments that you see, right? The players sitting next to each other, all the full setup and everything.
Yeah,
You got it
opposite
right
each
there.
other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do you get the chance to check it out just
Yeah,
now? Because
yes,
it looks very
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah. I want to play there.
Yeah,
It makes me feel so
definitely,
professional,
yeah.
yeah. But I bet these players are feeling the heat as well because this is, after all, the semi-finals match. The winner goes on to the grand finals. This is the first semi-final match for today. The second one will be McDonald's versus Ganbus, if I'm not wrong. So
Yes.
another very tight match. But for now, we got Kali Kali versus Stonks. Tell me a bit about these teams.
So basically, Stonks, for a team with a lot of very high individually skilled players, right? Then then we have Kali, who manages to storm through the first game with a lot of wombo combo kind of lineup. Then also going into the second game was actually able to make a very nice comeback,
Yeah.
right?
So-
So I think they are more or less ready for this.
Yeah, I think on paper, right, for those of you who are familiar with the teams, Stonks obviously being the fixers and excellent stack, both very, very high ranked players, one from the DPC as well, so nothing to joke about. But on paper, it might seem like, oh, it's going to be a one-way wash. They're just going to, these semi-pro players are going to just beat Kali Kali, but based off that game that we saw, like you said, the comeback, I don't think we can count Kali Kali out just quite yet.
I mean, definitely.
Yeah, it's we saw an amazing comeback from them, especially for Kaguya on his Ursa, their carry player. But we'll get straight into the draft right now. Let's just hop on over there. I believe they've already started. Yep, Stonks versus Kali. Yep, so very fitting team images. Kali don't really have anything going on for them right now, but they have in the draft already Rubik and Centaur Warrunner. My friend, I do not know if you know anything about. You don't follow DPC, right?
Not as often as I should be.
Okay, because Brame, an EU team yesterday, they picked Centaur War Runner safe lane and they demolished with it. So this might be a bit of a homage from Kali Kali. We haven't seen them play this hero just yet, but now Centaur War Runner, already a hero that's kind of suddenly made a resurgence. I did not think this was a hero in 2021, but some of the teams are proving me wrong. I think Collapse as well, the TI
Wow,
champions.
definitely. Wow, that guy.
Their opening game in the DPC EU, they picked Centaur War Runner for Collapse and he destroyed them as well. So this hero definitely rising in terms of popularity. In response though, we do see the Magnus and Elder Titan from Stonks. Okay, so straight up, let's talk about the bans, right? I think yesterday, me and Masaki, we were casting the last game, we were saying there's definitely going to be some heroes that are 100% banned. We already see 4 or 5 of them that he mentioned. It was talking about Bane, the Tidehunter, the Spirit Breaker, and of course, the Weaver as well. Just been such pesky heroes throughout this entire tournament. But here's a hero we haven't seen at all, Elder Titan. Tell me a bit about this hero and why you think it's picked.
I think Elder Titan are actually synergizes well with a lot of heroes, especially like if you want to go for a hardcore magic kind of lineup, or you want to go for a very physical kind of lineup, which in this case I already see the first pick Magnus. So definitely the Empower will be a very good skill to enhance your melee or your melee carry, physical DPS carries. Then at the same time with the Elder Titan there, with the passive, eliminates all the base armor. So
Okay.
that's definitely gonna enhance all the physical damage.
Okay, let me just ask you a little question, okay? I don't think I'm willing to bet the average Dota player does not know what Elder Titan's passive does. So I'm gonna need you to explain it to them because I bet half of chat right now has no clue.
Alright,
Do
so
you know? Are
I
you part of the 50%?
I think I would like to believe I
Okay,
know.
give me your idea. Let me hear it. Let me hear it.
Alright, so if I'm not wrong, so from level 1 to 4, as you level
As
up,
each level
yeah,
goes,
as each level goes, so the amount of base armor that you will basically
Lose.
eliminate,
Yeah.
you'll lose is
Increase.
by, if I'm not wrong, is by a percentage wise.
Correct,
yeah.
correct.
So till you hit the max level, you actually eliminate 100% of the base armor.
Yeah, so apart from that, there's two components to it, right? Because if you're around the Elder Titan, the hero himself, that's where your armor gets reduced. Your base armor gets completely reduced at max
Correct.
level, of
Yep.
course. If you're around the spirit, however, it's your
that's
magic
magic, yeah.
resistance that is reduced. So this is a hero that is a very sleeper pick because a lot of times people don't know how to capitalize on this really insane passive. But that's the reason why we see it being picked in a lot of pro games as well. Just because the pros know. And speaking of the pros, you know, we have quite a few of them on Stonk, so maybe they have some sort of idea coming on here. They ban out the PA, which is not something that we've seen them pick so far. In fact, I'd argue to say they have picked some pretty unconventional stuff. Exilent, he was playing the Slada at first as a carry, and they really demolished with that. But it kind of seems like it might lean towards a similar style of draft because Magnus ET, one thing they do bring is a overwhelming amount of physical damage, right? ET able to get empowered with his spirit and just smack away, along with the Magnus Empower, like you were mentioning, someone like a PA who can benefit from that armor reduction and the cleave as well from Magnus.
Yeah. Not to mention, they actually still have very big ultimates that can actually enhance their team fight coming from the RP and also the Elder Titans out.
Yeah,
so very scary things there.
Yeah, so interesting to note that they Kali first picked Rubik. I feel like Rubik has always been this age-old hero that has been stable, right? There's a reason why we see him at so many TIs. There's a reason why he's part of so many of those historic moments. Who can forget the play, right?
Yeah, the play. Wow, definitely. I memorized the whole play.
Yeah, I have as well, but we're not gonna bore you with that. I'm sure all of you have seen it time and time again. I know I have. But Rubik up against Magnus and Elder Titan. I feel like against Elder Titan, the Stomp feels a bit weird because without the spirit, it doesn't feel as
easy to ledge.
Yeah, like you can't really. It's just an AOE stun around you, right? And it's very telegraphed. So I guess the only thing that you can get really is the Empower steal, which could be pretty huge. Somewhere throughout the mid game, maybe that's where Kali can expect to get a bit of physical damage carry themselves, who can emphasize on the Empower. Hope the Rubik just gets a lucky snag off. And Kali actually banned the Ursa for themselves. So I think they're just primarily looking at these carries that really can go crazy with the Empower buff. And meanwhile though, we do see Invoker and Viper banned. So Viper, just a very annoying hero just because of the fact that he wins lanes so hard, and the Nether Toxin just kind of eliminates so many heroes' passives, right?
Yeah. And yeah, basically like recently, right, a lot of carry heroes are actually relying on their very strong passive in order to fight. So somewhat like Nyax, Lifestealer, basically.
Spectre,
yeah,
another
Spectre.
one. And actually, since you mentioned that, Centaur Warrunner, also a hero that relies very heavily on his passive. So actually, I was thinking maybe Viper could be a pick for Stonks instead. But Viper against a Rubik, it's a very easy steal. You either get Nether Toxin or Viper Strike. Those are two very high value ultimates, and I don't think they want to give it over. It's going to be an Undying pickup, which is quite interesting. We haven't seen this hero as well, but of course, against two strength heroes so far, just really easy lane. And Magnus Elder Titan, if I had to just make a guess, it could be off lane, the off lane duo, pos 4, pos 3, but we absolutely cannot forget that we have the best Magnus player in the entirety of Singapore over here. We're talking about Collapse being the Magnus player of TI10, right? We got Exilent, his signature Magnus that he hit Immortal with. How can you forget that?
Like, I'm expecting to see a top class masterclass from Excellent on his Magnus.
Okay, but you were watching TI10, yes?
Yes, definitely.
The one game that his Magnus, Collapse Magnus, got destroyed was by the Sin-Q Rubik. And we see a Rubik right here. So all these horn tosses, all these skewers that these plays that you want to make might just be instantly cancelled by that instant Rubik lift.
Indeed.
So if I recall correctly, I think it was Platinum Disco that was the pos 4 player. He kind of played I think he played a pretty good game on, if I'm not wrong, it was his Disruptor. Yeah, so I'm gonna be looking to him to steal these big ultimates. I think this is quite interesting pick from Stonks because they themselves picked the mid Rubik for X Island and they were stealing chronos left and right in their quarterfinal games. So this might be a bit of a role reversal. They're picking up the Faceless Void for themselves, and definitely a hero that can emphasize or really can get big from the Empower.
Yeah, definitely. And not to mention Faceless Void with a very nice chrono. You basically set up for everything else. For the Elder Titan and also for Skyruff Mage. I
Yeah.
remember back in the days, right, Skyruff Mage always goes well with like a hero of Clockwork, Faceless Void. But so, I mean, with all these kind of easy setups, you can always get a nice nuke and a nice pick off. You basically eliminate one hero, then you proceed to fight, get into the fight 4v5.
Yeah, exactly. I myself am a bit of a Skyref mage player. I like to play in post 4 because I feel like when I pick that hero, it just indicates to my offlaner, you just pick one guy with a stun. And level 6, they just die, right? So actually, when they pick the Skyref mage with Magnus with Elder Titan, I was a bit worried. I'm like, I don't see the clear setup here, but they instantly pick it with the Faceless Void. But Tiny, a very scary hero. I'm a little worried now because they're playing a lot of melee heroes into this ET Magnus Faceless Void, a lot of area control. But the thing about Tiny is that he can blow you up before you can even bat an eye, right? So this Faceless Void, throughout the entire game, it's gonna take a while for him to get especially squishy. I mean, especially tanky. But throughout most of the game, he's just gonna melt to a avalanche and toss combo.
Yeah, definitely. That's the downside of playing a Skyrim. You have to position yourself like very at a very nice position.
Actually, all these heroes, not just the Scarf Mage, I feel like every single hero right now, maybe except for Magnus, is susceptible to a tiny burst, right? Because if this ET goes to a position 4 or position 5, he's not going to be as tanky as maybe like a core ET. Say.
Yep, definitely.
Okay, so they do ban the Timbersaw. I think that's a really good... I mean, they already have the ET and they picked the Undying for themselves. A lot of strength heroes on both sides. Elder Titan Magnus definitely can suffer to this Timbersaw quite a bit, and meanwhile Tiny and Centaur War Runner, honestly, what can they do against Timber? This looks like a perfect Timber game and they ban it out. Monkey King is going to be the final ban from them. I believe Kali are in between a mid or a safe laner, because if we think about it, Tiny could go mid or safe lane, right? But most of the time we see we see a bit more safe lane Tiny now, just because of the 3 toss buffs. Now with the shard, you can kind of just not worry about that and just hit away on those towers, right? Whereas maybe you talk about a mid Tiny, he's gonna look more about killing people in that early to mid game with the blink, with the moves around the map like Thompson.
I'm not sure if I'm quite sure that the Lycan pick for Dire is not gonna.
Yeah,
it's
there's
probably
no
not gonna come true.
Tiny Lycan,
Yeah,
Tiny Lycan is like a PSG LGD thing from like TI, right? We don't talk about that anymore. As we see a Night Stalker. This is gonna be a really scary draft from the side of Stonks. I'm just assuming this is a Magnus, another hero that has a ton of physical damage amped up by his ultimate, right? He gets so much bonus damage from the Dark Ascension as well as the Empower. He's just going to be clubbing down these supports. And Centaur War Runner, you know, as much as he has a Stampede, it's so annoying to play against when you just don't see anything, right? During the nighttime. Centaur War Runner, right now, what I'm missing for the side of Kali is someone to go in first, because on paper, you want the Centaur to go in first, but who's giving the vision? Right? Where, like the Rubik, the Undying, okay, maybe Undying runs in, but he's just going to get instantly blown up.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to run in the face of Magnus or Faceless Void.
Yeah, and I think Night Stalker, a hero that maybe a bit of a clunkier early lane, right? He's not too good during the first 5 minutes where it's daytime, but once it hits that nighttime, oh baby, you know he's gonna strike. He just doesn't even care about the tombstone because his move speed is just through the roof, flying over the trees. He doesn't care about zombies.
Yeah, and especially now when you play a Magnus, you tend to actually max the Empower first just for your cause, and then this Night Stalker is just gonna become more of a monster at 5 minutes in.
Absolutely.
And looking at how the draft goes, right, you'll probably need Faceless Void to come online. Wow,
what a ballsy! This is like Kali came to play. Tai, he's gonna pick up that Tinker, and this most definitely puts the Kaguya Tiny on that Tiny in the safe lane. But Tinker, such a scary hero to pick against a Magnus who can find you in the trees with Skewer, against a Night Stalker who can see you from far away, and a Faceless Void. This is a statement pick from them. They know what they want to do and they're going to execute it. We are talking about how nobody wants to give the vision, right? But now it's no longer Centaur that cares about getting that initiation. He just needs to throw his body in there and in comes the lasers, in comes the rockets. As long as the Tinker is not seen in the fight, he's going to lay waste to the side of Stonks right now.
Yeah, especially since you know, Tinker, I think generally you want to rush for the Arcanine Scepter. And I think that will be a very good counter against all the melee cores that are coming out from Radiant.
Oh, look at this Dan on that Night Stalker, an absolute menace. And we see the opposing offlaner, Steph Kali. A lot of commands and 15-5 on his Centaur Wall Runner. We're going to see whether he can make it 16-5 this game. As we get into the first game of Stonks versus Kali. I will be your observer for today, so let's just get everything set up. And yep, okay, we're in. I'm going to introduce the teams on the side of Stonks. Excellent on his signature Magnus mid. Tanaka, or rather Ayeager, the team captain over here on this ET, most likely position 5. We have WB, the safe lane player, Faceless Void, I believe. Let me just get my camera control. There we go, all nice and smooth. WB, the carry player, very high ranked player himself on his Faceless Void. It's going to be Toxic Me, Fixers on the position 4. You know, one thing that I was wondering about is which one of these mid players, Excellent or Fixers, is going to take the mid role. Of course, it's going to be the rank 10, right? You know, even in ranked games, you see the rank, you see the number, then you just give respect. So Fixer's going to be reprising his role from yesterday on the position 4. And last but not least, we have Dan, as we saw, on this Night Stalker. Would you like to introduce the other team, my friend?
Sure. Alright, we have Tai.
Tai
On the mid Tinker, position 2. Then we have Platinum Disco on the Rubik. Gonna be expecting some Xingqiu plays coming out from him. Then we have Steph Kali on this off-lane Centaur. And also, oh, I see a Spirit coming in. We have Simba on the Undying. And also, lastly, we have Kaguya on the carry Tiny.
Yeah, so definitely going to be expecting a lot from this team because they managed to put on masterclasses. Actually, both of these teams really managing to surprise us, I think, with the games that they managed to play. But I didn't get to ask you this during the draft because we were talking about some other stuff, but which draft do you actually favor coming into the game? Like, which draft do you think has the edge? Do you think any team really outdrafted the other, or is it still relatively even? How do you think it's going to play out?
I think you can't really go wrong with like Magnus and Power kind of lineups with some mini cost, and especially since right now I feel that they have a slightly superior edge over the Dire because of the mobility coming out from Faceless Void and also the Night Stalker. And it's quite a ballsy pick picking a Tinker into this, knowing that you have heroes that can jump on you. So I would like to give the edge over to Radiant instead.
Okay. As we get into a pause, I think there's already a bit of technical issues, but that is a-okay with us. We get more time to analyze this draft. I agree with you completely. This Tinker pick, we're scratching our heads a little bit, maybe a bit confused because Tinker against Night Stalker, Tinker against ET, a hero that can find you in the trees, and this Void as well. It's not the easiest thing to play, but Tai, he must be feeling confident coming here to play, and I don't blame him because, you know, the whole team of Kali have been playing out of their minds this entire tournament so far. I think the main place that I'm going to look for action is going to actually be the top lane, because I think bot lane, let's take a look at the lane matchups. Nothing much is really going to happen here. I think ET is going to be more than good enough to zone up Platinum Disco by himself, and then it's going to leave Steph Kali and WB in a 1v1, which is a-okay with both of them, right?
Yep.
They're just going to trade farm. You're not going to want to hit this Centaur Wall Runner because he has that early Retaliate and the Bracer, and WB, he's just going to be focused on getting his farm up. Yeah, getting the time lock first. We see some Voids try for a time lock just to get more harass out in the lane, but I don't think he can afford to. Yep, already seeing it come out here.
I think he respects the fact that he's probably going to get nuked down by this Rubik. You know, Rubik insanely irritating at the start because of the Fate Bow, the damage reduction.
Yeah, it's going to be Void's last hitting a bit tough as well, but it's going to be on Ayeager over here. His in-game name is Tanaka, so we're going to call him that, but for those of you fans in chat of Stonks, that is Ayeager, and I'm sure you guys know him very well. Really good player himself on the pos 5. Oh, he's going to get it. Is he? Oh, okay, no. Yeah, so trying to get a pull off, does manage to get it, and that's going to reset the lane a bit for Steph Kali here. We saw this poor man, you know, Steph Kali played a bit of a sacrificial off-laner role in his Earthshaker game. Had to buy back a couple of times, but I think we were talking about it as well. Earthshaker, right? Not usually you want to rush the blink, but he recognizes, you know, he needs to tank up, and we're going to see how he adapts in this game.
Just look at him, he has really lined up the items that he wants. Another bracer and a Vanguard. He got to be super tanky.
He has a like guideline on the side. He just follows the same recipe every time, and I think it's gonna serve him well. I think only thing that could really threaten him is maybe this magic damage coming out from the Skyref Mage. Speaking of, this Skyref Mage already contesting the creeps over here, but I think it was a TP out, if I'm not wrong, from this Undying. Yep. He just TPs out because I think they pulled the wave under this tower. It's a typical split, right? You know, you don't want to face up in the lane against this scary Undying. And actually, this is something that we see a lot against Undyings. Undying's main strength is that if you stand in the lane against him, you're gonna eventually lose it. He just saps away all your strength, right? And it's just so hard to play this lane.
Yeah, and just look at him. He already has 4 mangoes
Yeah,
there.
this
He's
is the...
more-
Oh, some tips coming out. I'm not really sure what went on there, but probably just a bit of friendly tip in at the moment. Maybe missing a last hit or something like that. But this lane is definitely not an easy one for Night Stalker. And like we said, let's first 5 minutes of daytime. He has 2 minutes until he's going to be really a force to be reckoned with. But for now, it's Simba who's going to be just harassing him non-stop. Last hits wise though, Excellent as expected. Like, did we expect anything else already? Top of the network, or rather, last hits chart 18 to 3. He's gonna stack the small camp for himself, and I believe Tai not gonna... Oh, actually, we didn't point this out. A nice little sentry here to block the small camp. It's become a trend recently because now all mid laners want to do, there's just so much lane stability, right? That a lot of them favor just pushing out the wave, going back to the small camp to farm, and then rinse and repeat. And then you get your net worth up and hit those timings. Really smart little ward here from them just to block out that early. And the thing about it is that there's no way he doesn't know it's blocked, right? And most of the time, if you know a camp is blocked, you're like, oh, okay, come deward it. But Simba, he doesn't want to leave this lane. As we see, he might just leave this earth right now, taking so much damage from Toxic. He misses the Q and he falls for first blood. Nice little start to the game for Stonks over there, taking out that Undying during daytime, no less. And absolutely perfect. Steph Kali, could I have said that better myself? Thank you, OD Pixel. But Toxic Me, he just lays out so much harass, right? The Undying just can't keep up.
this is no good. This is giving so much space and farm to the Night Stalker, and he's about to hit 5 minutes soon.
Yeah, honestly, I think Pixels alone just doing so much work in the top lane with this Skyref Mage, and Skyref Mage is just a hero that can pump out so much damage, right? The slow from concussive shot, this is something I favor as well. I think in the past, maybe Skyref Mages, they like to max Arcane Bow for the shorter cooldown.
Right?
Yeah, but the thing is, then you just get a magic stick and then you don't really care, and then, you know, it's not as efficient. But this slow on concussive shot is so annoying and can set up for more as we see it come out again. Kaguya is taking a bit of damage, looking for a toss back onto Simba, lands him in tower range but has his own stick here to save, keep him alive. Kaguya narrowly survives there, has the bottle. Oh, interesting that he actually goes for early bottle. Yeah, he bought this bottle. So maybe looking to make a... I guess this is a bit of a sign, right? Because if you pick bottle early up on your cores or something, or even as an offlaner, you're looking to rotate for those runes. As we see a skewer, this is what we talked about. Is this collapse or is this a mental collapse? It's going to be just a-okay for both of them. Excellent. Just a little bit of harass coming on the tie. Both mid laners falling a little low at this moment.
Collapse sorry.
Collapse.
Collapse. Excellent, just having such a great game with like 39 last hits as compared to Tinker at 20.
Yeah, and it's so difficult, right? He already has the level 3 Empower, so as this Tinker, it's so hard to last hit up against that. But I do expect... The one thing about Magnus is that he's not really a hero you think about when you rotate, especially when you see this high level in Empower, right? As we see a stomp onto Tanaka. These are both big heroes with their own stomps, so it's one out stomps the other in that case. But anyways, back to the Magnus pick. It's not really something that you expect to rotate very early on. He kind of wants to farm, hit his Blink Dagger timing or his Echo Saber timing, and then that's where he starts to fight. And even if he did want to rotate, his low levels in Shockwave, you know, he has an RP, but he'll be relying on the team. I don't think he's going to move much. Whereas for this new Tinker, the Keen Conveyance can actually make moves around the map. Excellent, completely fearless right now. Yeah, so he already has the new Tinker, Keen Conveyance, just a free boost of travels essentially. We're going to be looking for him to make a move onto the bot lane. Speaking of move though, yeah, Platinum just TPing here. We're going to have to watch for this Tinker because now that he's level 6, he's going to want to make an impact on the map, but nope. For now, has to deal with this mid wave that Excellent is pushing in.
Yeah, if he's going to be giving so much space to Excellent, he's probably going to be able to farm out the Echo Saber and the Blink Dagger pretty soon. And which is about which on average, I believe is always a 14 or 16 minutes, and that's where your Night Stalker has the second night.
Yeah.
And that's going to be very dangerous to fight against.
So they're already pinging. They want to make a move on the Simba, make him 0-2 instead of 0-1, and he's going to be caught out on his lonesome, has the skewer available, and waits for the TP just to commit it. Absolutely perfect indeed. Meanwhile, some action at the top side. Dan tries to exert some pressure on the Kaguya. Not going to amount to much from that, but they do still have the catapult wave, but it's going to die here. And Excellent, happy with that kill, going to rotate back to mid. So we just mentioned Magnus, not really a hero that rotates, as we see action in the bot lane. Platinum Disco taking a little low to that time dilation. We're going to be a-okay. Jukes Tanaka through the trees. There's a bit of tussling, right? Nothing... You don't really expect... Oh. Yeah, you don't really expect a lot of kills. And Tinker actually on the back line. Here comes the Rockets. WB, he's going to be just fine from this. Doesn't have the time lock. Actually maxes out the time lock. So a bit scary. Oh, they're going to Tanaka. Latches the stun. And the Fate Bolt, is it enough? The last hit from Platinum Disco knocks him down. And yeah, like we talked about, Elder Titan on this position 5, even though he's, you know, he is a strength hero, not really one that's so tanky. They're falling prey to the Tinker. Meanwhile, Excellent gonna farm behind, just maximum efficiency over here. Has the Invis rune if he wants to make something happen. This could be really scary for this Centaur if he's not too careful. Looks like he wants to farm in the triangle instead. Trying to catch up Platinum Disco. He finds
nice
him.
kill.
And another support kill for Excellent, and they ping him out. Yeah, so all the Undying and Tinies are missing. And actually, I think this kind of Tiny, he went for the bottle so early on, right? That's 600 gold. As we see a Stampede, it looks like there's action in the bot lane. It's gonna be a chrono. I think that Stampede came out and WB chrono in response, right? Just to stop the pesky Centaur from running away. He just hits level 6, but that's not really what you want to see from your first Stampede.
Excellent, just being very efficient. Gotten 2 kills and just TPs back immediately to mid, back to farming.
Speaking of a TP though, Keen Conveyance straight to top lane and the lift, Platinum Disco, Toxic Me, his dominance in the top lane is finally gonna end. This early game has been a lot less aggressive than I expected, but you know, as they start to hit their level 6s, the mid's just making moves all around the map. It's kind of like a game of cat and mouse, right? Because wherever Excellent is, they're trying to dodge. And everywhere the Tinker goes, you know, it's just so much mayhem. As we see, might have a little meet up over here. Nope, just bring some creeps over for Excellent to farm.
Yeah, so as we missed out, actually the tier 1 tower over at top is already down. So this actually gives so much space more to Radiant to farm out. And they can play so much more aggressive.
He's gonna lift Tanaka into the Roach Pit, so very nice, but they do have a Magnus stalking over. They see him with the ward though, so they should know this is the case. Platinum Disco, can he out-juke them? Yes, he can. They're not gonna try for it. But like you mentioned, the top lane tower does go down, but this nice little ward should spot out any move that they have. They even have one over here to spot out any moves from the mid lane. So they managed to dodge the fearsome Magnus for now.
Yeah, so far the wards are placed down very defensively, knowing that Night Stalker right now has the Knight. Like
yeah, look, he's completely fearless.
Yeah.
Like he just walks up to that Tinker, no fear whatsoever. And yeah, so as we see the lane slowly start to break down, I think WB already rotated in the jungle, recognizes he can't stand up against this Centaur War Runner, especially not with the chrono down, right? Doesn't have that defensive option to get him out. Low levels in the time warp. But this, we didn't mention this, but this is a Grandmaster level Magnus and an almost Grandmaster level Void. So signature heroes coming out from both sides. They do drop the Tombstone to try and get this tower because they want to trade it out. Oh wait, he gets the clip. They know Fixers is here. Can they find him? Oh, I mean, Simba knows for sure, but he immediately throws out the spells. Might have been a mistake there. It's gonna cost him his life, but he's buying some time for people to come in. It's gonna be this Elder Titan TPing in, but does he want to complete this? Meanwhile, Excellent does find Platinum Disco in the jungle, but in comes the Dark Ascension. Dan is here and he wants the party. Tells Kaguya, you know what? You had a bit of a good early game, but now is my time. Now is night time. No. Manages to save it for now. The Soul... Okay, the Soul's managing to save Kaguya just a bit and he manages to walk away, but Simba, he's gonna die for this most likely unless doesn't have any skills up at the moment. This Tinker can't rearm in time and it's gonna be the Undying to fall, but he'll be a-okay with that. That was TP's in. They don't manage to get the tower, which is a bit unfortunate. Still is on around 700 HP, but that's a lot of pressure and they force so many rotations, and most importantly, this Night Stalker ultimate, really important in the early game. That's gonna be almost 2 minutes without nighttime for now.
Yeah, you traded a 1 position 5 support for another. I think you're pretty much okay.
Yeah, I think you're a-okay with that. They might reveal a bit of a ward here if they... Yeah, so the rockets still hit, which reveals that they do have a ward over here. Somewhere on their side of the map at least. But ooh, a really nice stack for them over here. Are they going to triple it up? They unfortunately missed the timing, but still, very nice farm for them over here. And WB, he's starting to ramp up with this Empower buff, right? Has the Mask of Madness going into this typical Mask of Madness Maelstrom build, which we've seen a lot from the Void just to ramp up in farm. Void, not a hero that naturally farms very well, so he needs these farming tools to get him online. And especially with the Empower, he's going to be a-okay. So, looks like this Night Stalker almost at the quarter, gonna get the quarter. Oh, as you see it go, Kaguya wants to make something happen, but this Night Stalker's a little higher level than him right now. Still gets the Avalanche, still gets the toss into the Storm.
Nice.
The tiny Centaur, this is what... Actually, this is... and the
nice
chrono
chrono
actually saves Dan for now. Simba, can he do anything to save his team? Kaguya under a bit of threat, but Void lifted up, and the RP in from Excellent. Platinum Disco could steal it, but stole the Empower instead. Here comes the Tinker, lasers down the Dan Night Stalker, and it's just going to be a 1-for-2 at the current moment. No, WB trying to get more, trying to be better. Platinum Disco, can he get bashed? And a bash onto the Rubik, takes him down. That's a 3-for-1 exchange, and the entire team of Stonks shows up to make some big money.
Well, that was just so unfortunate. Like, well, I was actually expecting the Tinker to get bashed up, but instead it was the Rubik, so Tinker was like...
Yeah, I mean, he gets away scot-free, right?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, you know what, the RNG is used on you. But I think that overall, that's so good for the side of Storms, right? Because look at them now, 6k gold up. If you take a look at the fight recap, there's so much EXP change as well. Even though the Night Stalker dies, he's A-okay because that was like not his nighttime. He had no business doing that on the map, but he still manages to make a move, and this tower is still not under any threat. Actually, something we forgot to mention is this Tiny and this Centaur. Like, it's the age-old combo, right? You toss the Centaur in and then he gets a 5-man
that
boost
was
up.
like some Dota 1
Yeah,
stuff,
that's like some Dota 1, like, you know, you watch Dota Cinema, then you're like, oh, fun lane combos to play with your friends. Like, this is the age-old one, right? And I think one thing that we noticed about Kaguya, even though he did have that standout carry performance, he likes to play a bit more of a space-making kind of carry, right? Even on that Ursa, he played for the Blink Dagger, he played for the Skull Basher, not the conventional maybe Battle Fury or Diffusal auto-attacking type, more like trying to make space for his mid. I think Tai, definitely the real carry of this team. He's gonna have to try and catch up though, because look at his net worth. Ow! Just has not had the best game so far. Has the Blink Dagger now, but
I mean, now that you don't have the March, right, it's almost very hard for you to flash farm as a Tinker. Even with stacks, there's only so much you can do with the March. With the laser.
yeah, the laser takes a considerable amount of time longer as well, right? Because you kind of need to, you can't just leave it and go. You gotta make sure you complete your lasers off and auto attack. It's just, I guess you trade in efficiency for this like free TP boots in your ulti, but the pings come out. I think Dan, he wants to look towards this top lane. And the 6k gold lead, I mean, that's to be expected, right? Just because of the fact that they do have Empower on their team and the 3 melee cores. Okay, so it looks like the game is slowing down for a short bit, but I'd expect that they want to make a move before the next night time, although Dark Ascension is already up. The thing about Stonks is that they're A-okay with this, right? Their draft definitely scales really well as we see a Centaur Stampede. What was that for? Was it just to get out? Seems like it. Excellent. They see him with the haste. They're going to catch Platinum Disco here with a nice little tag on the shockwave. Excellent. He's looking for more though. Oh, do they see the Tinker? No, he does not. The Blink was cancelled, if I'm not wrong. And Simba on the back line, I think he just got caught at a tough place. Where was he? Yep. He was there trying to D-ward and gets caught out. I think all that started because of the excellent haste rune, right? He's just running in and they see it. They instantly try and bail with the Stampede, but Stampede. Kaguya!
Get out!
This is the Night Stalker vision that we talked about. Uses the last few seconds of his nighttime to great effect. Kaguya, no TP now, and they know this. Can he juke him?
Well,
they have the ET spirit though. They can walk through the trees and they find this poor little rock man. Kaguya, you're not getting out of this alive. Straight back into the quarry. And he's gonna fall.
Wow.
Slowly but surely. Yeah, they get him. It's gonna be Fixers with the last hit, position 4 tags. I'm sure you know that very well. And this is really scary because they just took such a successful fight, now 7k up, and now it's nighttime for the next 5 minutes.
That was just a 3-4-0 and no ult was stacked. Even used, no RP was used and it's still up. And then we still have ET out, we still have Chronosphere.
I mean, I hate to call it really early, right? But it just feels like this draft from Kali, it doesn't really have the comeback potential. Like, they're gonna rely a lot on the toss because the Tiny, he went for such a space-making build. Look at him, this is your position 1 and he's at 4,000 net worth at 15 minutes. That's not what you want to see. Meanwhile, the Faceless Void already completing his Maelstrom and halfway through his
Dying in a little bit of trouble again.
Simba only level 6, can't do anything, no Stampede to save him. But there is a lift, but Fixers in with the Skyref Mage ultimate, the instant buyback from Simba. They want to fight. Here comes the Stampede I was talking about, Dan. The Stolen Void, really good for this Rubik. Oh, but the RB onto 3, and is there a Chrono? There isn't, but it doesn't matter. Onto Simba, this bot back. Undying, he's definitely gonna die, but the Tinker actually gets caught in the back line, and it's Kaguya to fall as well. Will this be a dieback? It's gonna be a 5-man wipe along with a dieback for this Undying. WB, he's gonna chase. He wants this kill. And Kallang indeed, they just melt the entire side of Kali in one fell swoop. All set up by Excellent and his brilliant RP onto 3. Dan with that bait, he falls for it. But it's more than worth it. That's 6 for 1.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, that went so horribly wrong for the Dire side. Like, they were trying to make a play, but ended up the Stampede was actually used to try and catch the speediest hero, which is the Night Stalker, and that's not who you want to chase after.
Take a look at the EXP change here. Almost 4,000 EXP change. That's really huge. And you're talking about, you know, usually when you look at these EXP change graphs, right, it's like, oh, okay, you just got a kill on a really big hero and they're snowballing on you, right? But such a big EXP change for a team that's already ahead, that's really significant. And the dieback onto Simba, he's not gonna have items for a long time. This is like some PPD stuff from like like TI's like an olden EG day or something. He always playing that position 6 and this Undying, literally level 6 right now, 17 minutes into the game. Now 11k gold up. I mean their ultimates are down, but they still have the Night Stalker ulti. They can still make things happen, and I guess they're just looking to chill for now. What a successful fight for them, and the Atos complete.
Wow, now he's able to get many solo kills right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude, like right now we were so scared, right, that this Tinker, he's gonna get caught out. The thing is, he wasn't even in the brunt of that fight. He just, WB just walked over to him, bashed him 3 times,
Yeah.
time dilation, and that Tinker's dead.
Oh,
Speaking
they are
of the
gonna
Atos,
catch Kali again.
Kali in a bit of trouble. Simba not nearly enough levels to do anything to save him. They want to continue the chase though. Dan, it's his time, and he's not gonna give it up for anybody.
They're gonna go
Platinum
for Rubik.
Disco stealing the, was that the Hunter in the Night or the Dark Ascension? Doesn't even
Wow.
matter. He's dead. It's gone now. And Dan just running an absolute rampage. This Night Stalker, last pick, it was the last pick, right? This Night Stalker.
Yes, yes.
And yeah, just proving its strength here, just completely controlling the map and striking so much fear. And in
Oh,
comes the
they're gonna
Atos as
catch
well.
down.
Toxic Me, or rather Fixers, getting the magic amp, and this guy doesn't even fall. The Earth Splitter, not even needed.
This Observer Ward in between the tier 2 and tier 3
Yeah,
just
just
catches
catching.
him now.
I mean, they see it, they know it, right? It's there right now, but they can't even come forward because Fixer's just gonna
Yeah.
Atos them.
He's ready.
And he denies it too. No gold for you, he says.
Like, he's like, I already
Oh,
got my
no.
value out of this. I'm done. I'm not gonna let you get Observer. I'm just gonna deny it myself.
Yeah, this is some really painful stuff right here. WB, he's looking for someone in the trees. He
Oh,
catches
another
Ty. It's the Cliff Ward, the Tinker Ward. Exactly what you needed. Piao Liang indeed. And these voice lines just coming out nice and heavy. Excellent
Wow.
with the second skewer back. They get to, it's looking almost like the end here. Hate to call it early, but 18 minutes in, already 14k gold up. I don't know what they can do. I don't know what Kali
Dire,
can
they
do
just
to
don't
come
have
back
any
from this.
space.
Just completely squashing out the map, and it's not even, if you take a look at the fog, right, it's not even that bad, right? They only have this ward, but it's the Night Stalker effect. Yet again, so much night vision and area denial for them. It's so hard to play, and really got to commend this ward. I don't know who placed it. Let's give it a double check right now. Who says it? It is Aega setting up for this eventual kill on this Tinker, and straight into Roche they go. They're gonna be able to claim it for themselves.
Yeah, definitely gonna be a free rush. I don't even know what Dire can do at this rate right now.
Yeah, this
Like,
Void
they
as
have
well.
no vision outside. Tinker can't farm because you're definitely gonna get caught out. Like, what can you do? You stick as 5. You can't even take any team fight because you have no big team fight skills. They are making a desperation move right now.
I don't think it's gonna be in time though. WB already claims the Aegis and finishes the BKB bar.
Oh, they're gonna
The
fight.
boot, but here comes Tanaka straight in. Steph Kali decides to blink in though. They want Fixers first. Toxic Me manages to throw the ulti out, stolen by the Rubik. But Elder Titan dead on the sidelines. Here comes Sai. The lasers come in. They get the Skyrim Mage, but in comes Excellent, skewing them all on a platter. Pump fakes the RP. He doesn't even need it. Just flashbanging them at this point. Platinum Disco about to fall. That's not the disco he was looking for. It's gonna be more like a panic as all 5 of them fall. And they didn't even need the Skyrim, just bought back the farm bot. They don't even care. They just wiped them entirely. That fight looked okay for them just because of the fact they had that vision. But the Tinker, as soon as they look at him, he just dies.
Such an awesome job by Radiant. Like, they jump in so desperately trying to get a quick kill on Skyra, but then Faceless Void was there to go and tank it up for him too. Then they were not actually able to kill it instantly, and that was when everything just went down south for the Dire side.
And the thing about this Radiant lineup, right, for Stonks, it's they're heroes that don't actually scale super well. You see the win properly. Oh no. Don't
man.
let the
Like,
friends of Kali see this. I'm gonna close it. It's not
I have a
worthwhile.
feeling that 1% is just being nice, you know. We're
Yeah,
gonna keep
Gaben
it
just
there.
giving them a chance. But I mean, the 1% is most definitely Gaben because he saw Kali's match yesterday.
Yeah.
But I really don't know whether it's gonna be something like that. If we take a look at their draft, they're more like looking to see the Dark Section. No time to even do that Platinum Disco.
Why would you walk up here right
The
now?
Golden Lights sending him straight to up above. Darkness Hungers indeed. I really love this. Ever since they added voice lines, it's just so funny to listen to. And you know, at this point, they're having fun. They're having a blast. They know there's vision here, and they deward it immediately. Yeah, and so commanding from them. Anyways, like I was saying, this early game draft, like heroes like Undying, you pick him to
might be
win
in
the
a little bit
lane,
of
but
trouble.
like right now, it's the mid game, my friend. It's nighttime and you're in the wrong neighborhood. Dan on a mega kill streak right now. 21k, 21 minutes in. Could you have written a better story? There's no escape indeed. As we see another pick, Excellent pops the BKB. This is your position 1. Oh, and he falls to the solo Magnus and he's not even done yet. Platinum Disco, he falls yet again. I feel like I just saw him die just now. And Kali is just standing there. He knows it's over. I wouldn't be surprised to see the GGs drop soon. I was gonna say, you know, this early game draft, you have the Undying and the Centaur.
Oh, they even
Yeah,
caught out the
WB.
Tinker at the back.
Yeah,
with
just,
the Chronosphere.
I don't even know how he got in there, but like, he just makes it happen, and they're on to the racks. There's gonna be at least 2 racks, the mid and the top lane, and I don't know what this poor Undying can do. I was gonna say, you know, maybe they have the comeback factor from this Tinker high ground, but at this point, this team, all along from the start of the draft, right? Okay, Simba, he's gonna die
a
as
typical
well.
college move or excellent move.
Yeah, excellent. At this point, we might as well be hailing excellent right now. He's put on a masterclass with his Magnus, showing why he's so strong. And like I was saying, this draft, you know, on paper, they need time to scale, right? This Magnus, he wants to empower you up and slowly farm, and then this lineup slowly comes online and hits their timing. And then they want to fight during BKB, but they've just completely slaughtered the entire side of the Dire without even BKB. And now that they all have BKBs, look at this boy. Look at this Night Stalker and look at this Magnus. They are absolutely huge right now. Fixers is higher net worth than the entire Dire team. And speaking of the Dire team, they're gonna melt. There's no hurrah to be had. It's more like a massacre. WB, he doesn't even care. He's just hitting away on the tombstone. He has an Aegis. He's not afraid at all. He's even gonna get whipped by his own teammate. Pops the BKB just to smack Simba down the sides. Are they gonna fountain dive here? Could be a bit scary. And yeah, he's just playing around with the action, being tossed in actually. Could be a bit dicey. And the RP, excellent, missing it actually, not and it actually falls. We do a little bit of trolling right now. Gotta be a bit careful though because and the GG already called. They know it's over. They know they're just being toyed with. And Kali get absolutely demolished in this first game by a superstar draft from this lineup.
Wasn't expecting that.
What, you weren't expecting that?
I was expecting
like a bit more fight?
Yeah, a bit more fight. Because like Dire, like I could see like the confidence in them picking the last pick Tinker. You know, I was expecting them.
Yeah,
to put
that felt like such a statement pick, right? But on paper, if you even talk about it, it's like this Tinker. Look at the amount of damage he was able to do. It's not even this Skyrev has almost done more damage than him. I mean, the rest of the heroes, obviously, you can't really be a Tinker. It's like comparing damage numbers as a Zeus, right? You're always going to get that damage out. But this Tinker really not having the amount of impact that we expected and always just being hunted down. Really nice warding from Aega as well. And I think overall, that whole game started in such a terrible fashion just because we're talking about, oh, Magnus, not a hero that wants to rotate, and then Excellence like, let me teach you how to play Magnus. Just goes from lane to lane making moves happen, and the Tinker just can't keep up even though he has a built-in boost of travel.
Like I was expecting Dire. I think I'm trying to think the perspective of Dire. Like why did they pick this Tinker? Like I think in order to beat such a strong team like Stonks, you probably need to have like a wow factor, X factor, and they probably thought that Tinker could have been that deciding factor.
For sure.
I mean, nobody might not have cut it out, you know.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Nobody would have expected this Tinker last pick, but they pull it out, and it doesn't work for them. I think for Kali, you might have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to your drafting because we've seen them time and time again. They want Tai to be their main carry from the mid lane, but you know, there's a reason teams don't do that because the good teams, they know how to like just squash you out. Look at the side of Kali, they have 3 heroes with Blink Dagger. That's almost 6k of their net worth, and they're already so low into absolutely nothing in terms of fight impact. Yes, you're good at catching people early, but they already had such a great early lead that at the point where you're getting your Blink Daggers, you're not catching anybody out.
Yeah, they're fighting into the wrong timings. Like, I think by the time most of their core heroes was actually able to get a Blink Dagger, they were actually fighting in like the 13 to 15
Look
minute
at
mark
this net worth graph, man.
Where the Night Stalker was especially strong.
Yeah, they didn't really capitalize on the fact that the Night Stalker was just not like during his weak points in time, right? But also big props to Stonks for playing around it perfectly. Every time Dan was down on that Night Stalker, they made sure they were there to support him. I think the biggest turnaround or the pivotal part for that game was at that bottom fight when they were trying to capitalize. They know it's like Night Stalker during the daytime he's the weakest. They were gunning for him, but the whole squad of Stonks shows up and rips them apart. And then from there, Night Stalker is out again. Night Stalker is nighttime again. It's time to go crazy.
I'm just thinking like what other draft are you gonna use?
No, okay.
Like,
to be fair,
try and prepare for the next game.
Right. To be fair though, Kali, this is definitely not a conventional draft we've seen them play before, right? Tai on that Tinker, a bit of a new pick. We didn't see this. Kaguya obviously on this space making carry more often than not, but maybe they can try and switch it up, go back for something a bit more conventional, or maybe they have other picks that they are confident in because I'm sure they have more drafts lined up their sleeves. This is after all the semi-finals, so we're on to best of 3s. We're not going to see the last of Kali just yet.
Let's not count them out.
Yeah, I don't want to count them out. I'm not counting them out. But we're going to be on to the next lobby real soon. I believe we're going to go for a short break before we come back, but we'll be right back with you for game number 2. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Asia Esports Festival and SG Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. I'm Permasneeze and I'm joined by...
Honey.
Yes, and we're here to bring you Game 2 of the action of this online tournament, now turned offline. We're actually broadcasting to you live from the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. So they have a broadcast studio here, there's a area where you can watch the games happening. The players even have a player booth, and I don't know about you, I have never gotten the chance to be part of a LAN tournament before. What about you?
Same here.
Is this your first one?
I mean, I did watch like a competition in
Okay.
that time. I think recently, probably 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago.
Okay,
There was one that was
pre-COVID
being
times.
that was hosted in the indoor stadium.
Okay.
Yeah.
What
And
what
that-
competition was it actually?
I can't remember the name,
Oh.
but then back then the finals was just basically a 3-0 storm. VG
Ah.
basically beat EG 3-0. Wow,
Oh,
I was so
okay.
disappointed actually.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Okay, but for me, I've never watched a LAN live, and this is crazy because even though I'm in the broadcast studio, I just walked past the player booth just now, had chat with some of them. The atmosphere is really something else. Like
It's
the LAN
really
environment,
fun,
yeah,
yeah.
it's really something else because you see your opponents right across you. You know, there must be every time they deny your last year, I confirm Tulan. I confirm glare at them.
Oh, the shame, as in the unfortunate events that we don't have like the
Player camps,
atmosphere.
right? Player
Yeah.
camps. If we have player camps, or we can see the players like
We
while
can
we're
just see
casting.
their reaction.
Yeah,
right?
confirm if they get like 5-man echo slam or something, they confirm, oh my gosh. And we also got told that apparently, even though now the players are all very polite and quiet, we don't really hear any shouting, we were told that some of the teams later are going to be doing much BMing, like just shouting at each other. So that's something,
Anticipating.
yeah, anticipating and looking forward to that. But of course, this wonderful tournament wouldn't be possible without our organizers, of course, GG NORE, as well as Elysium Esports, and of course our sponsors as well, New World Carnival, a VR experience center. They're giving every single participant 2 VR sessions at their store located at 313 Somerset Level 3. So you're a recipient of that as well.
Wow, I can't wait. Man. I just can't wait for
Yeah, after this tournament you can straight go. You can straight go VR.
maybe not lah. It will
Okay,
probably
yeah.
wouldn't be open, but next
You
week.
never know. You never know.
Oh, you never know.
Yeah, should go look them up. New World Carnival, thank you so much for sponsoring, as well as Esports Experience Center, which is where we're at, for giving us a location to broadcast, giving the players a nice environment to play in, and as well as, of course, sponsoring the prizes, $5,000 Singapore dollar prize pool. Tell me a bit about that. It's not cash, right?
It's not cash.
Okay,
It's
tell me a
basically
bit about that.
So basically, with this voucher, right, you can come over here to this experience center. That they basically have like all their gears, like the top tier gears that you need, the peripherals that you need, good mouse, good keyboard. You know, if you are looking to actually get some new upgrades, right, you can always check them out. So with this voucher, you can actually exchange it for equipment.
Yeah, so for those of you who've never been here before, it might seem a bit confusing. Like, what? So you can buy stuff here. You can also broadcast an esports event. You can also get a live crowd.
There's even a
This
cafe.
this might sound confusing, but yes, it literally has everything you could want esports related, right? So I think we're already seeing some memes in chat about Uncle Roger. Isn't that
Oh,
Uncle Roger?
man.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys noticed, but if this guy gets dressed in an orange polo, he might resemble your favorite. You gotta say the line. You gotta say the word.
What's the line?
You don't know the line?
The line?
Yeah, the one where every single time he's
Hi,
disqualified.
hiya?
Yeah, hiya.
Hiya.
Yeah, so if somebody dies, you gotta go hiya.
Oh no!
Just to add that
Alright,
atmosphere.
I tried
Yeah,
to
yeah.
incorporate it.
Yeah,
later.
give me like at
Alright.
least one or two, right?
Alright.
Give it for Hades over there. Okay, so somebody said I'm a big fan of Fixers, Excellent, and Super WB, and I just met them. Feels good, man. I just met
Well,
them.
I'm really
too.
happy for you. Though.
Yeah, good for you meeting your idols. But let's talk a bit about the game that went on just now. Really, really good for Fixers, WB, and Excellent because they completely demolished Kali Kali. It wasn't even, as in, I think I'm just trying to be nice, but let's be real, after the 5-minute mark, it just wasn't looking too good.
Yeah.
And then at the 10-minute mark, it just felt like a nail in the coffin. Basically, they had a really nicely scaling draft with a Night Stalker last pick, but Kali Kali weren't able to emphasize on their early timings. They picked a Tinker into a Night Stalker, and he paid the price for it.
Yeah, definitely. So
What do you hope to? Okay, so
Yeah.
after we saw game one, that was really one-sided. What do you think you want to see going into game two? Like anything specific from Kali Kali you want to see coming into the next game?
For Kali Kali, I noticed like in their past 2 games, right, they generally play very well. Just by making sure that their mid accelerates farm.
Yeah, Tai,
basically
right? He's
snowball,
the true carrier of their
Yeah,
team.
then also they play rather well with like big outs. Definitely, like with the Tidehunter Ravage, and also Faceless Void Chrono,
Yeah.
all this. So I'm trying to I believe if let's say they stick to their basic, their original drafts, right, I think they would perform so much
So
better. Something that's reliable to them, you know.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
because
you're
in the
talking more
previous-
like
yeah.
the big wombo combos that
Yeah.
they pulled off in
Yeah,
the first
in the
game.
previous draft, right, they generally went for like very a lot of pick off heroes that don't have very big outs. Like there were probably only a centaur with an out, but then it doesn't actually disables anyone. Doesn't
Yeah,
capture.
I-
They were trying to force like pick offs with a tiny centaur combo, but it didn't work out so well. Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like there's gonna be a lobby remake, so I'm just gonna be handling that at the moment. But on the side of, how about while I do that, you tell me a bit about Team Stonks. Like, what did you like from their game plan from the previous game?
Whoa. Definitely, I like the fact that they're playing so many spectacular, outstanding heroes like the Magnus. Personally, a big fan of a Magnus hero, and then they are
Yeah, I
also-
mean, it's
yeah,
excellent
yeah,
signature, right? Like,
yeah.
how can you not be a fan, honestly?
Like
But-
such a big fan of like the big RPs, nice skewer, just picking off like he was so good and so efficient on that hero. And then also with a couple of big RPs, there was definitely no chance for Dyer to actually had a good team fight. Also, not to mention individual plays coming out from Fixers and also Dan. What they were all rather outstanding, playing so aggressively, like giving no space for Tinker or even any other Dyer heroes to come back.
I
Yeah.
think the biggest thing of all, right, we saw Tanaka, the position 5, of course, some people know him as Aiga,
Yeah.
or is better known as. He made that ET, like, I think he was the quiet hero of that game, because every single time they got onto anybody or in the fights, the spirit will always just be in the backline, stomping away and setting up kill after kill, right?
Yeah, he was actually providing so much vision. You know, we had to mention about like some of the Tinker Wars. We didn't even expect
Yeah,
the Tinker Wars there, but they were already there before. They like
Yeah, all these things are like, even the pick bot lane, they found Kaguya in the trees. They wouldn't have been able to do that if not for the ET. Oh, okay. Sorry. yeah.
being added into the lobby right now. We're
How do
going
yeah,
in.
how do I add him into the Okay, so let me just okay. Yep, there we go. Okay,
Alright,
we
yeah.
are in and ready to go. Let me just let them know that we are ready. Ready G anytime. There we go. And yeah, like you were saying, I feel like it's so understated what this support did, just because of the fact that every time we see a goal, but like Dan is chasing him down, excellent with the perfect blink into the skewer, right?
RPs, yeah.
But all of that is set up because of the wards and the vision
Vision,
given by
yeah.
like earlier on, especially before the blinks, before the Night Stalker ultimates, it was all the Elder Titan spirit that was setting that up. And he made so much space for WB in the early game that WB didn't even need to level up time walk to level 2. Yeah, so really scary stuff, by the way. Okay, let's look at chat. Let's see if anybody's okay. So the fame says is perma sneeze. Yes, that's the old alias. We're changing names now, but nice to meet you, my friend. But okay, so we are just waiting for the players to get ready. I'm gonna let them know we are ready. Someone's asking if there's any plans for Apex Legends competition. Actually, does Asia? I'm not sure whether Asia Esports Festival has Apex Legends, but we could probably arrange like you can probably just add them on the social media and be like, hey, make Apex next year. Then we might see an Apex
Yeah,
Legends.
I think they are more than happy.
Yeah,
to
include more
to-
esports,
yeah.
right? But speaking of, we have the esport in question. We're already into the draft, and we already see the same bands coming out. Let's just swap over. It's obviously game 2 of Kali Kali versus Stonks right now. Game 1, I don't think. Oh, okay. So it does register. It shows that Stonks won game 1. So luckily we have that available for anyone who's just tuning in. But we now have game number 2. Kaguya. He's gonna try and pilot his team to victory. Look, okay. A respect ban on the Night Stalker immediately, as expected. Dan was an absolute terror on that hero. And on the other side, they ban out the Weaver and the Bane. Just very pesky heroes to deal with. And Mars first pick, that's gonna most likely be Steph Curly's hero. I don't think, like you said, right, you're not very happy with that center pick. Felt like they were trying to force the issue a bit, and Mars is a hero that can definitely force it, but immediately you hear it in your ears, behold the horn of Magnus.
Just
It's-
look at how fast they are picking all their heroes. They have a game plan.
Dude, it's excellent on his Magnus. If you win a game in that fashion like just now, why would you not do it again?
No.
Why break what is already, like,
No,
why?
it's like I'm seeing the TI finals. So you let Magnus shoot, I'm gonna pick it. Kind
Yeah,
of
this
thing,
is
you know.
yeah, and we're not even in the this is the semi-finals,
Yeah.
mind you. So these teams, right, they're playing this best of 3 and they're setting up to face off the winner of McDonald's and Gunboos. That's the two teams that are gonna come up for the next semi-finals. And you know, this is already looking like final level meta. You know what I mean? Like you see the same heroes picked every single time. We're already getting kind of, you know, similar bans. It's gonna be a Medusa ban, and I think this is really smart. Because do you remember the one hero that Ty was carrying on? It was this Medusa
The
that the Earth
comeback.
Summit
He was
space
so
for.
she was so crucial for the comeback.
Yeah, and Kali Kali, I think maybe I mean, coming into the semi-finals, obviously there's a lot on the line, right? These teams, I don't doubt that they've done their research. This Medusa ban was really smart because even though you ban the hero, it's more kind of like countering the entire ideology of having this one crucial focal hero to play around. That can reliably do the job. The thing about Medusa that's different from Tinker is that she can actually reliably farm. She doesn't feel as much pressure to make stuff happen on the map early on, and she can actually reliably carry you in the late game. So that's something
a very not a flashy hero like Tinker, where you have to keep making moves.
Yeah, it's such a high execution hero as well.
Then at the same time, it's rather easy to it's a lot easier to try and snowball your Medusa by basically sticking as 4 fight while giving space. Then also at the same time just stack, and then Medusa also good at clearing stack. So it's generally a very easy hero for them to snowball if they play. It's a very simple hero, very simple gameplay.
Okay, I mean, obviously, we're not saying that it's easy to win as Medusa, right? That's definitely not what you're saying. We're more of talking about how... Actually, what I was mentioning is, I feel like the whole team of Kali really knows how to execute this game plan of the 4 Protect 1. We saw when they did win with that Medusa, they were making action happen all over the map and guarding the areas they needed to, warding up, and that is something that Storms want to avoid. They also ban on the Troll and Knights, which are pretty interesting to me, maybe just protecting whatever pick they have in the off lane that's coming up for Dan. But once again, similar bans, Kali, this time they ban out WB's Faceless Void, and it's going to be Ursa and PA banned as well. Once again, you see the Magnus on the team, you want to take out these heroes that can emphasize their, or rather, amplify their farm with Empower. It's gonna be an Abaddon though. We have not seen this hero. Ooh, Bloodseeker. Okay, so... Oh, they're picking real...
Oh, a punch!
A punch?
I'm excited!
Okay, no, dude. They're doing back to Fixers what Fixers did. Because Fixers picked this pause for punch and he made it look really good, but now that Kali are gonna show up with their own punch. This is obviously... This is really scary because Bloodseeker, you rupture and you have 3 heroes that can reposition.
5 seconds.
And
force you to walk somehow.
Yeah, force you to walk. And the thing is, you can hook into the Blood Right. You can Dark Willow into the Dark Willow Bramble Maze, keep them there into the Blood Right. You can Dark Willow Mars, which is such a strong combo, right? The Terrorize forcing you to run into the walls. They pick the Abaddon, which is a tanky front lining, most likely position 5, that can just be at that front and soak up all those spells. But I worry about this silence because if it latches on the Abaddon, he can't purge himself. He can't purge his allies. He has to pop his ultimate for that. But yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be a Juggernaut, AHO, Magnus Juggernaut Resident Sleeper. How many times have we seen this before?
This is a very simple dual combo.
Do you like this combo? Do you feel like this is something that you like to see, or like Jug Magnus, right? Because most of the time we see a lot of other heroes. Like maybe in your pubs you see a lot more Jug Magnus, but Jug Magnus not too relevant on the competitive side. Most of the time it's more like we see PA or Ursa or Faceless Void, something like that.
Yeah, someone who can actually fight early. But Juggernaut can fight early too, but then just that probably right now for Dire, I'm not seeing a bit of there's not a lot of control coming out apart from the Magnus. So I'm expecting their last pick to actually make up for this with a bit of more disable so that they don't generally have to just rely on that good RP.
Yeah, it looks like they're saving the offlane pick for last pick because I mean it would be kind of crazy to see anyone other than Excellent play Magnus for how good he is on the hero. But like you said, the Jug, he's really good at fighting early, but the main thing about Jug is he has this lapse during the mid game where he's not that strong. He doesn't hit as hard as other carries and relies heavily on... Ooh! This is some spice. Wait, is it a punch mid or dazzle mid? This is really, really good because Dazzle is such an annoying hero. They don't have a lot of... Okay, so bear with me here when I say they don't have a lot of damage because all they rely on is the Jug and Magnus last, like just auto-attacking you, right? Sure, the Snapfire has a Mortimer's Kisses, but after that it's all physical damage. This Dazzle can safeguard his team against that. With the Shallow Grave, they don't really have any way of jumping the backline and dealing with him now other than the Magnus. And if they play this right, the Dazzle should never be in the front. This is a really interesting draft from the side of Kali. They definitely spiced it up. I don't know whether it will work out for them, but it is interesting. And we've seen quite a rise in some core Dazzle as well, so it's still not very clear what the lineup is going to be. Yeah. But like you said, I think this last pick is definitely going to be some sort of offlaner with a lot of disable. We're going to see it now. Oh, okay. Could this be an excellent mid Rubik again and a Magnus offlane? WB takes up that Jug for himself. And Ty's on the mid Dazzle.
Oh,
it's a mid Dazzle.
And it's an offlane, then's Magnus.
And it is the return of this excellent Rubik. Absolute terror earlier on. Just fate bolting people, eliminating their HP. He 1v1 the Lina mid and won. So it's the battle of the supports in the mid lane. It's game 2 of the Asia Esports Festival, Singapore Comic Con, online now, offline, broadcasting to you live from the Esports Experience Center. Kali, they dropped one game to Stonks in an absolute stomp, but we're gonna have to see whether they can take it back with this spicy mid dazzle pick. Okay, so is that... Oh, wait. Steph Kali is playing the Bloodseeker and Kaguya is playing the Mars.
Yeah, this is
So
a
could this
carry
be
Mars?
a pos 1 Mars? Oh, we'll have to wait to get into the game to find out, but I'm excited for this one. What are you most looking forward to seeing, my
Oh,
friend?
I'm just getting chills.
You getting
Like,
chills?
Yeah, from the drop of Kali. Like, I wasn't expecting this though. Like,
Yeah,
I
like,
thought they would have
You're
stick to
like,
something else,
go
but
back. Oh wait, Dan is also a Grandmaster Magnus. They have 2 Grandmaster Magnuses on their team. I tell you what, you touch my horn, I break your face indeed. And man, this is so scary. You have not 1 but 2 Magnuses on the team that can play at such a high level as we already are into the game. I'm gonna introduce the side of Kali. Now on the Radiant, we have Platinum. It's not Platinum, by the way, it's Platinum Disco. On this position for Pudge, looking to do a Fixers cosplay from day 1. Steph Kali on this off-lane Bloodseeker. We have the mid Ty, the age-old carry who they rely so much on now with the last pick Dazzle. We're going to see what he's able to do with it. And of course Simba, position 5 Dark Willow, which is quite unconventional, but you know, with this Mars on the pos 1, or at least going safe lane. The thing about Kali is that their lineup doesn't really work on the typical pos 1, pos 2, pos 3 kind of thing. They just kind of switch it up where, as and when. But I think it's a lot more conventional, or at least normal for the side of Stonks. Why don't you introduce them?
alright, over on the Dire we have Excellent on the mid Rubik. Then also moving on, we have WB on the carry Jug, Aiger on the position 5 Abaddon.
Or rather Tanaka, as he's
Tanaka,
named in game.
yep. Then also Dan on the position 3 Magnus, and then last but not least, Fixers Toxic Me on the position 4 Snapfire.
We've talked again and again about the strength of the Snapfire, the armor reduction in the lane, right? How do you think it matches up with this Magnus? Because most of the time we see it paired with the Tide, we might see it paired with the Mars, but it's a Magnus off lane now. What do you think about this one?
The synergy I feel that is still there because, you know, with the Empower, you can dish out a lot of physical damage. So I think it still goes well, but just that you probably don't get the slow coming out from like Gush as compared to having a Tide Hunter in a lane with you. But Magnus is still fine. You can still catch out somebody with the Shockwave and also the skill. But you'll kind of take time, a little bit of time for it, for you to reach that level before you can start to execute this. But I wouldn't expect anything less from them. They should be able to do this just fine in a lane.
A lot of, and one thing that we didn't mention, like, a spear early onto Fixers. Probably has to walk his way through the brambles, a little bit painful for him, but he'll be A-okay. We didn't really talk about this, but a lot of repositioning potential for this team right now, because then, like you said, it might be a bit hard to get the skill off, but he has the Shockwave, and not to mention the cookie coming out, so he can really get behind them. Same thing for Kaguya, if the Magnus just jumps in over him, he can just spear him back into the tower, so really scary stuff for this lane. Do you think there's going to be a lot of action in the mid lane? Because Excellent already lifting Tai back into the tower, taking some tower shots here. But Dazzle is such a menace to lane up against because of this poison touch, right? They changed it to do so much more damage, but only proc when Dazzle hits. So now it's so much... Like, I think that really emphasizes more on this core Dazzle who wants to run you down, and yeah, he's doing just that. In fact, we saw RMN do this core Dazzle. So maybe some DPC enjoyers over here. I think yesterday it was Nigma Galaxy, the EU version, not the SEA version. We're gonna see a bit of the SEA version later though. Yeah, some of them are in Team McDonald's. But yeah. Oh, not McDonald's, sorry. In Team Ganbu rather.
Gambu, yeah.
Yeah. But Excellent as well, for those of you who don't know, I don't know how you're not gonna know his name if you're a fan of Southeast Asian or Singaporean Dota, but he's top 10 ranked mid laner.
Yeah, and Pick was actually number 2.
Yeah, number 2. That's no big deal, and not no big deal.
That is a big
that
deal. That
is
is a
not-
very big deal.
No.
sir.
What I meant to say is it's not anything to kind of like write off, right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's literally number 2 in the entire region, and now he's a mid laner for a Division 2 DPC team, Spawn 496. So, I mean, he hasn't been doing the best in the DPC. Lost out to Nigma Galaxy Southeast Asia, but he might be able to get his revenge later in the finals, right?
Yep.
Okay, we'll have to see though. Right now, the lane's still relatively even. No kills 2 minutes in. Everything's still quite passive, and oh, looks like we have another pause as well. And I mean, this is part of the this mouse spoil feels bad, man.
No.
But as far as I'm aware, I think the players have all brought their peripherals and their own peripherals, like their own keyboard and mouse, as you see in the usual LAN tournaments. And that might be something that has come into play because, you know, once you're plugging it into a new device, it might take some time to register, might not work the way they used to before, and then but I'm sure they'll get this ironed out. I mean, as we say that, Kaguya getting a little bit of a spicy skewer over here.
Yeah,
This
he
poor
might
little.
be a little bit of trouble.
Yeah,
With
let's
his
take a look
100
at his
HP, do you think he'll get out?
I don't know, but he doesn't look very healthy right now. Look, he's in a bit of trouble. As you can see,
He's
this
looking
is
at the sky.
it's a
Heavens,
bit of
please save me.
I don't know.
God,
This is
God
okay.
help me.
Wait. Let's take quick bets in chat. Anyone thinks he's gonna get out? If you think he's gonna get out, type 1. If you think he's gonna be just fine, type 2. If you don't know what's happening,
Okay,
just
just
type
look at them.
Monka. Just type Monka W.
Like look at them.
Yeah.
Like they are even even saying that.
Die
bottom
bot.
die?
Bottom die. I think so, or rather maybe. Yeah. Look, let's get a full view for this, if you guys. Is this game 1 or 2? Says Apple Crumble. It's gonna be. It is game 2. It is game 2. So
Okay, they have
okay,
unforced.
okay,
Alright.
Kaguya.
Oh,
Got out of
yeah,
that view
he
a
is
bit
really
late,
dead.
but as we expected, everyone in chat is a betting man and they win this time. I don't know what you win, but if you come down to the Esports Experience Center, you can shake Hani's hand, I guess. That's your prize.
Oh, alright, sure. Oh,
Hani's hand ready
no,
to be shaken.
I will say a hi-ya to you right in the face.
Hiya! Wow, what an honor. Okay, let me just go back to the last hits here. Sorry, hotkeys a little bit different. But we already see the
Oh,
first blood and hot action already. Tanaka, he takes out Platinum Disco in the top lane. I don't know how that happens, but it has to be a spin from WB and just right. But I don't know how the Pudge ever gets into a situation where he's spun on, but I guess maybe tried for hook. Yeah, he tried to make a hook play happen, but, you know, WB getting the spin off. And realistically, even though Abaddon is not a hero that provides a lot of kill threat, he can't, like, this Bloodseeker Pudge lane can't really do much to them as well. Like, look, he no cares at all, just trading non-stop in the chat, non-stop in the lane. And Tai, I mean, he's getting the edge over Excellent in this lane just by a short bit, but not anything not anything to kind of like write off just yet, because
Yeah,
they're
this
still
is-
relatively even, but a lot more commanding for Tai this time.
Yeah,
around.
this is already such a big difference as compared to the previous game. Like previously, all their cores was actually struggling a little bit in the early game. With last hits, right now all the cores are pretty much even. So I'm expecting to see like Kali putting out a better performance right now.
Fixer is trying to go in a bit with that harass. Kaguya left alone over here. The supports have rotated to try and secure this rune and pressure. Excellent. A lot of focus in this mid lane. Look at them. They're swarming all onto mid. They want to nail this Rubik mid lane. Platinum
Slow.
Disco. I'm sure he's seen him go. This is a bit dicey. The TP's coming in for Tanaka. Can he land the hook? I don't think so. There's just so many people there. I'd rather so many creeps there to block the way. And just rotations from both supports. Nothing much gonna come from that though. Oh, the hook. Tanaka, he's gonna get snagged. Doesn't actually have mana for a shield. He could be run down here if he's not careful. He already used the shield. Excellent. And Platinum Disco.
gonna be a
He
solo
wants
kill?
his Abaddon. Excellent. No
Oh.
intention to save him. Actually gets the courier instead. Yeah, I don't think he can get the kill because Excellent was just posturing over. But a courier kill still not too bad. Platinum Disco wants to make something happen, but I don't know whether it's
He
gonna.
might be in the wrong
Okay.
place.
He's kind of blocked out a bit. Tanaka
hook. He has
with
the
the
hook.
mango. Oh, doesn't get the hook off in
No.
time. Excellent secures the kill, and instead of helping his lane, Platinum Disco actually feeds the kill over to Excellent. Not what you want to see there. Not the best look, but I think we just saw a skewer back, a miss onto Simba. But over here, Kaguya's in the trees. Meanwhile, Toxic Me gonna live with 9 HP.
Oh no,
Then
he might
can he
pick
finish
his
him off? The
life.
Fairy Fire staying alive for now. They have full vision of Fixers over here and the Self. He'll be A-okay. And meanwhile, Kaguya still hiding over here, not wanting to TP back, maybe wanting a sniper kill. Okay, Toxic Me's courier does die, or rather Fixer's courier does die.
The Pudge is here to join in the fight.
Yeah, Toxic Me try to run away. He is seen by the Bloodseeker though, but this Ma is staying here for really long. What is he? Kaguya. A
Just
little
being
bit of
a little bit greedy.
a little
I
bit of a
guess.
jungle adventure here. I don't think he wants to commit the TP, so he's just gonna run slowly back, I guess. But he's, losing out a lot of farm over here. Or maybe he's just, yeah, he's trying to make a move. Kaguya, he has the wraparound. He wants to get Dan, but there's a lot of creeps here. Could be a bit dicey. Meanwhile, we see some pings going on. Looks like they want to make a rotation. I don't know whether they'll be able to do anything to Dan right now. Looks like he'll be A-okay, but some rotations over here to refill the bottle. Excellent. Meanwhile, Pudge over here just takes
Yeah,
takes
very
Bouncy
aggressive
away.
high ground ward at the triangle over there, just to make sure like they are able to wrap around without without any danger.
Or rather, maybe they just want to set up on the Rubik if he's farming small camp
Yeah.
or something. But it's gonna be Fixers and Excellent that set up here. Platinum Disco catches sight of Fixers for a short bit here. He's in the
the
middle of
nice
your base
hook.
and the hook. Stolen though, he gets the rod toggle in time. Very nicely played from Platinum Disco. Denies the hook steal from Excellent. And Toxic Me will be A-okay. Just manages to hop over the cliff there. Nothing better than the power of a nice little cookie. Yeah, I mean the rod is definitely not what you want to steal, right? But this is like what you need to do as this Pudge and this Mars, right? Because you don't want the Rubik to be stealing hook or spear. Those are such high impact spells. Oh, as we see, actually Platinum Disco tracks him down in the jungle thanks to this ward once again. Like you said, nice aggressive vision. Lets Platinum Disco set up on that kill. So he's pinging, he knows there's vision there, but you know, he's gonna have to hunt for it when he's alive in 9 seconds. But I mean, like I was saying, the Mars and the Pudge, you kind of need to make sure you toggle your Bulwark every time you throw out those spells because you can't risk Rubik stealing them. It's just so scary, right? As you see a TP on the bot. Are they trying to make a move on the bot? Yep, they are. Dan manages to skew away. He'll be A-okay. And this time, Ty actually having the game that he wants, maybe a bit more of a comfort hero for him on this...
this Rubik. Being a very aggressive.
Ooh,
Get
Excellent!
hooked.
The hook into the tier 2. This could be a bit dicey, but Excellent. He wants to turn and fight. He's
Come
falling
on.
low though. And
Wow.
Platinum Disco gets the kill. That's an absolute overextension from Excellent. And it's not over just yet. Kali rotating over with the Rupture onto this poor little Tanaka Abaddon. I don't know if you heard that, but we heard some shouting from the player room.
Yeah,
They're
wow.
feeling good. They're getting themselves back on the board. It's 3-3 and the game is dead even.
Well, we are just excited as them when we saw the hook. Like,
Yeah,
what
that
an
was-
insane hook
dude,
at
that-
max range.
Yeah, that is exactly what you want to see, right? Like, what else could you ask for from Platinum here? He's really making it work on this Pudge, just kind of putting on a pretty good performance, even though his rotations didn't really work out early on. He's just making the moves happen. Excellent, perhaps getting a bit too cocky behind the tier 1 before it's even fallen and gets hooked at max range.
But this is the Kai Kali that I want to see, man.
Yeah, this is Kali. Just complete chaos all over the map, right? The K in Kali stands for chaos. Yes, no?
Yes,
Nothing
yes,
to say
okay,
there?
sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Love the response as usual.
Another hook. Are we gonna see another hook? Another
Oh,
hook!
and he lands it. He has the hook. They all shouting. Everyone from the playroom, Excellent. He's gonna be caught and killed again.
Oh my god, this Pudge.
Dude.
Making it work.
Dude, more than anything, can you imagine you're playing, right? And then you just keep getting focused by this Pudge. And their red Pudge is right across you. Every single time he hooks you, he just shouts right in your face. That has to be tilting as hell. Oh,
Okay,
as you
they're
see a
gonna-
Rupture up,
they're
Dan,
gonna catch up.
he wants to TP away from this Bramble. It latches Dan. He's gonna fall.
Wow.
And the shouting, can you hear the noise? They're making a sound that fits the Kallang wave right now. This is what you hear at the stadium, but we have it right here with us at Kallang.
We are just having
Kallang,
as much
Kallang.
fun as them right now.
Yeah, we are having
so
a blast.
apologies if we are screaming right into your ears
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, I think our production guy is taking off his headphones because we're just shouting non-stop. Poor him, but at this point, it's just the atmosphere, right? Platinum Disco been absolutely insane on this Pudge
He
so
might
far.
be able to get
He
this.
sees the ward, but it's
Baron?
blocked. Can he?
Is
he
he gonna
doesn't wanna.
attempt?
No, they know. They see him.
Yeah.
Bit of mind games going on, just walking up non-stop. He knows that Toxic Me is behind him, and yeah, they'll be A-okay. They don't want to commit on that, especially with the Snapfire in the vicinity. Okay, the real winner, everybody has been involved, but the real winner over here has to be WB, just free farming up here, going straight. Oh, and the Omni Slash on the
Wait for solo
Kaguya. He gets it, the solo Omni, that's the
the
dream
TPs
come
are too
true.
late.
A 1v1 kill for the position 1. WB putting the team on his back right now. Oh, can he dodge? He has to
He
spin
might
in
be
2
a little bit of
seconds though,
trouble.
he'll be A-okay. No Rupture coming out, no mana, and the
Do we
cooldown
see a
is
blind
not
hook?
up. The
We're
hook.
gonna see a hook.
The hook, he has to go for it. There's
He wants
no
to-
way. You miss every hook, you don't throw, and here he comes with the
Oh,
rod
yeah,
and the hook. WB, no spin to
Come
speak
on.
of. He's gonna fall. Platinum Disco,
Wow.
an absolute menace on this Pudge now. 2-2 and 2, just making it work for his team, and the tips coming out onto WB. They want to get a return
Oh,
kill
wow,
though.
very
Simba
nice return kill.
gonna fall. Nicely shot by Fixers over here. But I mean, it's too little too late. They're farming Jug, just getting killed. That's pretty big. Excellent. He wants revenge though, lifting up. Tanaka's in.
Mars is
Here
coming
comes
in.
the shallow. The Shadow Grave though is
Oh,
available.
wow!
And the mask, he's
The
just
arena.
come back from the dead to spear Excellent yet again. Sai, he's gonna be A-okay, and Tanaka is forced to turn tail and free tail between his legs right now. WB back here. Oh, that spear has to be max range.
Yeah,
That's no way. But in
Oh.
comes Dan. It's not even
Ah.
over yet. Pump faking the RP. He's gonna leave it for now.
Yeah.
Non-stop action so far. We had a bit of a quiet early first 2 minutes, but man, the heat is turning
Yeah,
up.
everyone is stepping up over on Kali Kai. Look at that save, man. That arena that actually blocks out that catches both of the Daihyo and saving the Dazzle at the same time.
I don't know if you can hear the spectators. I don't know whether that's the spectators or the players, but they're going absolutely crazy. I think someone in chat is going, Fixers is a professional shooter. He is indeed. We're going to hope he's able to blast off more of those kisses. Because right now the game is dead even. You know, we're saying, oh, these players got completely stomped. They turn it around right now with an absolutely crazy draft.
Yeah, but let's not get too excited.
Yeah,
The game is definitely not over yet.
okay. Let's cool it a bit. Let's
Yeah.
cool it a bit. Back to the analysis, okay?
Dire actually haven't reached their peak yet. Like they're definitely waiting on like the Blink Dagger on Magnus first before they're actually gonna fight.
This spear steal could be huge for Excellent though. He's halfway through his boost of travel and nowhere near the dominant game that we've seen from him early on. I think I really worry though because this Kaguya, this is the safe lane Mars you're talking about, and he still does not have his first major item 12 minutes in. It's gonna be maybe like what? 2 more minutes before he makes it happen, but he wants to make something happen with this arena, but they see him, the hook is not gonna land. They have vision over here on this side, so they probably caught a glimpse of him. But here comes, oh yeah, no, that was just onto some creeps.
It's a 5-on-3 action right now.
Yeah, once again, both teams sizing each other up, but the whole time it's going to be WB in this bot lane. But they see him, they're smoking, they want to kill this Juggernaut right here. He has a ward, but with this smoke, he's not going to catch sight of them. All of them have disappeared from mid though, so he should have an idea. They want to make a move onto him. He's running into the trees and he's TPing.
Oh,
Can they catch him in time?
Yeah, I don't think
They
so.
can't, and he calls it out, sniffs it out. Very nicely done for them. And yeah, the voice line's coming out. They know they just narrowly missed this jug. Meanwhile, Fixer's professional shooter SG blasting away at the mid tower. And both teams just playing really, really careful right now. They don't want to throw away any more of this early lead than they have to.
Radiant's top tower is under
The game is dead even right now, and let's take a look at the net worth real quick. Oh, yep. 5.8k. Oh, but look at how farmed this Dazzle is.
tower is under siege.
5,600 gold at like 30 minutes. That's nothing. Yeah, once again, Tai putting the team on his back and has this Midas. How could we miss it? What a big item for him. Will definitely help him scale Tanaka. He's alone here though. He wants to walk out and find them, but
Like he's just walking out for vision.
yeah, I think they want to find
I
something.
think Magnus has completed the Blink Dagger.
Yes, he has the Blink Dagger,
Okay,
and this
okay,
is
okay.
what the smoke move is for. They've grouped up mid. They have the Empower on this jug, so they should be wary that the Magnus Empower is around the corner, or at least the Magnus is hiding around somewhere. In comes the Bramble. They want to defend this tower, but setup is dead.
they
The
caught him
hook,
out.
Platinum Disco finds him, and dismembered before he can do anything. The Terrorize as well throws him away. Kaguya first of all, though, then saved by Tanaka. Meanwhile, Excellence being run down by the Steph Kali Bloodseeker stands there and turns the blood right around the hook. Another one onto WB. He doesn't have the Omni, doesn't have the heal, but he has the RP. Dan gets them all, and on to all of them. Kali all falling low, but here comes the Shallow Grave. Sai just staying alive for now, manages to turn it onto Dan, but it's gonna be him to fall. That's a 3-for-1 at the moment. Kaguya next, he's gonna get knocked down, and the entire side of Kali, they can't do anything as Stonks just run a riot over them.
Wow, that was such... It was so unfortunate. They were about to make a very good play on the Magnus, but they were not able to hit the spear. If that spear actually hit Magnus, who have went down, he wouldn't have gotten that 3-man RP.
Oh, and we really have to give it to Platinum Disco, right? I think the supports really tried to play out of their mind that game. The Terrorize to keep that Mars nearly alive. The Shallow Grave from the Dazzle to save himself. He's not a support, but you get the point. As well as Tanaka just right in the middle of the fray, just saving the Magnus from that situation, allowing him to reset, get that Blink RP off the turn around the fight. It looked a bit dicey there, but Steph Kali, he was trying to focus up onto this Rubik, but he just doesn't have the damage, right? This offlane Bloodseeker having to rush the BKB can't actually put out enough damage onto this Rubik with the 2 null talismans at level 10, and overall getting the first lead of the game, 2k up on the side of Stonks right now.
The tides have turned slightly in favor of Dire.
Yeah, slightly in favor is the name of the game right now, but this Empower is just going to keep them further and further ahead. Of course, recognizing this, that's probably why we saw the Dazzle Midas. He looks like he's going into a mech build. What do you think of this? Would you have liked to see a more DPS auto-attacking build, or do you like this from him?
I think this is pretty decent. I think they are generally trying to group up as far as what you have seen
Death
so
Ball,
far.
you mean?
Yeah, S4, S5. Then I think this mech will help you give them a bit more sustain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because most of the time when you see this Dazzle pick mid, right, there's 2 routes you can go. You can go this more like healing sustain route that we see him going for now, or you can also opt to go for a bit of a DPS route with the Desolator or the Shadow Blade or the Witch Blade and stuff like that. Just amplify on that poison touch damage as they group up to get this top tower. Very easy for them, but this is not a trade that you want to make. It's a tier 2 tower for a
just
tier
make
1.
it. Oh,
But Dan spots him out. The Dark Willow in the tree, Shadow Realm, but
RP
you
on
can't
two.
hide for long. He's not gonna RP this for sure. In comes the shots from Fixers. On to Steph Kali, he's falling low, has the Shallow Grave, but it's Omni Slash, takes on the Dazzle. You grave your friend, you can't grave yourself. Next is gonna be Simba lined up on the chopping board, and WB, a triple kill for him. They TP in to try and defend that, but the whole team of Stonks
Are they
was
gonna go
set
Hydra
up.
at 16 minutes?
They can, because 3 dead right now. What are you gonna do? You're looking for a hook from Platinum Disco, but he's nowhere to be seen right now. The buybacks are coming out. This is an easy Rex. The armor reduction from Lil
Yeah, and
Shredder
then-
as well, and the
then
healing
also
ward.
with the healing ward, what can you do?
Yeah, one more level to the healing ward, minus 20 seconds cooldown, and from there, their push is so sustained. Tanaka, you know, he hasn't been able to get any items, but he doesn't even need any. He has been making so much impact with this Abaddon, just purging those pesky disables. And WB, what nice target prioritization from him, right? We see the spin onto the Bloodseeker, and as soon as the Grave comes out, he goes to Omni Slash and Dazzle. Nothing to save you now. And
Oh,
the
the
hook
hook! Oh, in
misses
between
just by an edge. They're gonna dewarding walls now over here. Tanaka now with the arcane boots, keeping the mana topped up. They don't want to leave at the moment. Dan, he's set up in the trees. Pump faking the RP. We could see one come out real soon if they're not real careful.
Oh, they can actually. Oh,
And
nice
in comes the RP onto 2. The Dazzle as well, once again caught. He can't get the Grave. Jumped on by Fixers. Kaguya hooked out of the arena. But that's not what you want your arena for, my friend. You've caged them in, but it's perfect just for them to hit your Rags. And they'll be A-okay with that. That is the Dark Willow dieback over there.
Radiant's bottom barracks has
And they're
fallen.
just gonna get a free Rags.
Radiant's bottom
About
barracks
70
has
minutes Rex. You're not expecting that.
You all aboard the Dan delivery service, am I right? He was just waiting. You know, sometimes with delivery services, you gotta wait, but he comes through in the end.
And
Serves
called out one of the most important heroes.
Oh,
which is
and
the Dazzle.
again, no Horn Toss at the moment. The Rupture is gonna tank a lot of damage because of that. But
The
oh, the
hook!
hook!
Oh my god, the both that
one,
hooks.
one hook is better than the other, right? And Excellent manages to outdo the Punch for once this game and gets his Lil Magnus out. You know, delivery partners need your care too, right? They bring you the food, you give them a 5-star rating, saves him a little bit there. Gotta keep him nice and healthy for the next one.
Like, I think it was just unfortunate for Push because there's a bit of a casting animation.
Yeah.
Then you're gonna lose out to Burubik who has none.
I think a really nice recognition from Excellent as well, seeing the hook come out and tosses out its own, knowing that he's gonna beat him as we see the 2 position form meet in the
Okay,
jungle
nice
as the hook fixes. He looks like he's gonna
Alright.
fall, doesn't have a lot of support in the background.
Very nice
But
kill.
here comes Dan though, they want to make something happen. The rest of the team is lurking around the area. Can they make anything happen? No, the hook is gonna miss. Dan not gonna try for it. I don't think he's going for the hot. Oh, he sees the Dazzle. Does he want to make something happen? No, he doesn't. In
Oh, they
comes
go
the
for
Omni
Bloodseeker.
Slash. Yeah, and Steph Kali just walking a bit too far forward.
And
And
the
the
hook!
hook onto the Punch himself and the
the
hook
hooker.
back. But it's not gonna be enough. This Platinum Disco, poor little Punch has to run away just like the little piggy that he is. And this is a dominant fight, or this is a dominant position from them now. Excellent. They have to be so careful of his hook because the range absolutely insane right
It's
now.
so much stronger than
He has
Push.
the Aether Lens. Platinum Disco, does he want to make something happen? Dan body blocking for his carry right now. Looking for, oh, they managed to get a hook onto the Dazzle in the arena just to save him. They'll be A-okay if this though. He gets the arena, doesn't clip onto anyone, but who will get clipped is this Dan. Magnus finally falls, and WB, he has to get out of this situation. Doesn't have the Omni, actually went for the moonshot immediately. What a Chad. This WB Giga Chat just wants to maximize the Omni Slash hits, but then, you know, he gets picked off, no empower for a bit, and they're gonna back off for a little bit. Am I watching the semi-finals of Asia Esports Festival, or is this
They're
Punch
making a
Wars?
move. The Push is trying
It
to make
still
a move.
could be Punch Wars. Platinum Disco gearing up for the hook,
Oh, he
wants to
misses
throw
the
it, but
hook,
nicely
but it's
dodged,
okay.
and the TP away. Dismember though, gonna cancel the TP, but is it a trap? Kaguya with the spear, causing the Rupture to proc a bit more damage, but WB,
much
he's
damage.
A-okay! He's gonna be ready to fight,
got
and he's
mana.
turning it on to Steph Kali. So low now on this Bloodseeker. Rubik though has the Shadow Wave to kill and the hook just to save Ty out of that situation, but in the end, it ends up being a 3-for-0 for them. They thought they were making the move on this jug, but it was all a bait with Tanaka backing him up, and the healing ward, he's more than fine. Yeah, and the stolen Shadow Wave as well, just keeping WB just propped up. He doesn't even need any. Look at his items, he's queuing up a Deso as well. This man has no fear right now.
Radiant's middle
Wow, I'm like, what a sudden turn of events. Like, it was just like 10 minutes ago, we were just cheering so much for all the great hooks coming out from the Radiant side. But then things just went so down south in a matter of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then look at the hooks coming out from the Rubik, man. Wow.
Yeah, this is exactly what we talked about, right? You know, I feel like the side of Kali, they pick such good spells, right? And this is just, it was honestly just a matter of time before they swooped into Roshan, but now they're like, okay, you know what? We want to go high ground. It's getting a little hard to fight if we don't have this extra life, and they're going to secure it most likely for WB over here. Then, you know, just a stellar performance so far on this Magnus. Do you look at this BM, they know they're doing the rush and they time it in all chat. Love to see it. Some mind games going on there. Yeah, 2058. Sorry, coming out. A little bit of mouse issues once again, but it doesn't look like it from the way that they're playing. Just absolutely styling on them. Like we said 10 minutes ago, was looking kind of even, right? And Platinum Disco really making the hooks happen, but that's the essence of Rubik. When you see heroes with strong spells like that, steal it for yourself, turn it against them, and we've seen it come into play in that very fashion. And it looks like they're ready to start again. This BKB almost completed for this Magnus. He's 800 gold away from it. Could spell disaster for them, because if they can't interrupt him just from going in and RPing, then who's gonna save this Dazzle, right? We've seen him already fished out by himself. Yes, he has the mag, but when he gets busted 100 to 0, what good is it? Oh, and this Abaddon already with the Holy Locket as well. Now trying to finish up an Aether Lens so he can get that from further range. And that fight at top just wasn't optimal for them, right? They used the arena to save their teammates, but then it ends up just not clipping anyone. Even though he steals it and doesn't clip anyone as well on Excellent, it doesn't matter. At that point, that's such a big team fight spell to use.
So let me ask you, Steve. If you were Punch, who is the best target to hook right now? Like, it would seem like...
I honestly think it has to be this Snapfire, right? It either has to be this Snapfire or like it has to be the Magnus. Because the Magnus, as we already see, already with the Shockwave, he gets ruptured, but he doesn't even care. Delivery for Platinum Disco for one, please. Instant buyback, this Punch, and the Blink 4 from Toxic Me has the shot stun now. If you guys don't know, this Aghanim shot Blink build on Snapfire has been increasingly popular because of the stun from the Scatter Blast. Could really catch people by surprise there. They managed to clip anyone, but already a preemptive buyback. 14k gold up. They're storming over to the high ground.
Oh,
and the hook, they get WB, but that's actually not the Aegis carrier, but he gets the Hobbit Slash off. There's an Arena on the backside, no, but Kaguya, he's gonna be the one to fall. They have the Terrorize on the fall, pushing them into the walls, but the walls have already dropped, and Kaguya, he's gonna drop as well, falling down to the Shadow Wave stolen. He's gonna steal the Terrorize, the Dark Willow's ultimate as well, and send it around him. This poor Simba has to run. They don't have any more fight in them. That's their two frontliners down, and whole time, where's the damage? The blood, right? Sure, but the RP in onto this Dazzle, and he can't even get any heal off. Can't even get the Shallow Grave off. He's gonna fall with no protest. His team can't even do anything. The Terrorize already used, and the Bedlam already used as well. The High Fly's coming in. WB just getting a Daedalus, and they're just gonna give up their lives as an offering. This was an absolute, I guess, masterclass from the 10-minute onwards, just playing to their timings, right? The whole time they were playing this game, it was just 4v5, and WB just had the freest game of his life.
They called it GG.
And it's over. That spells the end of the semi-finals. And you know, they had such a dominant first 10 minutes of the game. We were listening to them shouting with every single hook that they landed. Looks like they were tilting Excellent there, but Excellent, you know, you made him mad. He steals your hook and he throws it right back at you. What do you have to
That
say?
tells you I'm the better Punch right now.
Yeah, you think you can hook me and shout? No, bro.
I'm going to throw it right back.
You come here. You come here. I need to talk to you, okay? And you know, it must be such a fun environment, right? Because both teams, I think at the end, Kali, they're definitely a team that knows how to have fun. We saw them all chatting as well. You know, the Roshan timer. You know, you're so far behind. You're just calling it just to mess with them. And you know, that's what we want to see in a LAN environment, right? You know, as much as the teams are facing each other off, they have such a kind of tense atmosphere during the games. It's all fun and games after all. You came down to play some Dota. You managed to do that. And yep, I think we're moving to the next lobby real soon. But let's just take a look at the scoreboard. I don't think they met. Yeah, and even this Dazzle, 9,000 net worth with that Hand of Midas. I mean, this was the spicy pick that we wanted, but once again, Kaguya on this space making safe laner just not really being able to keep up in terms of net worth. The whole time WB is farming, look at this net worth.
It all started out from one mistake at mid, where they missed the hook and then they weren't able to burst down the Magnus, and then everything just started to crumble. All the momentum that they have built up so far just went down.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Pudge, right? You kind of need him to be this hero that just keeps the train going. At any point in time, if you stop, if you kind of let the foot off the gas for a little too long, they get enough the items, they get the BKBs, they get enough to deal with your pesky hooks, and then suddenly the Pudge just feels like a bit like a melee creep.
Yeah. and Stonks, you know, them being so very experienced in Dota, they are not gonna give you that kind of chance, you know, to make a mistake and still be able to get away. They are gonna capitalize on it.
I think
They're
it's the same
gonna
thing for
crush-
Game 1 and Game 2, right? I mean, even though Game 1 was a bit less even, they just, once again, the move onto Night Stalker, and Kali, they're not bad players by any right. They know what they need to do, but execution-wise, they just can't match the response speed of Stonks, right? We saw this time also so many TPs in mid, missing the execution onto that Magnus, allowing him to come in with the RP to clean up, and it all just went downhill from there. And that, I guess that concludes our first semi-final match.
And congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to Stonks because they're into the grand finals. They'll be facing the winner of our next match, McDonald's versus Ganwu. And that's going to be a hype match to watch, but I don't think we'll be the ones casting that one. I think it's going to be Masaki and Hades, right? Joining us again. But what did you think about that match? Because as much as they were kind of one-sided in the end, or at least for game 1, there was some epic Dota, and I think just feeling the atmosphere, hearing the players, even though we can't see them, it's such a shame because I would have loved to be right there and see all their reactions.
You know, sometimes right, I feel that it's not actually about winning; it's about putting up a show. And wow, they put us such a great. I had so much fun casting Elysium. I was so excited with the patch pick. I had so much fun. Like we were literally screaming together.
Yeah, and I
think that was
like,
the whole point.
Yeah, and I really props to these players because I think I couldn't have put it better myself, right? It's all about putting on a show, and a show they did put on, and they most definitely fought hard as well. I don't think we can write off these players. I think maybe with a bit more experience, if I don't even know if they're like, you know, because there's a fine line between playing a pub stack and then there's a fine line between like trying to do semi-pro stuff. I think some of the players on the side of Stonks, you know, they are semi-pros and pros themselves, but for Kali, you know, they have that potential. They just kind of need to like mold it together and improve a bit on their execution and maybe a bit on their game plan, and they can really, you know, the next few tournaments maybe rise up and even beat Stonks.
The next Comic Con.
Yeah, next Comic Con. You never know. You never know when the next Dota tournament is gonna be in
The
Singapore.
return of Kali.
Yeah, but of course we're gonna have to thank our organizers for putting this together. You know, not a lot of Dota events in Singapore, but the few that come by, obviously, always good Dota on the line. Thank you so much to GG NORE, who you're a part of course,
Yes,
and
of
of course Elysium Esports for being the organizers, as well as our event venue sponsor, as well as our partner, Esports Experience Center, which is where we're broadcasting to you live from. We're at the Kallang Wave Mall, so I think some of you have already joined us in the viewing room, but if you want to come down, hang out, enjoy some good Dota, and the grand finals coming up as well, and the semi-finals, you can come down to Kallang Wave Mall Level 2 and join us at the Esports Experience Center. There's a ton of stuff to do. In between games, you can even go to like the gaming, the cafe. You can get drinks, you can chill out, you can check out the latest like gaming peripherals because they have that on sale as well. And you can also, you know, just hang out at the game area and just play like Mario Party, Mario Kart, like the Nintendo Switch, PS4, PS5 with your friends. It's all we have everything here.
Or you can go and meet your idols.
Yeah, you can
Who
go
are
meet your
already here.
idols who just won, like icons of the Singaporean Dota
Yeah.
scene, right? And streamers as well. You can meet all of them. They're all here just playing the best Dota of their lives. And of course,
Literally the Singapore top
yeah,
player, the
literally the
representatives are
Singapore
here.
scene
Yeah.
is here right now. So if you're a fan of Dota, you gotta make your way down here. And of course, last but not least, even though Kali lose out here, they get $500 as a team of vouchers. So that's $100 per person. So they can immediately just go shopping
Yeah.
already. Yeah. Am I? You lose. Am I just go shop only? Like
That's what I'm gonna do, man. If I were them,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just go out. If you want to take a look at the keyboard, sounds good.
yeah, maybe take a picture. Maybe take a picture of your favorite streamer. Fix us. Can I get a picture? Then after you just go straight away. Hey, this keyboard nice, huh? Maybe then I can land my spear better. Yeah, no big deal. Yes, but we're gonna have the
Alright.
semi-finals coming up and the finals shortly after. It's gonna be BO3s the whole way. The grand finals is gonna be a BO3 as well.
Yep.
And thank you so much for joining us once again. All these players, apart from the $100 they also receive, they also get free 2 sessions of VR game time.
Such a good deal, right?
You come here, you play Dota, you have fun, you get to meet your idols, you instantly get to shop with your prizes, and then you go home. Tomorrow you wake up, you nothing to do, go play VR.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. You guys are Dota fans, right? You're gonna probably be playing Dota so might as well you just join.
Yeah,
the
try
fun,
something.
right?
Yeah, try something else as well, right?
And then
Like,
you're getting free stuff anyway.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean-
just for taking part.
what is to lose?
Yeah,
what
what's
is
to
to
lose?
lose? Yeah, but I gotta say though, speaking of the VR, obviously sponsored by our partners New World Carnival. They are very lovely sponsors who gave every single participant, that's 16 times 5, 16 teams times 5 players, all 2 VR sessions. So very generous of them. Big shout out to them. You can find them at Somerset 313 Level 2. If I'm not wrong, I don't know if you guys heard Masaki earlier on, but they covered the entire store is like half Somerset 313 level 2.
Wow.
Somerset 313 is so huge. To take out half of that for one VR experience center, wow, you can really like, you can go play Dota in like VR or something like that.
Wow, that would be cool.
Yeah. Hey, before we go to a break, of course, do you know that they introduced like this Dota, like, you can watch Dota through VR? Do you know?
If I'm not wrong, I
Yeah,
think
there was this thing that came out, right? Like, they made like, so you can go do that. You know, Dota players notorious because we literally don't play any other games, right? I know
Yeah.
for me, I don't touch anything other than
typical
Dota.
boring people.
Yeah, a resident sleeper. I'm sure you guys all do that as well. But if you guys can't find anything to play, you can always just chill and watch more Dota and perhaps a GG NORE tournament in VR.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So okay, before we go, I know I'm holding this a bit long, but GG NORE, right? For those of anyone watching or anyone who's participating or here or listening who doesn't know what GG NORE is, why don't you give them a little bit of an intro?
Yeah, so we are basically just a Dota community. So set up by a group of friends. Then we are just here to uh, create a very cohesive environment, a very friendly environment for you to pick up friends, just to play together online. So you have one of those players who are always playing by yourself but looking to find a team, looking to find like a stack. You always just feel free to join our Discord group, our Instagram.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
apart from like the pickup games and finding people to play with, right? Like, I think for me, I only recently found out about GG NORE as well, and I think for me, I've always been one of those players because I don't have a lot of friends who play Dota. Unfortunately, they all like to do other things, and GG NORE, like, they kind of create this nice in-house. They kind of create this nice in-house pub environment where, you know, most of the time if you're playing solo in ranked,
Just a little cameo by
yeah,
by
just a little
Hades.
cameo. You're gonna see more of him later. You might have seen his back, but you're gonna see his face in a bit. Stay tuned, my friends. But yeah, back to GG NORE. I play a lot of pubs, right? And the environment obviously it's its own kind. You know, Southeast Asia Dota, toxic as all hell.
Yeah, this is different.
Yeah, this is different
They're
because
different.
it's not just playing with people who are friendly. It's also the environment that we have here as well at Asia Esports Festival, right? This competitive environment where you're playing these lobby games, these games that are, you know, have drafts, and like it's a whole new dimension when you're playing people you know what the signature heroes are. It's just a nice time all around.
Yeah, don't be afraid. Like we generally have like this bi-weekly tournament.
Bi-weekly?
Yeah,
Wow,
so
that's damn often, huh?
yeah, very often. So we have it in like a season-based thing.
Okay,
So you'll
okay.
run on for around 2 months. Then every different week we have this thing called a randomo where you can sign up as an individual. You get pair around
Yeah.
with people with
Wow.
different people. Yeah, so you get to know more
It's
people.
shook ah, shook ah.
then you get
Every
to play
weekend
like
also
a
can play Dota.
Yeah, then you get to play like a captain's draft kind of thing. That's where
Mhm.
you get to learn new stuff. You get to do drafting, whole new experience.
Yeah. Like,
Then-
if you guys join, right, maybe next time in the next Asia Esports Festival, you guys can represent GG NORE and do better than he did because he lost in the first round.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Why
okay.
do you always have to bring it up?
No, it's so funny. But anyway, that was your chance to say hi, yeah, but
Yeah.
you missed it.
Hi.
Okay, but with that said, that concludes our first semi-finals.
Alright.
Congratulations once again to Stonks for making it to the finals 2-0 over Kali Kali. They'll be meeting the winner of our next match, McDonald's versus Ganbu.
Boo.
That is a match you do not want to miss. So be sure to stick around. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the final day of Asia Esports Festival. Wait, why are you leaning back already? We just got started, my friend.
Sorry, man. This
Final.
chair is just so comfortable here. It's so,
Okay, but you're with us on the final day of the Asia Esports Festival and Singapore Comic Con, online, now offline, broadcasting to you live from the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. My name is Perm Sneeze, and I'm
And
joined by.
Masaki here, and we've already seen some. Sorry, I think my headset just went off the volume.
Okay, yeah, but
Take that real
anyways,
quick,
we
but
already
yeah.
saw Kali face off against. Yeah, Kali already faced off against Stonks, and Stonks are through to the finals after a commanding 2-0 sweep just now. I mean, Kali, they put on a good show, like Hani said just now. They had a lot of fun, and that's what you want to
That's
see in the Dota
really
2 LAN
great.
environment, right? So these two players, they are. I mean, these two teams, they duked it out, and at the end of the day, they still walk away with $500 worth of esports experience.
Yeah, each
Yeah.
get $100.
Yeah,
or something.
like 500 roughly if you split by 5 players is 100 each, right? So they can have a shopping spree. And apart from that, all participants, thanks to our partners at New World Carnival, their VR Experience Center at Somerset Level 2, everyone has
yeah,
2
okay.
sessions of VR.
Was it level 3 or level 2?
Level
Somerset was
yeah,
level 3.
Somerset is level 3.
Yeah.
Here is level 2. So
Here is level
313
2.
Somerset level 2 because it takes up half, right?
Mm.
Yeah, so you can go there and have a VR experience for yourself. And yeah, I mean, what else could you ask for? It's making me and him think about joining the next tournament. But for now, we'll be your casters. And right
Yeah,
now,
definitely.
sorry for the bit of a delay because we had some issues with players setting up.
Yeah,
A new group of players coming in, they need to get their peripherals set up, make sure the settings are all right, and we don't want to have any issues when we get into the match.
Yeah, so we're probably gonna see each team. This team, I feel like it's a bit more evenly matched up.
Okay, but the thing is, we haven't even
Yeah.
introduced the teams yet, Masaki.
Oh, that
we
is
have
true.
not.
That is,
So
yeah.
we have a fire matchup right now. We have McDonald's versus Gunboost, and those two names will not sound very familiar to you. But McDonald's, a very, very experienced pub stack. They've been playing stack as this stack in tournaments in Singapore for quite a while. And on the side of Gunboost, you might not know their team name, but the second we get into the draft, which we're in, you're gonna recognize a few really, really big names over here. We got Archin Polosen from Nigma Galaxy. We got X Freedom as well. Oh, okay. We got X Freedom as well, their coach. And of course, we have Miracle, the OG Naga King from Singapore. Now probably, he's playing off lane now in the DPC. But he is a he has shown such strength on the Queen of Pain mid.
Yeah. Someone McFoodie in Twitch was asking, McDonald's, is there KFC? Okay, first of all, there's no KFC. Second of all, it's not McDonald's.
It's
As you have corrected me yesterday.
It's McDonald's. Get it right, okay? Get it right. But just kidding. I mean, just messing around, right? Of course, McDonald's a bit of a funny name themselves, but their gameplay is anything from laughable. And even though they're up against a really strong stack in the form of Gunboost, McDonald's, they put on a fight.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting a all-out bloodbath right here because even though they're okay, so for those of you who don't know the rest of the players, Gambu, let me introduce them. Okay, so V over here, if I'm not wrong, he is Insidious C. So for those of you who have been part of the Dota 2 community in Singapore for a long time,
Insignia is right?
no, Insidious and Insignificant Me, bro. Those are two different. Get it together, Masaki. Come on, we're already on the final day, my friend. Come on, I need you with me, sir. But yep, we have Insidious C, who is V Jarmi
Only 10 seconds.
in game. And basically, for those of you who don't know, he's one of the early innovators of the Dota
5
2
seconds.
Singapore scene.
Hurry,
He played a
hurry.
lot of these unconventional heroes on POS 4, and we've seen him play POS 4 as well. And last but not least, we have Insignificant Me, who's a very high ranked, top 500 ranked MMR, I think, in Singapore, or at least in Southeast Asia, and he's their offlaner. And we're already deep into the draft. McDonald's, they're starting out with a Mars, which we've seen picked quite a bit, and a Silencer, so they definitely want to kind of break any combo they might have. Let's just run through the bands real quick. We got
Alright, we
Magnus,
see-
Queen of Pain.
yeah.
Queen of Pain,
10 seconds.
obviously
See
Miracle.
Miracle, yeah.
Yeah, so
we
Miracle played there a
see
lot.
A lot of like
5
not
seconds
so
remain.
normal bands that we see. I don't think there's a Bane anywhere.
Radiant
Yeah,
team
surprising that they don't really emphasize on the Bane, but
Hey,
they're
look
actually
at
gonna
the
play a
Pudge.
Pudge.
We're gonna see a Pudge again.
Yeah,
Are you
very-
excited for this?
I'm okay. I already saw enough Pudge play. I kind of wanted
you
something
saw
else.
enough?
Yeah, I saw enough.
Can you ever get enough Pudge?
For me, yeah, because I kind of want to see something different, right? We already
Okay,
had our
okay.
fair share of a clowny game. I want to see something amazing from McDonald's because I feel like the first game that we watched between Stonks and Kali, it was quite a one-sided stomp, right? But it wasn't like a beautifully it was just like kind of like I don't know what their draft was doing. There was a Centaur Wall Runner in there. There was also a Tinker last pick. It just felt like it fell flat on its stomach. And
Okay.
we already had a Clowny game as well. I want to see like high action, back to back, like close fights all the way, even until 40 minutes, no net worth difference kind of vibes. But right now, McDonald's, they're going for a Pudge, but they might prove me wrong still because Pudge, as we've seen in the hands of fixers.
Kali did put up a pretty good fight
Yep.
with Pudge in the second game, right?
I do want to point out also the bans, some signature bans, or not signature bans, but Ember bans,
10
Bat
seconds
bans,
to
so they're
pick.
looking to ban out the last pick mid for Gunboost over there. Based on what we saw in the
5
previous few
seconds.
days, it's going to be
Hurry,
Miracle
hurry.
taking that mid role, and I believe Poloson actually playing the position 1 for this tournament. Of course, their coach X Freedom is drafting, and he has picked up an Enchantress, which will most likely be in his hands. On the other side, McDonald's, they pick up the Weaver, and this could probably, I mean, most of the time we've seen it as a position 4, but it's likely going to be, it could be a position 1 here.
Yeah, it does look like a position 1, definitely. However, I do have to point out, I think Silencer has been played mid a couple of times.
Okay, not in this tournament.
Not very common.
Yeah, not in this
but-
tournament and rarely at like the professional level, but I guess like if you're pub stacking with your friends, it's something that you could do if you're like, if your mid player is like cocky or something and then he wants to like stack that intelligence up. But yeah, so last ban is gonna be OD. That's what they're scared about because they want to avoid the save. It's a pretty interesting ban though. I'm not really sure whether they would have picked it otherwise. So based off the draft so far, what do you think the game plan for each side is, Masaki?
I mean, okay, for GG Gunboost, you have a Wraith King, so the game plan is very
Team now
simple,
picking.
right? You get the Wraith King to farm, you get him to either get a Radiance, not so common nowadays. Nowadays you go Armlet, Deso, have the early pressure.
Okay, so I don't think this Wraith King is gonna go Radiance just
Yeah.
because it's like not good anymore, right?
Yeah,
Like
you just go for Armlet, Deso, BKB, get the early
Only
pressure
10
on,
seconds.
push around the 15 to 20 minute mark.
okay, so do you
25
think the rest of the
seconds
team is well
remain.
suited to help him out? Because we did see a Night Stalker and
Yeah.
Gunboost, I mean,
Absolutely.
maybe modeling a bit after Stonks earlier on, Dan playing that to perfection. We might see Insignificant Me pilot that as well, but Night Stalker notoriously weak during the daytime. Of course, we're literally describing the hero, but
Yeah,
we saw
McDonald's
Kali
so
Kali
far-
almost emphasize on that.
Okay. I think okay. Swapping back to McDonald's. So far, I don't think they have a fixed. I'm pretty sure they have a plan already, and okay, there it is, a Medusa. All right. So they're just gonna play a similar game plan. Get the Medusa farm, make space on the other heroes. You also have a Weaver on the position, probably a position 1 Weaver here, right?
Yeah, so the whole thing with position 1 Weaver and the Medusa combo is you have this carry that can be active early on, right? So we take a look at the first 4 picks of McDonald's. It's gonna be the active draft that they want to play. If I'm not wrong, McDonald's also have played this Weaver as position 1 in the previous game. And I think this is a similar draft because they have run this Weaver Medusa combo just yesterday, in fact, and they had quite good success with it because Gamer is just running around making so much space on his Weaver and getting that early lane advantage. And you know, now he has a Pudge paired up with him to do just that, along with the Silencer and the
something
Mars.
I don't quite understand here. Maybe you can help me out. What is this Darkseer last pick about?
Okay, before I get into that, I just want to highlight that Mars, right, something that we missed out is Mars is a signature hero of ABC. In every single of their games, he has lined them up and really knocked them down with this hero, and I expect a superstar performance from him. As for this Darkseer, if I'm not wrong, it could be a Darkseer mid that we're looking at.
Okay.
And if you think about it, Darkseer scales really, really well into Medusa because you can make those illusions for
Yeah,
yourself.
that's true.
Can you imagine a Medusa illusion hitting a poor little Pudge? And also, Medusa, not the most mobile hero. If you get him inside the wall, it's going to take a lot of active effort for him to get out of it. So it's not a very fun hero for Medusa to play against. Also, you don't really want to maneuver around all those iron shells, which could be pesky. And Darkseer just really strong with that surge as well. But we'll have to see how Miracle plays it. One of the biggest players in Singapore, of course, and we are going to start out with a little bit of a disconnect. It's okay, it is feeding time, but not quite yet. Right before we get into game, let's introduce the sides while we have a pause going on. It's going to be, for the side of McDonald's, Vertigo on this position 4 Pudge. We have this Medusa. I'm not going to pronounce the name, but I'm just going to call him Block, because, you know, it's a bunch of blocks.
It's a bunch of, yeah, okay.
Gamer on this position 1 Weaver. We've
Is he a
already
true
seen this
gamer
combo
here?
before. Yeah, we're gonna see who the better gamer is, who is the real gamer, or who is the real evil genius. But ABC on his signature mask, and last but not least, Sukiya holding it down on the position
I'm
5.
feeling a little bit hungry now, right?
Yeah, have you not eaten
No,
already?
I have eaten. It's
Okay,
no worries, no worries.
Alright.
I'm just looking at the name. It's really hunger-inducing. All right, so
Okay.
for the team of Dyer, we actually have Insignificant on his Night Stalker. Vertigo? Is this, that's Vertigo, right?
No, Vertigo is on the other team, my friend. This is Vertigo.
Oh no,
This
Vertigo is team. V is.
This is Insidious C.
Insidious.
Back to the
Okay.
indecipherable
Just gonna call him
gibberish.
V or Snapfire from now on. Just
Okay.
okay. We have Uncle Rogers, a fan here. I think Hiya on.
This is
The mid
Miracle,
dark
by
side,
the
yeah,
way,
yeah.
for those of you who don't know. Miracle. Literally one of the best players in Singapore. Literally Miracle.
Okay, and we have Achin on the Wraith King. Who did I miss out? I'm pretty sure I missed out the Enchantress.
Here.
Yeah, XF on the Enchantress.
This is X Freedom.
X-Freedom.
Yeah, X Freedom. Yeah, so he
Yeah,
already
really-
played this Enchantress beforehand. He just was kind of a menace with it, and he also picked Chen. So X Freedom, one of the old school, Dota players, he's been playing
He
these
likes
for
those
so long.
micro heroes.
He's kind of like a puppy, right? Singapore's very own puppy, because he likes to play these kind of Chen Enchantress, like ganking you with creeps. And even though it's 2021, some things don't change, and
30
X
seconds
Freedom's
to
still an
battle.
absolute menace with this hero, as we see both teams just standing across each other. Who do you favor in the lanes actually? Because I don't think Night Stalker really inspires a lot of fear by himself. This whole tournament we talked about. Oh, the voice lines is going crazy right now. Yeah, so the whole thing about Night Stalker, right, is that he's weak in the early laning stage. Paired up with this Snapfire, it's a hero that we've been talking about this entire tournament. Do you think Night Stalker Snapfire is a good enough combo to stave off the early pressure, or
I think it is. Like, you don't have you have a lot of pressure coming on from the Weaver especially, but both of them are pretty tanky. So I think they'll be able to handle the lane.
I mean, yeah, so the Weaver obviously a really good early fighting support, and paired up with the Silencer, I feel like it's a lot of harass damage
Weaver
coming
is a
out.
carry here.
Yeah, but he has a lot of harass damage with the Shukuchi.
Oh, that's what. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, as in he has a lot of lane pressure. He's one of these heroes that doesn't just have to sit back and farm. He can actually just kind of get in there, get down and dirty with the off laner, and we already see the
Right
two
away,
supports.
the two supports are just going to trade harass.
Yep, and Gamer, he's gonna try and secure this range last hit, but Insig, is he gonna be able to deny it? Gets the deny, very nice for him. I think there's gonna be quite a lot of action as soon as it hits minute 5, but before that happens, we're really gonna have to see whether
It's
Gamer.
going to be a lot of action.
Actually, I'm not sure about that because I feel like you said, the Night Stalker is a bit tanky, and the key thing over here is that
Oh,
Insidious
my
C is
goodness.
taking a lot of basically pressure off of this Night Stalker, because you think about it, if this Silencer standing in the lane, this guy's HP is like nothing right now. Oh, as we missed the first blood, T-Twers in chat feels bad, but they actually get X Freedom. I guess that was a
That's
hook
what
from
I felt,
Vertigo, just catching him in a bad spot and forcing out so many tangles to try and escape, but it doesn't work out in the end. X Freedom to fall for first blood.
Yeah, that was a hook into a spear. It's very deadly combo in lane.
Yeah, that's something we didn't talk about just yet, right? Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's just going to be quite a passive farm fest. Both heroes that just want to stay passive. I think this actually favors a Darkseer, because one of the scary parts about Darkseer is that if you have somebody who can actually contest you in lane. As Darkseer, you just want to chill in the early game, farm up, especially against a range hero. You're not really going to be able to, I mean, make any kill happen unless they step out of position. But he's going to be a-okay with this. Going to keep his small camp cleared, as we see already, rotating over there to use the Ion Shell. And ooh, look at that damage from
Yeah,
the
that's
early
one of
level.
the reasons you pick
Computers.
Enchantress in lane, right? Just for the harass potential. And there's a
Oh,
hook.
another hook, and he has a spear available. Doesn't throw it out immediately. Could have actually tossed it there, so that was a bit strange, but I guess doesn't want to waste his resources. Speaking of resources, doesn't have much to work with right now, so another pause coming out. Settings, yeah, I think maybe... I'm pretty sure that's why the Mars didn't throw his spear, because he didn't actually mean to, not throw the spear.
Who's
So-
Xiaoma? Are any of the players here Xiaoma?
I'm not too sure, actually. Maybe the chatters can clarify who... No, Selma, he's just talking about Selma, who's literally in chat. Selma plays.
Oh.
Or he didn't read the names.
Oh, I didn't. Oh no. Okay.
Alright, yeah. Already, it's literally 2 minutes into game 1, and before any teams have played, Masaki's already crumbling here. How you feeling, my friend?
No, it's way too.
Okay, back
It's
to
a big
killing each
stage.
other.
It is a big stage, but don't worry, okay, you're right. We're right here and we're doing it together. And we got some big Dota on the line, so we gotta represent, right?
Alright, alright. Let's go.
Any lane you want to look at in particular?
I mean, it does look like the Pudge lane or the bottom lane with the Weaver. Both of these are high action lanes, right? It's gonna be a hook. Meanwhile, mid lane is more gonna be more of a farming lane.
Yeah, so like I was saying, like once this silencer gets back into lane, it's not gonna be so easy for the Night Stalker. But actually, he's gonna be the one with the level advantage so far, managing to outlast this Weaver by just a bit. But like I said, as soon as the spells come out, he's gonna be tanking a lot of harass. In comes the Cookie though. They want to make a move on the Sukiya and cook him right up before dessert. Gonna get a nice meal, and it's not even nighttime yet.
It's a nice little beat from the...
Yeah, he's falling a little low. Should be a bit careful because the Shikuchi can come out, but he goes back. And do they have a cell for him? No, they don't, but they have a nice little tech. Iron Bash. Meanwhile, Vertigo gonna fall in the top lane. They actually managed to do the damage, and that probably was a Centaur who dies here for his troubles. But X Freedom just getting a return kill on the Vertigo, who's been just landing these hooks onto him non-stop. The Blightstone as well, the Enchantress, just so pesky with the auto attacks, can land them from such far range. Meanwhile, like we said, mid lane, relative resident sleeper. Nothing much happening right here.
Oh, Darkseer is actually having the early lead on the last his.
No, yeah, as in,
I
the
mean,
thing
he's
is,
been farming the small camps, right?
yeah, he
which
can't
are-
actually be pressured at all because he's just
It's
gonna
Medusa,
rotate in.
what-
Yeah, he's just gonna rotate between, like I said, between. Oh,
Yeah.
as we get a kill onto Insig, maybe staying a bit too long, and the voice line spam immediately. They came to play, baby. Yeah, and Insig taunting them as well. But they get the kill on the Night Stalker, which is what you need to do, right? We saw how scary this hero is during the nighttime, obviously, but this daytime, this early laning stage, this is where you need to crush him. And they picked the lineup to do just that. They picked the Weaver and the Silencer, and they can really put a dent in this Night Stalker's early game plan.
Well, Snapfire is here now, not, but Weaver already has a big stat, so it's not gonna be as. Weaver's gonna hurt a little bit more.
Yeah, and obviously the peppering. I mean,
Oh,
more so than
okay.
more so than the stats, I feel like it's a bit on the fact that they're both ranged heroes, right? If we take a look at this Night Stalker, as we get
Actually,
another
miss
kill,
another-
we shouldn't even be watching bot lane at this point. Let's just watch top. Yeah, Vertigo just non-stop setting it up. He didn't
was
actually
another
go
pull.
for the...
Was it? Yeah, it was. Right.
Actually, think about so interesting patch pick. You know, we're talking about how it might be a bit of a meme and like, you know, they're trolling a little bit or doing a Fixer's impression. Actually, for the longest time, every time you see an Enchantress or a Chen, you want to pick these heroes that can deal with creeps. And with this recent change, Meathook actually one-shots any creep that Enchantress has. So it actually plays differently now because last time the matchup was, oh, you know, you have these creeps and they can block the hooks. But every time you hook, it's just an instant kill on the creep and it's free farm for Pudge. So that might be something that they were considering going into the draft as well.
That is a very fair point because I.
Okay, a cookie in. It's nighttime now, baby. It's time to party. Sukiya, he's gonna be the victim of this damage yet again. Insig, he's angry at being pushed around by this silencer. He decides it's time to fight back, and the next 5 minutes are gonna be absolute hell. True that Gamer kind of made his as they trying to set up here. Gamer doesn't know they have a sentry there waiting for him.
Well, now he knows he did get the.
Okay, and the cookie forward doesn't have the Shikuchi, but it just comes off cooldown and he pops it immediately. Manages to get out. Now, going for that straight Maelstrom, not opting for boots. What do you think? Okay.
That was in the bottom tier too.
Wait, Mizu? Pause coming out immediately. I don't know whether that's some BM. It says PC, but I don't know how that happened, but that's kind of... I guess he used all his skills, because... Is there a wall over here?
Oh,
yeah,
oh
he must have
no.
found the Pudge alone in the jungle with this ward, right? Very nicely placed. And
Yeah, but Butch being able to get a return kill, that's huge for him.
yeah, to be fair, Mizu is literally under the tier 2 tower, so they probably didn't mean to, but probably got hooked as well, and that's what happened. But yeah, meanwhile, this Medusa just farming away, although Mizu having the advantage right now over her. Okay,
Finally.
kills left, right, and center. We're just missing it all this game. Insig, you know, backed up by the Snapfire, but not able to keep her alive.
Freedom is here to back
Yeah,
up
but
if
a
need
bit
be.
too little, too late. I didn't manage to TP in time. He didn't even TP actually. He was walking over slowly. But here comes Vertigo. He wants to kill this pesky Enchantress. Could land the hook, like I said, instant kill on the creep. And you know, even though you don't bag this pesky little Enchantress, you get like a little buddy. So still a nice injection of gold for the Pudge. And a ward as well, just to make sure.
Pudge's net worth is actually pretty high.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Because he just, it's free kills on the creeps. He has Clarity's powering him. And I won't be surprised if we see this hook over here as well, but he's gonna save it for now, looking to make a move mid. Actually, Mizu all the way behind the back, and there's not much that can contest him except for this Pudge who's walking here. I struggle to understand how they can gank him, because even if they hook him, right, doesn't he just surge away? Right? Like, what can they do to stop him? The rod doesn't actually slow through that. He's gonna be looking for this creep. Oh, a hook. I mean, like I said, not much threat from him. In fact, I think the Iron Shell is gonna outdamage the Pudge's Rod. They're gonna throw a snake out, but nothing much is gonna happen.
Actually,
Meanwhile,
missed opponent bottom lane.
okay,
That's
they've
a lot
finally
of-
executed the gang that they've been waiting for this entire time, but Insig falling a little low. They see Gamer though, and in comes a little shredder shot. Ooh, manages to finish X Freedom with the last shot of that Geminate attack, now giving bonus damage as well. Just managing to get that off.
And a trusty shovel, nice little reward for him is there.
Yep. And you know, we thought he was going for the
Insignificance being a little bit low here.
yeah, but he's A-okay because he's fighting under Sentry. Doesn't have the silence though, but just deciding to tempt fate a little, just scare Gamer off. And one thing I want to point out, he was rushing the Maelstrom actually, but opts for Falcon Blade into BKB instead. Probably recognizing the potency of the Dire lineup, right? They have so much control in terms of Cookie, silence, the Wraith King stun, and Gamer could really get caught unawares. But they actually identify. Oh no, they must have given. I mean, with this, they're gonna give away the ward that they have.
Tower is being attacked.
So actually, some people in chat are asking for the bracket. I think maybe one of the moderators, if they're around, could probably send it there, but I don't know whether we have that. But basically, just to keep you guys up to date, this is the second semi-final match. We have McDonald's versus Ganbu, and the first game it was Kali Kali versus. As we see a hook, I'm gonna finish that later, but it looks like this Snapfire is gonna be finished right about now. Taking last hit to the tower, gonna fall. Vertigo though, he might be the one to fall for this Dark Ascension pop, but he's standing and fighting. Instinct, can they take the trade? No, narrowly survives Gamer. He's hot on his tail though. Can he get the Geminate attack off? Yes, he does. Nails that Night Stalker in the back of the head. You poor little boy, you can't fly away from me, he says.
And nice little treat here, 2 for 1.
Yeah, nice
it
little
2 for
trade for
2?
that. I mean,
Sorry.
that was the bait, right? Like all along, X Freedom, ever since minute 5, he's been rotating to this bot lane to try and play on this Night Stalker's timing. But that is the last thing you want. Dark Ascension pop into death. That's
also
really not good, because 2 more minutes, like 1 more minute until daytime, and you're dead for most of it, and you don't even have your ult, so the moves that you can make are gonna be a bit limited. I think in the games that we've seen Ganbu play very well, they just kind of take early control of the bot lane, or like the off lane where they're playing, and wow, Miracle already farming the other side of the map. This is so standard from them. Whenever they pick Dire, they just like to play this side of the map, and they're converging to
Especially when the Radiant can't really do anything about this.
Dire's
Like,
middle tower is being attacked.
Yeah,
right
their
now,
heroes.
there's not that much kill threat unless you bring the Mars over.
Yeah, the thing about this Mars is he's had a relatively quiet lane, and usually we rely on him. It's quite interesting from both teams because so far in every single one of McDonald's games, they followed quite a strict formula. As soon as ABC hits level 6 on that Mars, both supports will rotate to the top to make something happen. But Polarson just has had quite a free game so far, already with the Armlet at level 9, and he's going to look to try and make something happen. Gamer gets a
Nice
time lapse
little
off,
time
nice
lapse.
little dodge, and he says it better himself. He's going to TP the top lane to exert the pressure as well.
Okay, so
And
they're
this
gonna
is
give
just...
away this bottom lane.
Nah, I mean, you kind of have to. The Wraith King already
They're just
summoned
gonna
up the
get top lane in a
skeletons.
bunch, right?
Yep, the Wraith
Exchange,
King already
sorry.
silenced up the skeletons, and I mean summons up the skeletons, and there's no way you can fight into this. He's so strong right now,
Something
and
else to note would be that Wraith King, after taking his tower, he actually has a lot of stacks in the triangle for him.
does he now? But I don't know whether he can farm it actually. Like, they have all these stacks up, but Wraith King not really that good at farming the stacks himself. We're gonna see whether Miracle takes it or somebody else, but they're pinging mid. They want to kill on this position for Pudge. He has it in this room. Sneaking. The wall already onto Vertical and the vacuum. This poor little Pudge is poor little dead right now, and they're gonna position it onto a mid push perhaps. Here comes X Freedom with the toughness aura. Bonus armor 3 is nothing to laugh about. And Haya, he can clear these creep waves more than easily, but the Medusa is there to defend. Okay, looks like they want to make something happen though. The stun in, but they're just gonna respect it. Oh, the Mortimer's Kisses, just a swing and a miss a little. And that's the max range. Can't really
Okay,
tag
there's a
Sukiya.
TP in. We need
Yeah,
to
the
try
key
and
thing
look
is
for
that
something.
they don't actually have global silence yet. Like, these supports are so low level, but they smoked. I don't know whether that was spotted by a ward. There's pings coming out left, right, and center. ABC wants to make something happen, gonna settle for a courier, and the rest of the side of Gandu just managed to get out hand in hand. Okay, I say that, but the hook out from Vertigo has the level 6 from the Tome and takes down Insignificant Me. Nicely set up there from the Pudge, and I think they had it was this ward, right, that they placed earlier
Yeah.
on, catching the rotation inwards and just nailing him on the
Yeah,
head.
meanwhile, Medusa's just farming the triangle, nobody's business there.
Yeah,
Doing
I mean,
Medusa
this is standard
things.
Medusa
Yeah, just
gameplay,
doing
right?
Medusa things.
Okay, so
Oh,
I
okay,
mean-
Miracle actually TP spotted. Are you going to try and make another play? Or
I
are they
don't-
just going to farm the jungle.
Nah, I
jungle?
don't think they make any play without their Night Stalker because he's the primary one like going in, right? He has a Dark Ascension now, even though it's daytime, and he could look to make something happen. I wouldn't be surprised to see a
Oh no,
smoke
they're
out
just
from
here to
them.
take the stack.
Yeah, so like I said, I don't think the Wraith King can really farm it, but alongside the Darkseer, and I mean, you asked me about this Darkseer pick. They have two melee cores that just like to run in between the Night Stalker and the Wraith King, right? So this Darkseer just further amplifies that with the additional
With the
Ion Shell, of course, and
and
the
the
Surge
Surge.
just sending them in. I don't think we're even gonna see a a Blink Dagger so soon from Polosan because he just can Surge in, and that's gonna be a-okay for him. Oh, interesting for X Freedom. He's going for more of a carry build on this Enchantress, going for Dragon Lance. Do you like that?
I feel like with a Pudge in the team, maybe he just wants to play more of a damage. So you don't want to play around the creeps as much.
I guess so. But I was thinking more of like not really playing around the creeps because no matter what items you get, Enchantress always has the creeps, right? It's more of like we've also seen more healing types of Enchantress. I think in the DPC as well, we saw Tim's really pilot that to success, just being this unkillable wall for his team. I guess that's not what he was looking for. He already has frontliners,
nice.
but the hook, ooh, a
Oh,
nice little
narrowly
dodge
missed.
from Haya. I mean, he had full vision of that. It would have been a shame if he's tagged. Both teams fortifying up. They want to get this mid tower, but they're setting up ABC with the double story. Misses the arena. They get the tower, but out comes the Dark Ascension in sync. He wants this pesky silencer, but he's gonna get last worded up here. I don't know whether they can make anything happen. A nice spear from ABC to hold Archin back. Gamer, he's still scurrying around. They don't see him at the moment, and they can't. He's gonna be just get away scot-free, and they get away with that tower kill.
Okay,
And
so
they pop the Dark
Miracle
Ascension
just
there.
gonna TP up top to push out the wave. I don't think there's gonna be a continuance of this fight. But they do set up one of the Night Stalker with the ward, pinging him right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to catch him because they don't have any form of catch. The Mars it doesn't have the blink yet, and, you know, the Punch a bit too far away. But that fight that we just saw, so really, all ultimates popped. Not all, but most ultimates popped. The Dark Ascension, the Mortimer's Kisses as well. And they weren't able to get the hook on the X Freedom. They land it, and the Dismember, they're going to have whatever Enchantress is for a nice little meal. I'm not going to go into what animal I think she is because I'm just going to leave it at that, but they get this kill.
Nice double damage from the Weaver as well.
Yeah, but I don't know what they can do with it per se, right? Because the mid tower already taken down and the top tower as well. They might look for invade into the jungle, which is what Gamer's on. He's on to Insig. The double damage, slapping this Night Stalker around. Pause is called. Probably some, I think I heard the players making some noise as well. I think that might be a bit of settings issues right there. But once again, Insignificant Me in a bit of trouble over here. I don't think he's going to die because he has the Phase Boots and Pick Mole. And he does have the support of the Snapfire coming in with the cookie. Yep, right about to feed him. But looks like there's a bit of an issue right now. So this game state, 14 minutes in, the goalie isn't telling us much. But give me your read on the game. How is it how is it going for both teams?
I think both teams are still very, very even. Both teams are still farming a lot on their Wraith King and the Medusa.
So you
but
don't think it's...
although I think, yeah, about that, the Wraith King actually has a earlier timing to hit.
Yeah.
The moment you get the Deso, you can just straight away start to join fights, start to really put on the pressure, right?
Yeah, and I think it really lines up well with this Darkseer Agonyms, right? Once he gets his Agonyms, the Ion Shell is actually going to last not only for 20 seconds, but give you 275 health, really buffing up this Wraith King when he goes in, and he has 2 lives, right? So even if you get through the first one, another Ion Shell, that's so much HP to work through. And the Medusa, like you said, even though she's
Needs a
okay...
little bit more time.
Yeah, she's okay in the farm, but all she has is the Dragonlance and Yasha right now. Working on that Manta, almost there. I think, what, 800 gold away-ish? But even then, she's not going to be really pumping out so much damage. Majority of the damage will be coming out from this Mars with his ulti and with the Weaver.
Yeah.
These two supports, as much as they've done well through the early game, I don't know whether they can continue to provide enough damage for these against these tanky cores in the later stage of the game. And this is also why we see the Wraith King, right? If you
Maybe
expand your
we take a quick look at what the Weaver is building.
Okay, let's take a quick look. It is the Maelstrom.
So
So
he already has a Maelstrom. Okay, that's nice.
yeah, he's going for a BKB as well. So a lot of early damage. I believe we saw
The-
one of the lightning proc on these creeps as well just now. So I think he's going for a BKB, and I think that's very smart because you need a BKB to fight up against this team. If you get caught out by one stray stun, you're just gonna get chain
There's too
stunned
many
into
AoE
oblivion.
stuns here, especially with and the Night Stalker silence as well.
Yeah.
There's no way out of it other than BKB.
So what about the Radiant then? What timing do you think they're playing for? Do you think they should still be trying to exert this pressure, or do you think they need to hang back
They
and
can
wait for...
still maybe play around the ultimate timings of the, especially the Mars and the Global Silence, because these two spells are a lot, especially Global Silence, a lot more valuable early on when nobody has a BKB yet. So maybe you can play around those two ultimates, try and take fights that are favored for them.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie though. You're telling me take fights that are favored for them. What does a fight that is favored for them look like? Because right now, if you take a look at the game time, it's 1 minute to night time. It's just gonna be scary for them for the next 5 minutes. But if you had to play okay, put yourself in this position. You are the coach for the Radiant. Okay, you are the coach right now. What do you think is the ideal fight for them?
Probably they just have to get a four-man smoke, maybe 5-man smoke when the manta is up.
Radiant's middle tower
Catch out a
is
Night
being
Stalker.
attacked.
Okay, so Night Stalker is the
Or
main
the
target.
Darkseer.
Night Stalker or Darkseer. So where do they go? Like they smoke, and where do they go to find them? Where do you think? If you had to pick a place on the map, where should they smoke to?
Right now, probably should be playing around the top side, but Tyra is already playing around the triangle instead. Why the top side is because like you have
Not technically a miss.
you have Roshan in the top lane, top side of the map.
So do you think they can actually? Do you think they're strong enough to actually get Roach? Because I know they have the armor reduction of the Weaver, but this Medusa not really
It's gonna
doing
be
a
a
lot.
slow Roche, which means they need to win the
Dire's
fight.
top tower is
Yeah, but the
under
timing, the
convincingly
death
before-
timers. The thing is, the death timers so early on, you know, not gonna be. I don't know whether it's long enough for them to take a Roche, but maybe they can finally clean up this pesky bottom tier 1 tower. Once again, right now it's already nighttime, and Insect, he's gonna want to make something happen. Looks like he's building the.
Oh,
Looks
careful
like
there.
Yeah, I'm good. Don't worry. He is building up the Echo Saber. Do you like this, or do you think there's any other build for this offlane Night Stalker?
I don't mind it much. It's a bit of extra damage, a bit of mana regen, although and I don't think he desperately needs a BKB early on. Something I've been seeing a bit in my GG NORE tournaments. You have a Night Stalker just rushing the Blink Dagger.
Yeah,
I think that could
just to
also
get
be
the
an option.
silence on the back line, right? And one thing we didn't talk about is how strong this Night Stalker is against the Silencer. Because yes, sure, as a Silencer, every time there is an initiation, you can pop that global and tell everyone to shut up. But the thing is, once Night Stalker pops his ultimate, if you don't get the silence in time, he can just run you down. There's so much physical damage from him, and the bonus attack damage that he gets from his ultimate. They're trying to make a move, like you said.
Force them out here.
Yeah, I mean, and they ping it out immediately. Nice little D-ward from them, but they get spotted out, so their moves get foiled. Meanwhile, this Night Stalker just farming
Wait,
the other
they're
side.
bringing
of
out
the
the Miracle at the top lane.
map. Okay, they're TPing,
That is
and
a
in
fight
already the arena, but Miracle gonna be A-okay for now. Gets taken down by the Weaver, but it is the Mast to fall. Next Insect, he's trying to get onto these two supports. X-Freedom as well. Can they TP out? No, they can't. Oh, okay, no, he gets away just fine, but Sukiya, he'll be next to get gone on. And they trade Miracle for an offlaner and a support. I think that's okay for them. That's definitely the move
Not
that
what they wanted, but it's still like alright.
No, I argue to say that's just fine because look at this Dusa. Completely free right now. Still more time to hit her timings, and the thing about this Wraith King is he's already hit
Wraith King
this
has
armlet
his
Deso,
Deso
right?
already
So,
halfway towards his blink.
yeah, so he wants to make a move happen, and that's not really losing the Darkseer there is definitely painful, but he has already completed Boots of Travel. He can be Boots of Travels rather, and
He
he
already
can be
completed his Aghanim's house as well.
yeah, but he got that before the bots.
No, he got a boss first.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
He had the bots this entire time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a bit weird because I mean he's been playing like weird spots on the map, but I guess that explains why.
Oh, okay, and a Vision Split. That's pretty nice for a Weaver, I think. More than this, actually.
Okay, so what do you think is next for this Darkseer, right? Because it's a very flexible hero, can build just about anything under the sun for his team. Of course, for the mid Darkseer, it might be a little different. What kind of items do you want to see from him?
He could either play as an Initiator, but I think we already have Night Stalker for that. But he could also build a Lotus Split on...
You think Lotus is good this game?
It's pretty good here, actually.
Okay, what
have,
makes you say
like,
that?
You have a Silencer, you can purge off the silence. You also have a Pudge in the Radiant team. Like, it's going to protect you a little bit from getting hooked, getting dismembered.
Yeah. As we say that, I hear a little bit of action. They actually go on to Archin here. He's gonna lose his first life, but not before he takes down the Pudge as well. In comes the rest of the Dire lineup though. Spear to the wall and Insect in the back line along with a wall. They're gonna take down Wraith King, or will they? He's toggling for his life. He's gonna end up falling, but meanwhile, it's gonna be the two supports immediately taken out. X-Freedom trying to chip away onto ABC, the last void to finish him off. Gamer has popped his BKB, and this poor little Snapfire flying all the way away, but Surge away is the Snapfire manages to stay alive for now, but Gamer as well time lapses and gets that Shikuchi out. It's gonna be a 3-for-1, but once again, it's still relatively even because they take down the important core of Ganbus, but they lose the entire supporting cast for it.
I just found it a little bit cute that the Darkseer illusion just destroyed the two Medusas, Manta illusions.
Yeah, who are the battle of the illusions, right?
Yeah, that was a cute little
I think
side
that's such a tough fight for them to take, right? Because they had to throw everything on this Wraith King, and we saw why. Maybe they're picking it. They're picking him out though. They see this Darkseer. They want to make a move on him. In comes
He
Gamer.
does see it. He has to see it.
Yeah, and the swap. But I mean, he's literally just gonna surge away. It's just a bit of pressure. Nothing much here. Gamer just taking control of that jungle.
Oh, the nice deep ward in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah, nice
Just
little
placed
Philo stone as well. I'm sure Sukiya will be happy about that one. But yeah, this nice little ward hasn't set up for much yet, but they're gonna see the inner movements of this Dire team. X-Freedom with the Dragonlance completed. He's looking more like the position 4 than Insidious over here.
Okay,
Poor
Miracle's
little.
marking out the bottom side of the
Yeah,
map
he's
right now.
he's drawing it out there. They want to make something happen, but as we can see here, we got Observer Vision. The entire side of the Radiant is just playing at the top side. Once again, both teams kind of mirroring each other's movements, and I mean, this is what you expect at the high level of play, right?
Oh,
as we
nice.
see a smoke.
Okay.
They want to make some action happen. Baiting with the Medusa illusions. Here comes X-Freedom. He's gonna steal one for himself, but it might be his life that gets stolen from right under him. The spear actually sends him away, but he's gonna get rotted down into the ground. And what can they do from this? ABC picks up the haste, but are they turning their sights towards Roche? They're drawing a line here. I think there was a line from Insidious, but yeah,
the counter
that's
smoke
what
right there.
because they know they're going straight for the Roche with that Weaver Swarm, and that's so much minus armor. They're doing it pretty.
This could be a very dangerous fight for the Radiant team right
Yeah,
here.
they're already making a beeline over 8 seconds to this Enchantress response, and
there's
already
the
the
scan
Dark
catches them out
Ascension
already.
pop. They're gonna scan it, they know they're there, and in comes Insidious, once again takes down the punch immediately, and the wall right over Gamer and Medusa. Illusions of them both. He's taking on to Sukiya, but he still hasn't popped the Global Silence, holding it. Meanwhile, I hear a punch dismember. He's gonna be eating Archin down, but instantly gets turned on ABC with the Arena, knocks down the Wraith King, but that's only the first life. Gamer now popping the BKB on the Weaver. He's gonna try and hit away on this Wraith King. Meanwhile, on the back line, Sukiya finally falls to Insigmi, flies over the trees, and it's just fine for now. The 3 cores still alive, but that is not the fight that they wanted. Oh,
and Weaver
Insig
goes
even
down.
managing to take out the Weaver. How did that happen?
He just caught him out at with the vision.
Yeah, and the pings once again.
No, with the vision of the Night Stalker ultimate.
Yeah,
Dark
and
Ascension, sorry, just slipped my mind for a moment.
dude, all along it's so hard to fight into them because you just have this Night Stalker ravaging your backline, supported of course by this Ion Shell, just constantly doing damage, and the additional health just keeping him topped up. They look like they're trying to set on onto this Mars here.
And Miracle's already getting some
Radiant's
chip
bottom
damage onto
tower
the
under fire.
tier 2.
Okay, I gotta say, like, if they want to win a fight, they can't keep using the Arena on a solo Wraith King. That is not the target. They picked the Wraith King just to tank your spells, and you're falling into their trap by kind of just using your spells only on them. Like,
That
only
is-
on this Wraith King, he's just gonna, we saw it time and time again, he just
Yeah, so-
respawns, comes back, and lays waste to them.
Yeah, for 2 fights in a row, we just see Wraith King being targeted, and he got close to death. He died the first time, got
Yeah.
close to death here, but Dire just turned it around. You have a
and-
second life, it's so important. You wasted so many spells on the Wraith King.
And I think it's really nice fight recognition, or rather target recognition from them as well, right? Because the Darkseer and the Night Stalker, they are one mind. They just go in together, get straight on top of the back line, and put a wall on top of the carry's heads. And then from there, it's just so much damage coming out from the illusions that the support need to run. But when you're running away from the Night Stalker, that's exactly where he wants to be. He doesn't like it when you can turn around and fight him. But if he's the one chasing you, that's exactly it. It's in his name, right? Night Stalker. That's where he is so powerful.
Also, I think like Medusa was popped her Stone Gaze in the middle of that fight. Everybody just turned around, nobody can chase.
Yeah, so it's really nice. I think it's really nice recognition from them. But the thing about this Night Stalker and like so much move speed from the Surge, that's one thing. But the Night Stalker, he has free flying
Oh,
vision
we see
over
the
the
shard
trees.
from the Weaver.
Oh, okay, interesting. So for those of you who don't know, the Swarm reduces the cooldown by 2 seconds, so you have it just up. It's still pretty long cooldown though, but it latches on and reveals invisible units, and it basically lets him do a Medusa. So we got a Medusa, we got actual Medusa and like a Medusa cosplayer over here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of AoE damage in the fights. I think.
I mean,
might-
that's something that they're sorely lacking
okay,
at this
double
point.
damage on Medusa might be able to finish off this Roshan.
Yeah, the double damage rule.
And they also recognize that most of the ultimates from Parasite are just down at the moment, right?
Yeah, they don't have the Night Stalker ulti, and it's 3 minutes until day. They're gonna claim a free Roach for themselves, and the goal just so even. This is what I asked for, and I'm gonna get it. So really happy about this, but
Let's go.
it's
Alright.
still I can't. It feels like the Dire are in the lead, but I mean this Medusa now with the Aegis, I actually don't know if this is the proper proper Aegis carrier, because on paper, yes, she's your true carry, right? So you want her to live for as long as possible. But she's not really the one who's under threat in these fights. It feels like these supports are just getting gone on, and DOTA just can't pump out enough damage, as well as Gamer.
We just want the DOTA to stand in front of everybody and just tank up.
No, I mean,
exactly
even then,
like how the Wraith King is playing, right?
the thing is, she does that, but nobody cares about her. We see the insane focus from the side of Ganbu. They just jump with their blink straight onto the backline, and Medusa can't actually do anything to stop them.
well, maybe you see the Skadi come into play here. Already completed it up.
Yep, that's true. The slow's
So
gonna
good
be
help.
very annoying for Wraith King, and oh, okay,
Okay.
smoking in right now. No
But
vision
nobody's
of
in the
them
top
in
lane.
this top side. Yeah, once again, both teams switching
Radiant's
jungles.
bottom tower is being attacked.
Yeah.
I
Looks
want
like-
the big player of this fight is definitely going to be the Mars. We're gonna have to watch for his
Oh, they're
arena.
finally gonna get down to mid tier 1.
Yeah, they're gonna get it. Archin's gonna land that last hit, but they've already set up for the top tier 2. It doesn't look like Ganbu want to fight this at the moment. ABC is set up though, but the Surge coming in and the Night Stalker ulti. There's already some action. Here comes
Oh,
Instinct with the
he
BKB
catches all the
button Zakia,
silencer.
and the punch onto Medusa, creating illusion, and another, and the wall onto all two. Medusa, he's falling low. He doesn't have mana. That's gonna be the first life. He's gonna come back. Time lapse as well on this Weaver, taking so much damage. ABC popping the BKB, has to run away from Instinct, but it's this Medusa in the middle of it all. Punched up, the arena comes down, and the spear actually catches the illusion instead.
The
Haya,
buyback-
he's falling though. The buyback from the Silencer and the Global Silence actually turning the fight for them. Miracle is gonna die first, but Archin, he's still fighting fit. Doesn't have mana for the Reincarnate though. And he has to get out. He's out, but he can't contribute to this fight anymore. And this Medusa is just fighting, but the Wraith King is gonna come back in. And even though he didn't have the Reincarnate, he had the time to set back up and toggle it back on and comes back in, killing the Medusa. It looked like, for a moment, like it would have been a good fight.
It was just well controlled by the Night Stalker. Like the Night Stalker was just chasing around the Mars, forced Mars to pop his PKB early. Like you have a buyback global silence, but it actually didn't do that much.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, I don't blame the Silencer, because on the point, on the point that you're making, that's kind of why you pick the position 5 Silencer, because the buyback global silence doesn't even feel that bad. Even if you die, you can buy back, pop your ulti, and hopefully turn the fight. But it's like what you said, all along this Night Stalker playing absolutely out of his mind, just sees the targets he needs to go on and start the fight off. That Mars, he wants to be there controlling, and you might imagine if he was there
Oh,
any
Weaver-
earlier.
Weaver's
No, he
here,
sees the Weaver here.
that's- Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna amount
Oh, it
much
might.
unless the silence coming out. Gamer, he TPs to the top lane and falls immediately. Not like this. That is not what you want to see from your Weaver.
Yeah, Wraith King
And
was
some
close enough with
gamer
that blink.
kek W's in chat, most definitely so. I think this more kek W, more like a Monka W if you ask me. That's your position 1, just falling twice in a row for no reason. That's a bit of a feels bad, man.
I don't know about the first one being no reason, but absolutely right.
Yeah,
How are you gonna kill this Wraith King now?
Yeah, he just feels so... I mean, they narrowly got him down, right? But you see, he's already queuing the shard, and Reincarnation not gonna
And
have...
he already has his Assault Curious completed.
Yeah,
a
so
while
much
before as well.
damage resistance and the armor as well to his whole team. Level 20 now with that cleave, his farm is just gonna amp up even more, and just look at the control wards from the side of this ward
Wait, when
deep
did he
over
put
here.
down that ward?
Yeah, I know. I think he just looped in here because it's not alive
Yeah,
for long.
it's-
Yeah,
yeah.
he just came down here and put down the ward, maybe setting up for the mid. Okay, so we have to see. The game is slowing down for now. 9k gold up at 26 minutes. It's not the most over game yet. We've seen how they can fight. If ABC gets a nice arena off along with the global silence, they can actually do something there. Medusa is very hard to cut through, but they need to fight together. They can't afford to be split up by
They
this
also
Night
need to be
Stalker.
the one to start the fight in this time.
Okay, so if you had, once again, gonna put you in the coach position, what is the
Let's
move?
go.
What is the move? Because I have a move in
I don't
mind, but I
know,
want
I
to hear what you want to say first.
I don't know if they can just smoke up right now. I don't think that's a play when you're Weaver and Medusa. They're not at their peak. They're not at the point where they can pump out insane levels of damage yet.
Okay, I actually disagree, because one of the things that happens once all your
Actually,
outer
Medusa
towers...
completed her eggs.
Yeah, so that's really significant, but I'll get to that in a bit. One of the things that you can do once all your outer towers are down is your opponents will be wanting to play efficient, which means they are split up. This is where you can smoke out and
Radiant's
try and get a
bottom
pick and
tower is
hopefully
being
turn it.
attacked.
Because the one thing you cannot do is cower and sit under your tower, because that's where the Night Stalker can pop one ulti and see your whole team. right? You need to catch them by surprise. You need to try and find a spot of vision where you can control, maybe pick up a cliff here, stay there and try and find someone off guard.
That is absolutely true. However,
Yeah, but their
it's
timing
just-
window already closing. They have already death balled up
it's
and they're
not
looking
just
at
about the timing window. Look at the wards of the. You look at the wards of the Dire team right now. They see. Alright, now they don't see anything, but they actually saw like 3 people standing underneath the mid tier 2.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I feel like you can't afford to just cower under your towers, but right now Archin knocking on the front door of the bottom lane. Mars gonna TP in and clear up all those pesky skeletons. Yeah, has a Cloak of Flames now for a bit of AoE damage and additional resistance, but
Dire team actually smokes up right here.
yeah, I
Or
mean
they
they're
tried
smoking.
to just look for
Yeah, they
someone,
were trying to
right?
find somebody because the TP's right. Then they're like, okay, we can get somebody over here, but you know, immediately they're all back together. So very nice from them. Another smoke coming out. They want to make something happen, and this is exactly what I said. This is what you need to do while they're split up. The Wraith King is at the bot lane. They can take a good fight here, but Insig instantly pops the ult. ABC, he has the BKB to turn it if he wants to, but he doesn't. The punch comes in from Miracle and the hook to save the Medusa. They need to get out of this situation fast because in comes this Wraith King, and it's gonna be chaos. Archin, he's showing here. He sees Gamer, but instantly the time lapse. But was that the right move? They get the dust on him, but in comes the punch again and the wall. Here comes the arena, but a 3-man vacuum. Gamer falling low, doesn't have the time lapse, but he can walk through the arena. Meanwhile, Insig terrorizing the backline once again. This Medusa is left all alone, but this Medusa is A-okay. Here comes the global silence. They take out Gamer in the backline. The Weaver's gonna fall, has the buyback, but this Medusa, now he's falling to this Wraith King. Doesn't have the damage to cut through the first life, and he'll be A-okay. Both calls from the side of the Radiant falling.
Oh, and he actually just
They
uses
lose his life, but he'll be more than happy with that. Insignificant Me doing his job to perfection, hunting them down in the backlines and forcing so many resources. And the whole time, this Medusa, she's trying to 4v1 to her best ability, but it's just not enough. You can't stand up to this Wraith King, and the buyback forced out. Here comes ABC, though. No arena to work with. Misses the spear and the punch. He has to get him out. Save this poor little man, and he
being
gets...
dragged around everywhere.
Yeah,
there.
it Peters down in the end. He falls, and the tip coming out to X Freedom.
Alright, so
Nicely played.
just go back to that fight a little bit. I just want to note how out of his mind this Night Stalker is playing.
Tell me about it. Tell me
He
about it.
just the moment the fight started, he just hook onto the Wraith King. Is that
Okay.
gonna do anything?
Okay,
Can
I'm
you
back
bring down
and
this
observing.
Wraith King?
Okay, here comes this Wraith King. He doesn't actually have the
Oh, they picked up the
reincarnate.
Wraith King! It wasn't enough!
No, I mean he doesn't have the reincarnate. I guess.
The reincarnate wasn't in time, I mean.
Yeah, as in, it just comes off cooldown, so it's like 5 seconds too late, and this is the chance for them here. I just thought, you know, just when I thought things were cooling down, I was trying to take a sip of water and throw it over to you. Action just kicks off, couldn't catch that in time. But the Wraith King gets hooked into the tower, and that's the punch factor, right? The high ground punch factor.
So, what are they gonna do now?
They're looking
Roshan
for
is
the
still not
Roche,
up.
unfortunately. It's 2 more minutes to the spawn, so a bit of a late spawn for them. 14k goal up though. I mean, they're just gonna wait for this Wraith King to come back on. Oh, and already the Satanic as well. This Wraith King is stacked beyond comparison, trying to complete a Swift Blink now. Let's take a look at the items real quick. So X, oh my gosh.
Yeah, he does have a Albert.
So
he just
annoying
completed
on
that.
this Enchantress, and already the Shard and the 4-staff Blink as well. We saw the... We
You
saw...
mentioned it was a
yeah,
very
it's-
common thing nowadays.
Yeah, it's actually very common because you can set up an entire team if you line them all
Not
up
many
in your
people
shotgun.
expect that from a Snapfire, right? Especially
No,
the
I mean
oldies.
it's more. It's very common now, so I think people expect it, but it's just about how fast you can get that out. Oh, they're trying to make a move here. ABC catches sight of Insidious C here, but Insidious C using both his items to get out of trouble. ABC not gonna guess the right way.
He might
but
spot out
he
another person here.
Yeah, might run into X. Oh,
Okay, just gets a
X
turret.
Courier dies. That's not what they want though. They try for the hook but misses, and X Freedom, he'll just be fine under his tower. Meanwhile, bot lane pushed up by Insig. He's gonna TP back. So a lot of time bot, and the Wraith King is now up again. Yes, they control the triangle, but I don't know what else they can do from this. They kind of need to be scared because, yeah, the Wraith
Miracle's
King is
just
back.
Tower is being attacked.
Yeah, Miracle's just gonna push out the top lane. He has a boost of travel, so he can join any fight if they do start.
Yeah, and one thing we forgot to mention as well, after the X, I was asking you what this Darkseer should get, right? He goes for the Blink into the BKB so he can live through those fights and the pesky arena, especially, you know, there's no greater purge than literal magic immunity, right? So the Global Silence comes out, or he sees the arena come out, then he can just pop that. This guy is trying to TP somewhere, just applying the pressure talk.
Oh, he just
Yeah,
makes
and
a
one
small
thing we
little
didn't
punch.
mention, yeah, normal punch actually creating an illusion of the Medusa. So tons of Medusa illusions and Weaver illusions coming out, and even more to come from this Ring of Health, not Ring of Health, but
It's
this
a
refresher
refresher,
orb
yeah.
that's gonna be coming out. Roshan in 21 seconds, they're gonna look for it. It's not spawned yet, but it'll be right there if they bother to check it.
Yeah, right now they're already controlling the area. However, the Radiant Ward does spot them out, so
Yeah, so
they should be
nice,
expecting it.
a nice tad bit of vision over here, so they should have an idea of what's going on or when the Roche is started. But a line is drawn, and it looks like this Mars, he's commanding his team forward. He wants to fight, but I don't know how they can go out and fight here. I know I said they should smoke out, but it looks like they want to play a bit more passive instead. Let's just take a look at the buyback status right here. The entire side of Dire, only the Radiant, the only people with buybacks are the supports right now. The Weaver had to expend his buyback just now, if I'm not wrong. Look, this timer right here. So really scary stuff for them.
Yeah, Mars had to buy back as well, which really hurt his.
And I think one thing
gold
important to
status.
note is that this Medusa has been able to stay on top of the net worth this entire time, right? Which is still pretty significant, but
She still managed to stay on par with Wraith King, who is getting a lot of space, which is very impressive actually.
yeah, I think it's also because they've been giving so many.
Okay, there's the Roshan.
Yeah, they've been giving so many resources to this Dusa, right? But like you said, it takes so long for this Dusa to get ramped up. Even though her game has been pretty good so far, she just can't stand up to this Wraith King.
Pretty
And-
hard to kill the Medusa even for the.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You don't need to care. You don't need to care about the Medusa. They've shown us two different ways of dealing with it. The first one is you just kill the entire backline, and the second one is you 4v1 her while your Night Stalker is finishing the entire backline by himself. So Insigme definitely doing his job this game, powered up by the Surge as well as the Iron Shell, and he's gonna complete a Nullifier suit as well. He's eyeing that up. Really scary stuff. No Ghost Scepters out yet on the side of.
It's just like
Yeah, it's just
effects,
additional
yeah.
like dispel. So
additional dispel, so it's also additional.
okay,
slow.
so interesting. Aegis on the Wraith King. Do you like this, or would you have preferred it on another hero? Because the thing is, Wraith King already has. Yeah, Wraith King already has a second life, right? So do you like this Aegis or not?
I feel like it could have been better on the Night Stalker.
Night Stalker, okay.
Because he's the one that's jumping in the backline. He's the one who's the one. He's the one who's the one. He's the one who's jumping in 1v4ing the entire backline while the rest of the team takes care of Medusa.
Right, I guess their mindset is just that this Wraith King, you know, he's gonna be the one to hit the towers, right? So he just needs that
That
extra
is
life in
also
case he
true.
gets caught out. I mean, I do agree with you. I feel like there could be an argument for this Night Stalker to be the one with the Aegis. But I think, honestly, after 35 minutes of playing against him, I think the Radiant have to be wary of this Night Stalker. Like, they should kind of know that he's gonna go do all these things and they're gonna have the appropriate response for him. He's not the most farmed as well, just sitting slightly behind this Weaver with a BKB and Blink and an Echo Saber. So
Yeah,
it's
about that, I don't think that's where you want a Weaver carry to sit in front of network, do you?
yeah, Weaver finished up the Gleipnir actually, so
That could
pretty
be a bit
strong.
more annoying.
Yeah, could have been annoying if he was actually a kid, but he's just the one being run down by this Night Stalker. Looks like they're trying to do two lanes of pressure right now. Top and the bot. Top and the mid rather. Yeah, actually interesting, because the normal punch, right, it creates an illusion, right? But apparently doesn't create an illusion of the
Illusion.
No, I might be wrong because I saw it right there. I've just missed it a little bit. But here comes the push. Archin onto the high ground with his little skelly buddies.
Look at how much damage he's doing.
Yeah, I
Chunking
think
off the tower one hit.
Paladin Sword as well, just to amp up that damage, or amp up that lifesteal rather. And oh, one thing we didn't mention, a nice little quickening charm for this Darkseer. You love to see it. Okay, I heard a punch come out and the spear of Medusa's in the front line, but he actually gets vacuumed away from the hook.
Oh,
This
jeez.
Medusa could be in a bit of trouble there. What was that? Where did she go?
She's up in the middle of the
Okay,
fight.
she managed to
There's
get
a
out
spear.
just alive, but
Okay, but they do
Archin,
get
she's
the
getting turned on right
Wraith
now,
King
but once again, it's an arena on a solo Mars. This Medusa standing fighting fit for now, but being turned on by the entire team of the Dire. Meanwhile, Insigme just ravaging the backlines yet again. The buyback from the Dusa, that's not what you want to climb here on 4.
Okay, there
This
we
could be a
go.
good nice turn, but the arena already down. What do they have? Not much in the tank gamer. He's gonna get chopped down to size and has the time lapse. Archin has the Aegis still. That's just a reincarnate, but the refresh, the punch, the wall. Miracle! Putting on a masterclass of a Darkseer game and sets it up perfectly for his team. 100 seconds on the deck for the entire side of Radiant's cause. And it is indeed feeding time. And the side of Ganbu are here to eat. They've just taken such a commanding fight. I heard a spear. X-Freedom is inside the base. So is Peloson. He's gonna turn around and try and fight. Doesn't have the reincarnate, trying to make a move. Actually gets another hook in, tanking it up, but this Wraith King is gonna die. But it doesn't even matter. ABC coming out with the high fives. A miracle. What an insane setup from him.
That was absolutely beautifully
It was what we're
played
talking
by
about as well, right? V
Oh, wait, what
turning
happened
around. No,
Oh,
I
okay,
mean
he's
at this
just-
point,
he's
it's
just
just
dead.
dead.
That
No,
was-
it's
that was a
so
cute little hop and
the
a jump
reason
rope.
why we didn't see the Medusa disappear is because of the punch shot. Notoriously hard to track because of the fact it doesn't have an animation. right?
Yeah.
It literally, he
also
just
has
disappears
Aether
into the
Lens just for
belly.
extra cast range as well.
Yeah, he went for the Aether Lens. So sorry for missing that, but basically manages to save his Medusa, which is really nice, but not enough. We saw Miracle come in with that nice refresher into the punch, into the wall and vacuum. It was just too much damage for them
That
to
was
stand
Medusa's
up to.
buyback as well.
Yep, 2 buybacks, and I'm actually quite curious as to why they didn't just end the game, but I guess giving some respect, they don't want to throw away their lead, right? 27k.
Yeah,
Honestly, I
Rift
don't.
got pushed all the way into the fountain. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of it was a push or how much of it was him actually just diving in there. But they're just gonna have to wait another 40 seconds before making a move happen. They managed to get 1 Rex only actually from the Aegis.
they could even wait for the next Roche if they really wanted to be extra safe.
Yeah, but with that buyback on the Medusa, her net worth has stagnated. Meanwhile, Mizu and Polosa just making it up the charts in terms of gold.
Dire's bottom tower.
Okay,
Oh,
so
it's
tier
Spell
4.
Prism on.
Yeah, tier 4 items now. Spell Prism could definitely help this
Uh,
Darkseer out even more. Let's take a look at what they choose. Oh, actually,
it's
it's
X-Freedom.
X-Freedom who chooses to take it.
Next video just
Of
saying,
course,
oh
of
no,
course.
I want it.
Okay, but
And
to be
not-
fair, Quickening Charm is really good on the Darkseer, right? So it's not something you might want to give away. Okay. Okay, but I mean, if you think about it, Spell Prism also gives the spell the cooldown.
It gives
So
a cooldown, but Quickening Charm gives you
12%.
HP regen. If I'm
Okay.
not wrong, Spell Prism gives you mana regen instead.
okay, but Spell Prism also gives you like stats, so that's pretty good. I mean, he's gonna opt for the Quickening Charm. X-Freedom takes it for himself. But yeah, I'm the true pos 5 now. Smile.
Oh, over there saying my precious.
Anyways, thank you. Shout out to Bab Siki in chat for pointing that out. I think like we didn't catch it during the fight, but it only became obvious afterwards. But my mistake if you didn't point it out. So thank you for that. I'm sure all of you are here for some high quality Dota. We most definitely have
Yeah,
seen
okay,
it
you
so
definitely
far.
get the illusion of the illusion from the illusion. It's always confusing to say that.
Yep. So, I mean, it's cooling down for now. They're most definitely walking up to try and end the game. Do you guys think that... What do you think, Masaki? Do you think Radiant stands a chance still? I think this Medusa's still very hard to take down, and they have the safe mechanic of, you know, the Dismember, but...
I think right now the MVP in the Dire team is definitely a Night Stalker. He's the one creating so much chaos. You gotta find some way to either get him out of stage as soon as you can, or you're just gonna lose the fight.
As in, you just kind of want to eliminate him as soon as possible, right?
Yeah,
Is
and
what
just make
you're
sure,
trying to say?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Because otherwise, you're just gonna every single fight is going to start or play out the exact same way.
I mean, Suki, poor thing, you know, he's just been hunted down relentlessly by this Night Stalker. Has the Ghost Scepter now, but already the Nullifier finished up. How are you gonna... He even has the Witch Bane to purge and now a gem as well to further stamp out this vision. I think they're playing it slow. They might be waiting for the next Roche, which may respawn in 1 minute, but
Oh, they're
I
actually
don't know.
just smoked up right now.
they
So
want to try and get a pick off over here. They don't see anyone though, don't have the nighttime vision. A few people showing in mid, so Mars actually has the shot, so he can spear more than one. Really good against these pesky illusions, but they catch sight of Gamer at bot. Is he gonna get turned on? The hook gonna miss, but overwhelming blink in. BKB already bought by Gamer, so is the Dark Ascension. They're chopping away, but nothing to happen as of the current moment. Haya popping the BKB, he's jumping in. Global Silence though, punches this Medusa, makes an illusion, but nothing much else.
that is a
Don't
global
be
silence
mad.
committed.
Yeah, that's a Global Silence, and they'll be A-okay with that. That opens the pathway up to mid. Oh, and the Gamer vacuum
this time.
just disintegrates on this Weaver, has the buyback, forced to use it. Insync once again on the backline, Nullifier up this Mars. This Medusa being kited around by her own illusion, the Skadi turning against her. And oh man, that is costly. Did you guys... Okay, another punch onto the Medusa, but meanwhile the backline just being completely destroyed. Double spear into the Ancient, but how much is it worth? The arena, they're actually taking low. Insync, he might fall here. He's gonna lose the gem and his life as a buyback, but I don't know whether he wants to come in. In comes the Miracle Vacuum. This Medusa, she's been fighting for long. Dismembered again, saved by Vertigo. Gets his Medusa out nice and heavy. Gamer as well, a bit too far forward, hooked backwards as well. V in with the shots. ABC not being able to get the rebuke off, but still okay. The Medusa stays alive.
Help with the...
Okay. Haya try or rather Miracle
Oh,
hooked
there's
in
hope.
the walls, but the
Nice.
vacuum gonna get dismembered and gonna be killed. Perhaps a bit too far forward for his own good. And man, Ganbus, they need to play together. They need to play to their name. You know the thing with Ganbu is that it's the power of friendship. But oh, okay, no, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about it, Masaki. Just a little worried about me because I fell a little bit, but we're A-okay, just like how, you know, this poor little Darkseer fell as well.
Twitch chat is going a little bit crazy right now. Oh, they actually hear the shouting.
Oh, you guys can hear the you guys can hear the shouting. So that's just part of the excitement that we feel as well. Forgive me if I'm just getting a bit too excited myself as well, because there's just so much tension in the air, right? As much as it's a 33k gold lead at 42 minutes and it looks like Ganbus are in the lead, we saw with the nice saves from the Pudge, they can actually turn this
some
around.
fights around, yeah.
I mean, 2 racks down is not the end of the world, and even if they get Mega Creeps, this Medusa can hold it along with ABC.
I mean,
pause
worst come to
string-
worst, you always have a Divine Medusa.
Yeah, Divine Medusa. This could be something that we see. Ask them shout louder, Kallang Raw, indeed. This is the esports version though, not the soccer version. But we'll take it anyways. They're actually making an aggressive move because they want to capitalize on the time that this Darkseer is down. They're not going to find anything. The creep's already into their
I think
base.
McDonald's are putting up a really good fight here considering how much...
Okay,
network they are
Archin
behind.
gonna get hooked here. The Raid King not really want to go on. They actually catch V with the arena. Meanwhile, Archin just turns on the silencer and rips him apart. This Miracle has to buy back as well, but the refresher and the wall as well. Meanwhile, Insig doing Insig things, just taking out the backline. Punch is already gonna fall. This Medusa, he's 1v1 against 2 of his illusions in between a rock and a hard place and a bunch of walls. This Raid King as well, right on top of him, and the triple Impeder shot, just ripping this Medusa apart. Where is the help? It's not there. ABC forced to turn tail and run. The Weaver also gets cleaned up on the back line. Insignificantly anything but just turns it around for his team.
Oh,
And he's
ABC
not
has
even
followed
done.
here.
He's onto ABC as well. He BKB TP. Is there any way? The punch, does it work? No, it does not. But all dead on the side. And let's take a look at buyback status. None to speak of.
Medusa,
Only
only
the
Medusa.
Medusa forced to buyback at this point, but the punch already. ABC tossed backwards into the claws of the Dire. The global silence, actually the spear backwards. Haya, he has to be a bit careful. He's falling a little low here, but Archin speared back straight to kill the silencer. Tips the Mars because he just delivered death to his friend. And Archin, buybacks coming out. It's a 3v5. What can they do? It's not Mega Creeps just yet, so they'll back off for now. ABC going forward, throwing the spear. Once again, it's not over just yet.
Oh, Rifkin's queuing up a rapier of his own there.
Yeah, Rave King's sick of this. Polosan wants to go to the next game already. He's done with this shit. I would be too. Butterfly on this Rave King, like how much he's just frustrated, right? He's like, how much stronger do I gotta be? They're gonna get this third roach, it seems. Riding
Oh, he actually
riding
does
right
it.
into the pit. Yeah,
Rifkin buys the rapier.
yeah. Oh, no, he's not there yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he hasn't bought it yet. He hasn't bought it yet. Hold. I don't know what is he Desolator. This is such a high value inventory for him. I don't even know what you would give away. I guess he puts them. Yeah, he takes away
He's
the
definitely
Facebook.
getting the rapier. There
Yeah,
it is.
and there is the rapier, the first of the tournament. What a way to start off our second semi-final match with a 45-minute barn burner of a game. It's not even over just yet. They have the Medusa. Can you imagine if Rave King dies and the Medusa gets the rapier? We could see a real comeback here.
I would hope for that to happen. However, I don't see how they get...
Yeah, net worth still eclipsing the time in the game, which is something you rarely see. 35k gold on this net Rave King rather.
Yeah, the
Now
Rave King has
Divine.
a butterfly even. And Medusa
Okay,
has no-
I heard a Dark Ascension. Insig wants to make
just
something
killing the
happen,
tower.
and that something is just hitting some creeps apparently. He's just striking fear into them, but in comes this Rave King already hitting them out. Vertigo already almost no HP, but in comes Miracle again with the vacuum. Catches them all in the wall. So many walls going on now, but they're forced to run straight back into their base, and that's another wall set up by Miracle, but it's the game over. It doesn't even matter. It was all a distraction. Gun boost cleaned them up in convincing fashion.
Insignificant got
46 minutes.
A little bit too bored of that game. Just ended it right away.
Yeah, the Divine Rapier, no such thing. Just end the game. End the game. Pelosin's sick of it. He's done. He wants to be out, and out he will be.
For sure.
And yo, okay, so when you play a game as tense as that, and I don't know, Twitch chat, you guys are saying that you guys heard a lot of shouting, right? Okay, wait, let me just go back to the post-game screen. Yep. So when you hear all that shouting, and you're right across your opponent, and all these high impact moves happen, and you keep getting tipped, and imagine you're Sukiya on this silencer, right? And every single fight, insignificantly, is just running you down. You just see that Night Stalker across you, and you see him right in front of your face on screen as well. It must be so tense, because you know that guy has your number.
I don't know what you can do. Like, what can you do against Night Stalker who just blinks in?
Yeah,
Runs
and
in your
I
face
think
with a BKB.
I think it might just be a bit of this draft. It feels a bit like it's missing something. It worked for them earlier on during the round of 8, but not so much here in the semi-finals. Of course, they're against Ganbus. For you guys who don't know or not recognizing the names, it's literally 2.5 members of Nigma Galaxy C here. We got X Freedom playing the Enchantress. We have Archin, of course, Poloson playing the Wraith King, and of course Miracle on that mid darts here. For the other two players, it's Insignificant Me who put on a masterclass on Night Stalker. For all you Night Stalker fans who like to stalk around at night, I'm sure a lot of you are there on Twitch chat. But yeah, all of you, I'm sure you're big Night Stalker fans. You guys, you have to learn from this guy. He's really putting on a performance. And last but not least, of course, not to forget Insidious C. On that Snapfire, definitely set up a lot with that cookie early on and later during the stages of the game as well, getting his Wraith King where he needs to be. So, yeah. Ultimately, what a game from Ganbus. They take a while to get there, but they they just decide at one point, you know, they're just fighting non-stop with the walls, with the refresher, all that fancy stuff.
That was very impressive from Miracle, actually.
Wait, are
Always
you...
getting... Sorry?
Okay, no, don't worry. Yeah, very impressive from Miracle.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, very impressive from Miracle. Always getting in the... After he got his bling, he kept on just going for the Medusa and just forced the rest of the team away from her.
Yeah, and I guess at the early stages of the draft, you didn't really see, or you didn't really understand, oh, why are they picking these darts here? But, you know, Miracle, he explains it perfectly well. As soon as you go into the fight, these heroes like Medusa and Weaver, they already use Shikuchi, right? They don't want to, or at least for the Weaver, as soon as he sees the Shikuchi use, jumps in, vacuum wall. Suddenly you're slowed and you're there and being hit by your own illusions. It's not something you can fight up against and turns the Medusa's net worth against her. We see the Skadi slow coming out to kite her
Actually,
as well.
Skadi doesn't affect you while you're in... illusions from Skadi from illusions doesn't affect you.
Oh, okay, does it not? Because I still saw the Skadi hits come
Still
out.
getting my words mixed up, but hey, that's...
Yeah, but
that's
don't
me.
worry, we got one more game, or at least
Hopefully.
minimum one more game. Okay.
Do you hope for a game 3?
Oh, of course, of course. When am I ever gonna turn down good Dota? Are you gonna turn down good Dota? Because I'm not. I know.
Of course, okay, I myself definitely hoping for a game 3. I think our producer there is...
Yeah, producer absolutely not hoping for game 3. He wants to go home. Game 3 copium indeed. Casters on some mad copium right now. My tank is actually under the table. You can't see it because of the green screen. But I don't know how you guys in Twitch chat are feeling, but we definitely had a great game over here. And in fact, this all was brought to you by our organizers. GG NORE as well as Elysium Esports, so big shout out to them, especially our venue partner, which is where we're broadcasting to you live from, the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall.
Yep.
So they have a full suite for all you need esports. You can come here, shop for any peripherals you want. There's a player room, which is where the players are playing as well, and the LAN environment is really something different. I don't think we've had this for Dota in quite a while.
It's been around here and there, but
Yeah,
never.
it's just like a few...
This is the biggest event I've seen in years, literally.
Literally years.
Years, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Singapore, not a lot of Dota events, but shout out to our sponsor as well, New World Carnival, because they're giving every single participant 2 sessions of VR at their outlet at level 3 of 313 Somerset. So really nice of them. And, you know, even all the people who got knocked out in the earlier rounds, they get to enjoy that. But
Yeah, yeah.
first, we're probably going to get at least one game of high-level Dota for you to enjoy. Right?
Hopefully it'll be just as fun as this game.
Yeah, between McDonald's. I mean, I feel like I'm a prophet right now. I'm just saying and I'm just saying and I'm getting. I say I want a close game where it's like down to 45 minutes and it's actually a fight, and they give me just that. Right? I have more faith in McDonald's now. I don't think it's gonna be a one-sided wash like a lot of you in Twitch chat are thinking. I think McDonald's are gonna put up a good fight. What about you?
I mean, they've already shown us that they can put up a good fight. Hopefully, with the second draft, they get a slightly better matchup and show us what they can really do.
Okay, so one thing I want to ask you before we go for a short break and wait for game 2 here. This whole draft that they have, it's very similar to their winning strategy, right? Their recipe for success so far, it's been on the back of this ABC mask.
Yeah, I
It's
think
on the back of the
Twitch chat
Medusa.
there was also saying it a lot.
Yeah, but then my question is, what do you look to change in the next draft? Like, because, or what do you look to change in terms of gameplay wise in the next game? Where do you feel like they fell short that they need to change for the next game to stand a chance?
I don't know, I feel like the silencer really doesn't have that much of an impact for a second pick. I think that's the main... they turned the silencer pick against them.
Yeah, okay, so I kind of have a similar idea to you actually. I feel like the silencer and the punch, not the high impact supports that we're used to seeing. Vertigo, when he is succeeding, even though he did land some crucial hooks to turn around the fights there later on at the end, if your best hooks are the ones into the fountain, then things are really looking a bit bad
Yeah,
for you. You
that
know what
is
I mean?
very true.
So this patch not really being able to have the impact. Yes, sure, he did get a couple of saves, but if you want saves from Medusa, there's a lot of other heroes that can do just that, right? So I think maybe a bit of switch out on the supports. I think the best time that we did see Sukiya play was when he's on those lane dominators like Lich
Mhm.
and Disruptor, just oppressing the off laner. And in Sig, he just had the freest time, for lack of a better word, really just a free game to fly around and do whatever he wants.
That is indeed what I'm maybe hoping you see Sukiya play more of your lane dominators. Hopefully, he can actually put some real pressure early on.
Yeah, because we've seen time and time again in Sig, once he gets rolling, he doesn't stop.
That is
Yeah, and backed up by and they really put, not that they put all their eggs in the Insig basket, but they picked that last pick Ducks here just to further empower this Night Stalker early on, right? And we saw it come to fruition. But we're gonna see whether McDonald's can take it back in game number 2 of the semi-finals of the Asia Esports Festival at SG Comic Con online. We're live to you from Kallang Wave. So if you Kallang Wave Mall. So if you want to come down yourself and see these players and meet these superstars and just join us at the Esports Experience Center, you can. It's
yeah.
open to
There's also
public.
a live room right opposite the player room. If you guys want to come down and watch,
Yeah,
big
yeah,
room.
like there's a big screen for you to watch. There's
Yeah.
a nice little viewing party out there. So come down and join us if you want. We're gonna have a nice, like whoever wins this match, they already have Team Stonks, which is the fixers and excellence stack for those of you who don't know,
Mhm.
waiting for them in the grand finals later on. Okay,
Alright,
so
so
we're gonna obviously we're waiting for game number 2 to happen, but we'll be back right with you after a short break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Asia Esports Festival and Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. My name is Permasneeze.
And I'm joined. He's joined by Masaki.
You just said it. How did you? There are so many ways to do that, but you picked like the most unorthodox. You talked about me in third person while introducing yourself.
I'm
Alright,
really
trying to
not
spice-
that much. Alright.
Trying to spice it up
Okay,
maybe, but you're
okay.
joining us for the semi-finals. We already had our first semi-finals today. In case you missed it, in case you're new to all the action going on, we had 2 action-packed days of round of 16, round of 8 action, and we have our final 4 semi-finalists. The first 2 already played. It was Stonks versus Kali Kali. Unfortunately, Kali Kali lost 2-0 to Stonks, so Stonks is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this match. And this match in particular is a spicy one. We already had such a banger of a game 1, and I just want the same thing for game 2. Another 50-minute stomp. No, another 50-minute just back and forth slugfest. That's what I want to see. But before we get into that, of course, this would not be possible without our organizers, Elysium Esports, as well as NORE, and our venue sponsor and our partner, Esports Experience Center, which is where we are at right now. It's where the players are at as well. They're just playing face-to-face in like the booths that you usually see in these online tournaments.
Yeah.
Or I mean these tournaments to Twitch chat and stuff like that. We have a live tournament happening right here. So not so online anymore.
Yeah, so for anyone who is interested, you can still come down.
Yeah, we still have time.
We still have grand finals later.
Yeah, you can catch the grand final. So for today, all the matches are best of 3. So we're going to be into game number 2 now. Game number 2 of Gunboos versus McDonald's. And just a special shout out as well to our sponsor, New World Carnival, because they have very kindly sponsored every single participant VR sessions. You can find them at Somerset 3-on-3 level 3. But enough about that. Let's get into the game, into the draft. McDonald's versus Gunboos, game 2. For those of you who are unfamiliar, we have 2.5 of Nigma Galaxy's Southeast Asians DPC team on Gunboos. We have, of course, the coach, X-Freedom. That's where the half comes from, because I don't know whether you can count him as a player, right? We have Chin, who is none other than the captain, Polosen, as well as Miracle, both from Singapore, and Insignificant Me, a very...
everybody in this tournament comes from Singapore, right?
Yeah. Everybody in this tournament is from Singapore, but I'm saying the Nigma Galaxy players from Singapore. Yeah, because the others are Malaysians and there's an Indonesian. But yeah, so we also have V. For those of you who don't recognize that tag, it's actually Insidious C. So for old school fans of Singaporean Dota, you'll know that name. He used to play on the stack Insidious Idol, which was back in Miracle Naga days. So these people have known each other for a very long time. And last but not least, we have Insignificant Me, who most definitely is not the least. He put out an absolute rampage on that Night Stalker earlier on, as we are already into the draft. On the other side of the coin, though, it's McDonald's, and for you might not know all the tags, and I personally don't know all the tags for sure, but they have really impressed in the past few days. And even just now, they put out a really strong fight against Gunboos, really sticking it out until the end.
Yeah,
And,
Gunboos is a very strong team, so
Yeah.
it's very impressive that McDonald's actually managed to put up that much of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are nothing to snuff at either. They're like 5, 6, 7k MMR players. They stack together pretty often, and they join all these tournaments together as a group. So
Okay,
nothing.
draft right now is actually pretty interesting, don't you think?
Yeah, okay, so back into the draft, of course, they have picked a Grimstroke LC. Grimstroke usually signifies a sort of like run at you kind of lineup, because empowered by the ink spell, you just go forward and pop that onto your opponents. Further slowed by the Stroke of Fate, they end up picking the Rubik in response.
Very fast Rubik here.
Yeah, okay, so I just want to talk about the bans real quick. Monkey King, Lina, so really strong lane dominators. That's not something they want to face up against. They've also banned the Life Stealer, Ursa, and Invoker. On the other side of the coin, McDonald's, they've banned out the Magnus, Queen of Pain, which is what Miracle was spotting for the entire round of 8 and round of
And I find
16.
it, sorry, just butting in a bit. I find it quite interesting that they banned out the Medusa this time.
Okay, why do you think that's
Because
the case?
they picked Medusa the previous game, right?
Okay, but to be fair, if you take a look at their draft, this is the worst lineup for
For
to
a
play against a
Medusa.
Medusa. Like, you just don't have enough damage to ever cut through her. Right? The thing about the Medusa in that previous game is that they had damage pouring out every single angle, because the Darkseer always has his Ion Shell, the Wraith King can just hit away, and same goes for that Night Stalker. As soon as he pops his ulti, he just gets to kind of like go crazy, right? Which we saw him do. Not so much for Pudge and Ogre Magi Spirit Breaker. Once they throw out their spells, that's about it, and plus they're all melee heroes, so it's unlikely for them to be able to get on top of her. I kind of understand this ban. They ban out Disruptor because it... Actually, that Disruptor ban is pretty interesting, because that would mean they're assuming Rubik or Grimstroke is mid, because Disruptor more or less a support. We have seen Rubik mid from Exilern especially, and he's made it look amazing, turning the Pudge's hooks on him in that first semi-final game, and maybe a bit of homage here from Miracle, but most likely he'll be
Miracle
on that
definitely also plays Rubik mid. I've definitely seen him play before.
for sure. But I think it's more likely that we have a Void Spirit mid instead, which is their pick.
Yeah.
So Spirit Breaker, Ogre Magi, Pudge. I'm a big fan of Ogre Magi, but I don't really like him paired up with Spirit Breaker and Pudge because it feels like you really don't have a good add-on right now. Like it feels like a very empty, slightly one-dimensional draft where you have so much single target, right? And the LC can just purge it off. If you get charged, it's a press the attack. If you get dismembered, it's a press the attack. If you get Ogre Stun, once again.
Actually, wait.
Okay.
Another. Okay.
So this is definitely either a Pudge or Lion core, right? Because Spirit Breaker most definitely is the core out of these 4 heroes.
Right. Okay. So, Lion.
No, I was
feels
thinking,
very
like, what do you
interesting.
think about it? What do you think
Yeah,
about it?
it's very interesting to me that they would actually go for a more magical lineup without any
Physical
any
damage?
real physical damage, skilling core, whatever, however you want to call it.
Okay, but to be
It's
fair,
interesting
if you
to me,
take a
but
look
it's still
at
the
the
last pick, right?
yeah, but to be fair, if you take a look at the lineup
It's very scary early.
Only 10 seconds.
I just think that the heroes on Gun Boost are still very burstable.
Yeah,
5
definitely.
seconds remain.
Right, so Lion and over here you can burst Rim Showdown.
Okay, I really
But,
like this Spectre ban from them because once again, it's the same idea as the Medusa, right? You just don't have enough raw damage to burst through. Yes, sure, you have the Finger of Death, but that Spectre just gets so tanky later and later into the stages of the game.
I think just now McDonald's were the one who picked Medusa.
Yeah, but as in
10
they banned it.
seconds
That's
to
why I
pick.
thought you were mentioning.
No, I find it interesting that they banned Medusa when they
5
picked it the
seconds
previous
remain.
No,
game.
because yeah, and I was explaining because their lineup
yeah,
does
understand.
terribly against Medusa.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh my gosh, you just coughed straight
boy.
into the microphone. Everybody,
Sorry about
watch your ear. Sorry, earphone users. Okay, but last ban is gonna be TA, and 1 minute left of reserve time for McDonald's to decide what their final ban is gonna be. Last hero that they don't want to play against,
Radiant team
and it's gonna be the
pick.
Faceless Void.
Okay,
So-
yeah, okay, makes sense.
Okay, why does
They
it make
have-
sense?
they
Why
have
does
a
it make
lot-
sense?
Like Ogre, Magi, Lion, they're heroes that you want them to consistently be in fights. You don't want them to get straight out chronoed, bursted down very easily as well.
I guess so, but as an
Only
ogre,
10
it doesn't really. I guess it doesn't really matter all too much, just because of the fact that this ogre,
5
his
seconds.
use is very
Hurry,
dampened by
hurry.
the fact that there's an
Dire team
LC in
are
the game.
picking.
Okay, it's gonna be a Drow Ranger last pick. This is some
Okay.
spicy stuff. I didn't expect it, and it could be a bit scary, especially the Spirit Breaker charging in. But what do you think about this last pick?
I don't think it's that scary against a Spirit Breaker. You do have a silence which actually stops the charge.
Yeah,
And there's a lot of saves from
10
combos as
seconds
well.
to pick.
I feel like this last pick on McDonald's just has to do so much, right? And it's gonna
5
be
seconds
most
remain.
likely.
You're expecting to win your lanes very hard.
Yeah, but I don't know how they win their lanes actually. The Rubik LC is
Ricky!
Right,
And
let's
the
see
second
what
Ricky, we already
Okay.
saw Sinbi the Dinby from GG NORE
Indeed,
or
indeed.
bring it out, but it's gonna be a Ricky pick. McDonald's,
Well, there's
pulling
there's a
something-
scaling core.
yeah, pull something spicy out of the bag over here. We're gonna have to see how they pick their heroes because right now only one thing's for certain. It's gonna be Sukiya, the position 5 on this Ogre Magi.
There's so many spells for the Rubik to steal right here.
Yeah, but then again, the Ricky can really capitalize on these squishy backliners that can't do anything once he's in Tricks of the Trade on top of them, right? Once you Blink Strike one of these supports, you just get the Tricks of the Trade and they just melt like butter.
That is very true.
Which draft are you favoring, amigo?
I feel like GG Gambus, they have a solid game plan. McDonald's,
Only
Okay,
they're
what
really
is-
looking to... Sorry?
What is that game plan that you're talking about? What do you think the game plan is for
5
Gambus?
seconds.
They're just
Hurry,
planning to win
hurry.
lanes really hard and just snowball from there. With Void Spirit, exceptionally good when ahead. You also have Drow Ranger who does quite a bit of damage, raw damage herself. And
Okay, I'm just curious because it doesn't. They don't really look like they are going to be very lined up to win the lanes right now. What exactly? How do you see them winning the lanes right now? Because I think it's gonna be a core based on what I'm seeing in terms of the picks. It's gonna be a core Patch and a core Spirit Breaker. One of them is the pause one, so I don't think they're that strong early on. Maybe the Ogre Magi and the Patch could be something good, but
and Ricky... Tutor seems to think that Ricky is going mid. I don't think so.
Ricky mid. Okay, we'll have to see how it all pans out as we get into game number 2 of McDonald's versus GG, or as you call them, GG Ganbus. I just go with Ganbus because
Gambus.
Yeah, but we are into the game over here. Let me introduce the players real quick once I set this up. Yep, there we go. We have a disconnect is what we
Right
have
off the
right.
bat, but hey, perfect time to reintroduce
That
them.
escalated quickly.
Yep, so it looks like a bit of technical issues coming out, but no big deal. I'm sure we'll be right back into it. Let's introduce the teams. On the side of Ganboo's, it's gonna be this Grimstroke X Freedom on the position 5, disconnected at the moment. Archin or Peloson on this position 1 Drow. Of course, we have the mid Miracle on that Void Spirit, Insignificant Me on the off-lane Legion Commander, and last but not least, we have Insidious C, or as he's tagged up in this game, V on the Rubik.
Alright, and over down in the Dire side, we have Cube Blocks.
Block.
I think
Let's
you
just
call
call
him
him-
Block, right?
Yeah, let's just call him Block.
Block on the...
Ooh.
It's another one. Sorry, right.
Once again,
On this Ricky.
video games.
Alright, we have Vertical on a Lion. Spirit Breaker being played by ABC. His another pretty active early on. I'm sorry, what am I thinking? Oh, okay.
You're
Get out
right
of the
there,
way first.
Masaki, my friend. You need a
We
little...
have Gamer on his Pudge, and you have Sukiya on his support, Ogre
And
Magi.
If I understand this correctly,
Oh my
gosh,
god,
yeah,
I'm
okay,
just
yeah.
coughing all
Let
over
me
the
just
place.
give
Give me a
Masaki a
second.
little break here, okay? If I understand correctly, if I know for sure, Masaki, you're a bit of a Spirit Breaker connoisseur yourself. You got
Mhm.
anything to tell me about this game for Spirit Breaker? You think he's gonna have a good time or not?
It's gonna be really rough lane against the Drow, I feel. Like, Drow, you're tanky, you have quite a lot of health, a lot of armor, but
1 minute until
Drow
30
just
seconds
chips
left.
at you away slowly from range.
你这么菜，你的队友不会
You
生
need to
气吧
burst the
哥
Drow.
哥
You really need to burst the Drow from full to 0 very quickly, which I don't exactly favor the matchup
Okay,
that
so
much.
so
I
basically,
think Drow has an advantage here.
basically what you're trying to say is
Okay, so
Spirit Breaker bad against Drow.
alone, yes.
Alone, okay, but he's not gonna be alone. He's gonna be tagged up by the Lion. Do you think that changes anything, or still pretty bad for the Spirit Breaker overall?
It's going to
Oh, they actually get a nice early D-Ward, so that's gonna be a little more tough for maybe Mizu to secure these last hits.
yeah, it's gonna boil down to the support play. Mostly going to be
Okay, but it is Grimstroke. So most of the
Yeah.
time when you see Grimstroke kind of in the off, or
that's
rather in the safe
actually-
lane,
Okay.
it's paired up with a melee carry that can run in and proc that Inkswell. Do you think it matters so much that she doesn't, at least Drow isn't that type of hero, or do you think the
think
Grimstroke is
This
still going to be
game,
able to?
Grimstroke can actually just run in himself.
Okay, okay. I
Like
guess.
you do have to be careful because you're playing into a Lion as well as a Spirit Breaker, but Inkswell is not an easy spell to play around.
Yeah, and I think this is why they pick it, right? Because Grimstroke, or not really why they pick it, but the strength of the Grimstroke in the early game is the fact that with this Stroke of Fate, you can basically secure every single range creep without contest and harass at the same time, which is what we saw X Freedom do over there. In the flip side of the coin, though, we were talking about Miracle on this Void Spirit. Even though they get the early
Oh, it's
D-Ward,
actually a Ricky mid.
yeah, it is a Ricky mid. So Turu in the chat, some
Reading it
insider information over there. Bonka, don't be stream sniping. Okay, actually gets a nice little remnant just to deny the range creeps, but I think overall still pretty good for Miracle. He's pretty on top in terms of the last hits early on. Top lane, do you think we'll see any action? Most of the time when I play Ogre, I'm pretty happy to just like start a fight. But this off lane Pudge, I mean this safe lane Pudge, I don't really know what the game plan is. What do you think the idea is for him?
I have
Ooh, and the
no-
self cancel. Lessa feels bad, man.
I have no idea myself.
You can squeeze me 2 minutes along.
Okay.
Like I've never just a
Okay,
heads up,
dude,
I have
give
never
me-
seen Pudge
me-
played in a position
Wait, you've
1.
never seen Pudge played in position 1?
Position 2 a lot.
No,
I
as
had
in, there was this period of time where Pudge position 1 was really popular
Really?
though. Yeah.
Okay, that's news to me.
Okay, well, these guys over here obviously know something that Masaki don't, and that's why they're playing the tournament and you're not.
That
Yep.
is true.
Yeah, next time we're gonna have to brush up on if
Always
we want to
running in
stand a
right there.
chance against them. If we're
Just
joining the
running
next
into
one.
both of them.
Yeah,
just
but
not
that's,
being scared.
this is not scary at
just-
all. It's an ogre thing, man.
Mhm.
Are you an ogre player yourself?
I play a little bit of Ogre.
Yeah, then I don't think you should be a little surprised, right? He has that Orb of Venom, so he wants to get away. Pretty standard stuff. Doesn't have any mana to work with, but very successful clarities. Still relatively even.
Clarities, okay.
Yeah, still relatively even early on, but Miracle obviously coming out top in the early game. I think Ricky has pretty decent base damage at 65, but with this Void's ability to just instantly get the creeps that he wants with the Resonant Pulse, it's kind of hard for the Ricky to stand
Is
up. And
Ricky queuing up an 8+ right there? No, that's Meteor Hammer.
Ooh. Okay, so it's gonna be the typical X-Shot Sleeping Dart Meteor Hammer build, which can really catch them by surprise actually.
Yeah, I've seen it in action a few times, and Sleep Dart is such a strong skill.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. The one thing I do want to say though is that they have this LC with the press the attack, so it's just gonna be another disable for to purge. But maybe the idea is that once we throw out so many disables, it's gonna be hard for them to choose who to save, right? And the Spirit Breaker as well, not to mention, he has a very nice bulldozer, so the disables are gonna last that much shot on him. If we think about it, apart from Dua and maybe like an Aether Remnant, they don't actually have a lot to hold this Spirit Breaker down. And speaking of, he doesn't want to be held down. It's the Drow he's gonna keep pinned down instead, and the Inkswell, like you said, X Freedom actually turning around onto Vertigo. He's gonna get the first blood. ABC, he's in a bit of trouble now. The Self up for Drow, and ABC no fear at all, just farming behind the tower. Ooh, and a nice bash, level 2 on that.
Yeah, beautiful read by X Freedom there.
Yeah,
Going
just
on the
going
lion
straight for the
immediately.
lion, right? That's kind of what you need to do. Yes, sure, the Spirit Breaker is tanky, but nothing much from that you can get from going onto him. We saw
Vertigo is keeping mid right away.
Mid, Vertigo. That's just for the bottle refill, right?
I'm just gonna run down mid right away. Also getting.
Oh,
Bottle
careful what you say, my friend. Run down mid, you know what that means.
Sorry.
No one's running down
Run
mid
down to
here.
bottom lane.
There's
Sorry.
real stakes on the line, my friend. Nobody be throwing these games. No 3-2-2s to be seen so far.
Yeah, okay. Also, one more thing to note is that Lion actually picked up the rune.
The water rune.
Yeah,
you
the
mean.
water rune.
Yeah, so denies that from Miracle. Really nicely done there, and helps that Ricky get a bit back inside the game. I mean, he's not doing all too bad, but 27 to 15, not exactly what you want. I mean, he's dancing around, but I don't know what for. He's not having the best of times right now.
Okay, in top lane, something's going out. They
Okay,
actually
I
get
missed
the
the
kill.
kill. The Pudge actually gets picked off. I guess that wasn't even a lift. He just went a bit too far forward onto this LC, and the level 2 overwhelming odds more than enough. They cut them down to size. These two big boys stand no chance against a double-bladed LC.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah, it escalated real quickly indeed. We didn't even see that happen.
Alright, I think they're going on. No, bottom's lane is fine.
Okay,
A nice little try
hook
for
and
the
a
hook.
miss. Good try. But yeah, once again. Now the Drow with the infused raindrops gonna be very handy for keeping her alive.
Yeah, but Drow's now very low on mana thanks to the Lion there. It's such
Yeah,
an
just
annoying,
constantly mana draining. Going a 1-1-1 build.
really annoying to play against.
That bulldoze. That was interesting. I think he's just
So
trying
I
to get
think-
back to base
yeah.
faster, right?
Or is he? He's
Yeah, I can't
thinking
make up
about
his
it.
mind. Okay,
Ricky
was this?
mid
Oh,
getting-
okay, nice little water rune narrowly keeps him alive. I thought he was dead there. But
the stick and the water rune are able to keep him safe. Just
okay,
that.
another kill. They actually turn it onto the top lane. Gets a return kill though onto Gamer on this Pudge. Sukiya, he has to turn there and run now. A lot of consumables, but for Pudge that's dead, that's not going to do much. And interesting to note that Pudge is actually a Grandmaster tier Pudge. So this man knows what he's doing. Doesn't look like him for now, but he managed to get a return kill onto this Rubik. And like we said, the LC Rubik lane, not really a very easy one to run up into.
I think the game plan in this lane is just to hook someone and get a kill.
Okay, as we see a go on to mid, Haya gets gone on by this Ricky. The stun out from Vertigo, the whole X freedom back, but the lift back into the Inkswell pot. The voice line's really spot on, yeah, because look at this, your failure lives on. I know if I'm the Ricky, I'll be remembering that for a long time. Just lifted back into the Inkswell, that hurts.
It's just they made a really nice rotation right away. The moment Void Spirit got gone on, two supports immediately come in, help to get both kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just really nice recognition of X Freedom throughout the entire early game so far. Just being exactly where he needs to be to keep Archin and his cause Polarson and Miracle alive.
Yeah, but
I guess
now-
that's why he's the coach, right? He just knows what his players want to do and enables them to perfection. Let's take a quick look at the net worth real quick. Yeah, as expected, all three cores on the side of Ganbu over here at the top. This Spirit Breaker struggling quite a bit. What do you think he needs to do? Where is he actually?
He's
running back to
base
base
for the
again.
second team. Yeah.
Wha-
Oh
how
no,
do you
that
even?
is sad.
Okay, you're the Spirit Breaker connoisseur. What do you think he should do in this situation?
You just have to
Okay,
get
another kill on the Gamer at top. Double kill now.
Oh, nice little
In
rotation
sync.
by
Gets them
Void
both, and
Spirit.
that is a dual win. First of the game. Nice little rotation from Miracle there. Gives the lane over to X Freedom after that rotate from him. Just rewards his good support.
Meanwhile, a charge going on to the Grimstroke in mid. I
If I
don't
want
think
to
he's
make
gonna.
something happen, doesn't have the Meteor Hammer yet. Looks like they're trying to make a move, but they must spot him over on the bot side. Already puts the Inkswell on himself. Could be a bit dicey. Dodges it with the tricks of the trade. but silence up on this Ricky could be a little scary here. Here comes Sukiya, the backup, the stun onto Miracle, and they'll be A-okay, or as I say that, an Astral step forward. Haya, has he gone a bit too far forward? He'll be
Still has another-
A-okay, Stroke of Fate keeps them away from him, and heading straight for the runes. Aether Remnant out and catches him. He's gonna reveal that they have a ward there, but it's a rune top. ABC took the haste rune, which I'm sure he's not too happy about with his own bottle, but they want to make some action happen. Insig, he knows the charge is coming. He's gonna back up, actually stand there and tank it.
But it's
yeah,
not gonna be a hook in time.
yeah, they can't get in position for the
We can
hook.
still be friends, Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, but sorry, Voice Spirit over there, that jump forward looked a little bit scary, but he still had one more Astral step, so he was absolutely fine.
Yeah, I was just worried about like maybe another Ricky smoke screen coming out or maybe a Lion TPing in or something like that, but nothing like that. Lion's just sapping EXP. It looks like he wants
And
to
right now,
rotate to the top side though.
patch is still not level 6 yet.
Yeah, dude, it's like 840 and you're okay. A hook narrowly misses Insig, dodges it with a nice use of the phase boots. And how can they honestly go without the patch hook, right? Maybe if Insig comes a bit too far forward, but nothing of that sort. Sukiya's lurking around the corner. They don't actually see the ogre here. Could be a nice little sneak attack if they're not too prepared. I don't know whether they can take down this LC, but if she can't get the press of the attack off, could be a bit dicey. Insidious C already smelling this, or at least rather, X-Freedom already smelling this rotation towards the top side. They've linked up, want to make something happen with the duel. The pings are coming out. They're walking up. Gamer
Just
still
walking
not level
forward,
6
though.
though, and the Soul Bind and the double silence into the double Fate Bolt and the Ink Swell. It's gonna pop right on top of Gamer's head. Instinct, he'll be A-okay, but only momentarily. Here comes the Ricky to clean up, and he has his dustpan, he has his broom, he wants to clean these support kills up. The charge out as well. X-Freedom turns around for a stroke onto 3, Vertical falling low, and Insidious is gonna clean that up with the Fate Bolt, but now it's Haya's time to shine. He's in onto Sukiya with the Astral Step and finishes him off, trading 3 for 2 as the dust settles.
Right, but on the bright side for the Dire team right here, at least Spirit Breakers catching up a little bit on
Yeah,
farm
he's getting
and
a bit of
levels.
space, to farm back up. Hits
Yeah,
level 6 as well. He wants to make a charge bot.
Okay.
Actually gets a solo kill on this Barge. I guess the Barge wanted, but still not level
Yeah,
6.
patch is not level 6, he can't be making this place.
Bro, you're a Grandmaster Barge, my friend. you should know better than me, but a charge
TP
ABC,
in immediately
but
by the
no
Legion.
mana for the Nether Strike. They're trying to set up for Vertigo, but can't get the Finger of Death in time. Just silence. And Instinct, he's looking for a duel. Double stun up, really nice for him. Can he get the duel off? He wants to. ABC dueled up under the tower, challenge to the death, and it'll be at the end of his life at least.
Doesn't get the
Insignificant.
duel victory,
Doesn't get the duel victory, yes,
but it just does secure the kill.
yep, and most importantly, they keep this Drow Ranger alive and farming. Over 4.2k for each of the resident cores on the side of Radiant and Dire. Just look at them, it's Struggle City right here.
Doesn't look like Dire can actually just group up and play together at this point.
Yeah.
Radiant.
Okay,
Okay,
Aya.
there's another try.
Ink Swell in onto Gamer. The charge through though. They don't manage to get the Nether Strike, but instantly the Soul Bind and the stun. He could get the Nether Strike right now. The blink forward, blink strike. Haya doesn't have anything to get out, but he'll be A-okay. So
Once
much
in.
damage. The hook stolen by the Rubik. Can he do anything with it? The Dismember, but he's gonna fall all of the side of. Oh, and the hook narrowly misses, but it doesn't even matter at this point. Mizu has a triple kill. This Ricky's dusted up and finished off by the Fate Bolt. 4 for absolutely nothing. Try harder indeed. That was a disaster. So all that started because they wanted to make a go onto the mid lane. They end up getting turned on, and for some reason this Spirit Breaker doesn't pop his ulti, right? Thinks they got a kill on the Void Spirit. He just walks away, turns it with the Dissimulate. In comes the nice Soulbind and the spells out from the Rubik. Even though he misses the hook, so much spell damage coming out from this max level Fate Bolt just eliminates the health bars of the Dire.
That was absolutely spot on for most of the fight. However, where was Vertigo during all of this? Was he farming?
I actually have
He
no
was
idea.
farming.
I actually have no idea.
Like
This
he,
is
he
a
made the read not to go.
Is this a report right here? I feel like if this is a pub, I'm reporting this lion. Like, where were you, my friend?
Oh,
and is he gonna die?
Nice
Nope.
little
Nice
try.
little dodge. I think he spots him from across the river and nicely steps aside. Doesn't want
But
to
now
get
he gets a
sucked in.
haste rune. It's gonna be another try coming soon.
Yeah, I don't know. This Radiant team really amping up the pressure right now. And once again, just giving Polosan so much space to farm the triangle. Has nice stack set up for him. Going for that Yasha first triple Wraith Band. This Drow Ranger is strapped and loaded right now.
So he can fight if he wants to. Triple Wave Band is a lot of stats.
Yeah, I just wonder what is the game plan for the side of the Dire here because their punch is already so far behind. He's gonna soak up this EXP, but it looks like he's going for a hood first. I don't know whether that's gonna save him against the immense physical damage as well. But most likely after that fight, he's a bit scared of magic damage, but the blink already out on this LC.
That
And the
is
smoke
not going to look
instantaneously.
well.
They
They're
wanna
gonna
make
another
a-
try to
Yeah, they want to
get
make a
in.
move onto mid. They spot Vertigo and they know there are people around here. But the dual hop in goes in sync. He's in the middle. Oh, and the burst damage just way too much for Vertigo. Vertigo live shows
Gamer
up to the
walks
fight,
into
and this is what you get. Gamer lifted up as well. The charge coming in, but he's so far away. Actually opts to cancel. Instead, gives up. Knows that the fight is lost. It's another double kill for Mizu. Now on a monster kill streak, and they take that tower with ease.
I think right now the Dire team just needs to take a step back, try and get as much farm as they can onto Ricky and the Spirit Breaker.
Okay, but you say that, but like, how can they farm? Like, these heroes, they have no items at the moment. This Ricky still hasn't finished his Meteor Hammer, and it's almost 40 minutes into the game. This is
Yeah, that's
considered a
exactly-
relatively cheap item to ramp up, right? But he still hasn't been able to get it, and that's kind of concerning. You got
So
two
they-
supports farming a small camp. This that's not what you want to see.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
Oh no.
Okay, what is the
Things are
way
just
back into
falling
this game for
apart.
them?
I
What do
mean,
they need?
Okay, so the moment Ricky gets his Meteor Hammer, right, he can start slit pushing lanes without being seen. That could be important.
Top tower
But
is
isn't it
But
so scary because you could just get
it's-
blink dueled from the trees?
It's definitely scary, but the thing is you don't show when
You're channeling.
you're channeling
Meteor
Meteor Hammer.
Right, right, right. And yeah, I think it's coming out to him on the courier now. He's gonna get some pressure on in the bot lane. Both teams switching sides yet again. This is what you see in a lot of high MMR games. Like at a certain point near the early to mid game, they're gonna try and take each other tier.
Oh, but actually
each other.
Grimstroke here.
Yeah, Grimstroke. Do they wanna defend? Okay, Meteor Hammer TP.
Okay, leaping
Meteor
out.
Hammer channel. There's smoke behind him though. Insect. The hook gonna miss. I don't know if they caught that though.
Oh.
But the silence immediately and the blink. Where's the team? Where's the help? This Ricky, he's alone and dead. And Vertigo now, Earth Smite stolen. Insidious, he wants more. He's looking. Haya in with the second Astral Step. Forward now has a 4-star. Pretty interesting purchase. We'll talk more about that later, but what we're gonna talk about now is this Ogre. This Ogre. He is
Hiding
dead.
corner there. He tried.
Yeah,
He tried.
He tried. He's gonna get run down. And this 4-star, really interesting purchase, but against a Ricky, it's more than necessary, right? Getting you out of that sticky situation.
Yeah, that's just for the Ricky.
Yeah, really smart itemization here from this Void Spirit.
He's just going for the Agnes right immediately.
And I think it's more than worth it because you look at the cause on the side of the Dire, right? These are all heroes that want to get down and dirty.
Oh, actually get the Rubik up.
Okay. So catching the
Like-
Rubik a bit too far forward alone, didn't have any way of getting out of that. And Vertigo snipes him with the first finger kill.
That's actually a mega streak.
Yeah, that's so how much gold was that? 441. That's not that's just a bit closer to his blink dagger, which could really make the. Oh, does he actually have it on the courier?
Yeah,
Yes,
he
he
does have
does.
it.
So this opens up the map, like the play
Radiant's
potential for
middle
Vertigo
tower
a
is being
lot.
attacked.
Yeah, he won't just stop. Oh. Like, you see the previous fight, he was walking in under the tower. He doesn't need to do that anymore.
Yeah, he can actually just bide his time. As we see a smoke coming out, they
Radiant's
want to make
middle
something
tower is
happen with
taking
this
damage.
Lion Blink. Vertigo setting up. They're
And
pinging
the
around.
observer
They
does
actually,
spot out the void, but he sniffs it out.
I don't think he sniffs it out. I think he's just going for the rune, but maybe just a fortuitous rune spawn at the top side. He's gonna make his way down there. They still want to set up on him on mid though, but how are they
The
gonna
Spirit
find
Breaker's already looking to charge, I feel like.
Yeah, the Spirit Breaker I mean, he's just farming up while waiting to
Yeah,
see
he's
this
farming
Void
the
Spirit.
jungle.
But they don't have vision here, and in fact,
Oh.
what was that? Cancel charge?
Where
I don't think they saw him.
oh
They're
no,
probably trying to make.
he's charging the jungle camp to clear it out.
Yeah.
Void actually picks
Okay,
him up.
Void actually going on the Spirit Breaker instead, but it just decides to. Yep.
No, he didn't
clear
get the
that up.
astral hit.
What do you mean?
Not the astral hit, the remnant.
Oh, he did. I don't think he threw it out though. Yeah, as in,
Radiant's
I think he
bottom
was just
tower
okay
is being
trading there,
attacked.
like just getting the camp.
Dire's
But
top
once
tower
again,
is
like you
being
said,
attacked.
the Meteor Hammer starting to do his damage on this tower. 71
Structures
HP
are
left. Most
fortified.
likely gonna go up and clean that up. Meanwhile, though, the trade is coming
Yeah,
through.
charge on the top actually.
Already mental style completed for this Drow though. 9k gold up. That Drow is really farmed. Okay, as a here fight, here comes the duel. They hold X Freedom in, but they instantly get linked up. Vertigo not gonna give over the duel damage, the dismember, but it's too little, too late. The line is already dead. That's not the blink review you wanted, and Rubik finishes off Gamer as well. Sukiya, this poor little ogre, his team is dead, and so is he. Actually falls to the neutral creep. So
That is a silver lining for them, I guess.
that is one tiny thin silver lining.
Oh
Just
no, Void Spirit is here.
even that one silver
That's
lining about to turn into a disaster. This poor
Okay,
little
bulldoze.
actually gets the charge off. Is there anything to interrupt? This Drow, he's
I
looking
mean,
to
Drow
cut
is
him
here.
off.
Oh,
Can he get him? No, he can't. Just offers one arrow. And yeah.
just a little. Oh,
That's
Duo
a-
wasn't
honestly,
up.
that was a bit of a disaster from the side. They tried to fight out on this cliff, tried to get a hook, but they hook X Freedom in just for them to get soulbound. X Freedom doesn't. Does he die there?
Yeah, he died.
Ah, okay, yes, he died, but I mean, more than worth it, right?
It's a support for 3.
Okay, the blink
first
forward, the
is a
stun
four,
into
yeah.
the hook. They could find something here. The Hex overlapping their disables just
One
a
more
bit.
hook.
Is it enough? The Finger of Death as well. And Haya actually gonna fall. They managed to get him. They split
Oh,
the
and
disables
Ricky's
a bit, but Ricky as well doesn't have the sleep dart just yet. Still 2 minutes to that. But makes a go onto Insidious C. The Rubik cannot interrupt.
Ricky's actually queuing up Diffusal right next item.
Yeah,
So
and
he's probably gonna get the shard before that, right?
yeah, but I just feel this sense of dread for the Radiant or for the Dire lineup, right? It just feels like it's slipping closer and closer out of your grasp. Yeah, sure, you get a kill onto the Void Spirit, but this whole time, the Drought's just free farming. You have not touched this Drought at all.
Yeah, there's gonna be a
1-0-3.
very small, tiny window where Radiant can get surprised by the shard.
You
And
mean
it's
the
going to
sleep
be
dart?
The sleep dart, yes.
Okay, but I do want to say that I think this Ricky, when you pick with Ricky, you know what he's gonna go for. He goes at Meteor Hammer. It's 100% the sleep dart. So I think the Radiant will be expecting this.
Oh, actually, he actually buys the Blade of Blackity right away, so there is no sleep dart.
Yeah, because
For the
maybe
foreseeable
okay,
future.
but ABC gonna get gone on here, lifted up, but the Bulldoze gonna keep him nice
Oh, he
and
got
handy
the
for now.
Dismember.
Dismember back though, but once again the Bulldoze, that status resists a bit too much. The force fall from Archin, he wants to get him and he will. Vertigo, the next to fall, the hook not gonna come nearly in time, and they could actually look towards Roche for this or a tier 2 if they want. Archin very strong now with that Dragon Lance and Manta Style, and they will. Looks like the vision's being set up.
Right, so McDonald's does know that they're going for Roche, but there's nothing they can do about it. But
Yeah,
wherever
I mean,
Ricky
with
in the
the
bottom
Bara
lane,
and
they're
the-
simply just slowly chipping away at the tier 2 towers. It's his only play.
Yeah, he has to Meteor Hammer these and try to make some pressure, but really with Ricky not the best tower pusher in the world, that's why he goes for that Meteor Hammer, right? But they're gonna trade a Roche for it. The Dismember skill from Insidious C really coming into fruition there, gets that even through the Bulldoze, even just keeps that space cow down for long enough. Really
It was
living up to
just
the
enough,
title
and
of
there's
a
actually a
butcher.
shard there, they're
Oh?
not gonna pick it up. They know it's a talisman.
Yeah, it's
I thought it was a
no,
shard,
no, no,
okay,
he
alright.
picked up some.
Because
Because
Oh,
he
no,
picks
it's a
up the
flash,
Aegis
yeah.
and he doesn't have space in his inventory, so he drops one. Almost
Looking
finishing
very-
up the Aghanims now. I don't know. How do you think Radiant can? How do you think Dire can even win a fight? There's a DD at the bot side, but it's not even like they have a real good right-click carry to emphasize on this. They don't even give it to Ricky. It's gonna be the Parch who takes it.
Oh man, I just feel like Ricky.
Okay,
Okay.
go
Yeah.
Archin. So many arrows flying out, not nearly enough. The last proc would have definitely killed him, and the tip. But honestly, that's a bit of a bitter tip because if a Drow can just melt you down like a machine gun like that as a Spirit Breaker, you're in dire straits. But a stun up onto
Okay,
Vertigo,
another-
that's the Aghanims reveal, but very nicely done from Haya. And this is the Grimstroke combo that you wanted, right? You want someone who can go in with this Ink Spell. LC not necessarily the best candidate, still works, but
Big
it's this
spots
Void
on the
Spirit.
Spirit Breaker
And I
over
hear a duel on the side. Doesn't
It's
actually
a Bulldoze.
commit it just yet, but now he does, and he wants to get that bonus damage. Finally
Yeah,
gets
so
it.
he just waited for the Bulldoze to expire before he dueled. So
Yeah.
you ensure that you get duel victory.
Yeah, and dual victory he does get. Now with the shard completed as well, the magic immunity gonna be so passive for them to get through.
Turu over in Twitch chat. Not a big fan of McDonald's without Medusa.
Yeah, me neither. This is looking real flat from them. 11k gold up, and they're already looking towards the high ground. I don't know what McDonald's can offer up because they're kind of beginning to look like my neighborhood McDonald's,
Oh, no,
where the delivery
Vertigo.
service is just disappointing, and this Vertigo Lion, absolutely disappointing as well. He gets that Blink Dagger, but he doesn't manage to get anything done, and I don't really think it's his fault either, but McDonald's, they're struggling to find something. The silence stops the charge, and the instant shard, press the attack, keeps him alive. The Hex forward though, Vertigo is trying to prove me wrong, and he does! That's the Aegis first life, but Gamer already being tagged down by the cross arrows, and Vertigo, that's gonna be a dieback. Gamer is trying to make something happen with the Aghanim Scepter Rod, but he just falls instantly to the duel. And how do you even defend this? This has to be 1 Rex at least, right? The charge forward from ABC, but the silence again from Archin. Just keeping
Okay,
this
there's
cow
a sleep
at
dart,
bay.
it's annoying, but
Haya, yeah, you got a Meteor Hammer, but I'm magic immune, my friend. I don't care. That was the Sleep Dart completed now.
timed out with the Legion shard as well, so giving you.
Yeah, and no fear whatsoever. That was just the Aegis pop right there. More than A-OK. They actually see the Ricky at the side now, trying to make a jump. And the steal, what does he get? It's the Bloodlust. That's so huge for the Drow, just auto-attack even more. In goes Haya though,
Oh, he
catches the
catches off the
Ricky.
Ricky.
The dust, but not nearly close enough to make anything happen. Archin a bit too far away right now. And Yeah, they're just gonna lose the racks for free. ABC charging forward, trying to make something happen. Do they want to fight here? I can't imagine this will amount to anything. Insidious seeing Jules himself. The hook actually not really aligning well. A bit of miscommunication there. He still wants to go forward, but thinks better of it.
I think that was just a bait for the silence.
Yeah, just a bit bait.
And the tip and the return tip.
And once again, I must ask, how over is this game? Let's take a look at the win probability over here. 4% left. I don't really know what Gaben is thinking, but this might be the start of it. Insig actually getting caught out by himself.
Okay.
Not retreating together. Haya going to be able to stop the charge, but that's a pretty big kill on the LC. And this provides an opening. Nether Strike not going to come out in time. Haya guards himself very well with that dissimulate. And they're going to look to try and make something happen now. Okay, Meteor charge through onto X Freedom. The buyback from Insig instantly, but Haya being hooked in. The silence onto 3 and the soul bind. Silence onto 2 follow up. It's a duel. Gamer, they're melting all at once. Vertigo, what can he do? Absolutely nothing. That's a 4 for nothing. And this Space Cow is just forced to charge all the way back home. Just when we thought there was an opening, the side of Ganbu just slammed the door shut.
Yeah, that was actually when Push made the hook for the Void Spirit, he was actually going to dismember immediately. However, Grimstroke with the Ink Swell stuns up everybody. 3 heroes stunned up.
Yeah, and also Archin with that brilliant silence on 3, followed up by the Soulbound into the Phantom's Embrace, just made sure the entire side couldn't do anything. This Ricky mid just not working out for them the way they intended. And the instant lift stops the Bulldoze Spirit Breaker and just firing away. My friend, you might have accidentally walked into an SAF firing range with the way that you just got shot down. And Tim's coming out as
Drow
ABC.
has a ridiculous amount of damage.
Oh,
output,
look
right?
at this. The smiles coming out and the flame as well. A bit of BM in all chat. Gamer, he has the Agony Center Rod. And that's just going to take him down even lower. He's going to fall. Archin, he's A-okay. He's actually ABC as he sights on him, but the silence again. This Spirit Breaker just can't get anything done. Trying to Nether Strike now, but cancels it. 4 staff over the wall. Haya manages to get out, but Archin, will they give respect or will they keep going? We don't have a creep wave with them now.
There is a creep wave coming in top, so I don't think they want to...
Yeah, the line's gonna be up by then. They're probably
Yeah.
showing a bit of respect. I think that Archin walking over to get this.
Oh, and a regen rune.
Yeah, very
That
nicely
is-
done for him. Sitting on 3k gold, what item do you think this draw is gonna go next, or do you think it literally doesn't matter? Hurricane Pike completer as well.
I think... Oh, actually she's queuing up a Skadi right away, which...
The Frost Arrows Skadi attack combo, classic. Gotta stick with the theme of Frost Arrows, you know what I mean?
It's also very annoying for a Spirit Breaker, like...
Yeah. Just as if you needed even more kite or tankability, right? But they were gonna posture for the top side. Ward's already in, and Sukiya, he's a bit too far forward. Haya actually getting picked off in the back line. The silence not nearly enough, but here comes V, blinks in straight to a stun. Jules up, and the buyback from the Ogre. They could look to make something happen here. The Void Spirit already dead. Stuns out onto Archin, but they've already eliminated the Rubik as well, and here comes ABC from the back line. This Drow could be in a bit of trouble. Nether Strike forward, but press the attack. He's alive for now. The Dismember instantly silenced and dueled up. The buybacks as well on this punch. They want to make something happen. X Freedom gonna fall in sync next. And Archin, he's in trouble. He needs to get out. Has the Hurricane Pike over the wall and cancels the charge actually. Can he get a bash? No, he can't.
What was that
Fullerson
cancel?
gets out.
What was that cancel?
Why did he cancel the
They were playing so well.
I mean, ultimately, there's still a win overall
okay,
for
he
the
actually
side
cashed
of
out
the
the
Dire. And they see Insig now. They want to make something happen.
Probably at least
Press
one
the
more bash,
attack.
right?
No
You gotta-
mana.
There's
No mana
bash.
to work with. And he'll
He
be
does have
A-okay.
a magic stick, so if he wanted to, he could have.
Yeah, but that is a costly defense for them. They do take out the Void Spirit, but they narrowly miss out on a free kill on this Pelosan Drow. Could have been done if he completed the charge, but he just doesn't. Maybe he just assumes that wants to leave the kill for
I'm
his...
guessing he just didn't expect the
Maybe
Drow.
it's a bit of a misclick as well, because sometimes when you click on the ground, I
like
don't
Drow
know what
immediately
happened.
forced stuff uphill, right? So
Oh,
I guess
okay, as we see this Ricky gonna get dueled up, pushing a bit too far forward with the Meteor Hammer, and absolute disaster. Another smile coming out from this. ABC having a good time, and I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the LAN environment has something to kind of play into it as well, because it's so scary, right? Like, it's so tense as well. When you're turning that fight, you feel the energy from your team just rising up, and then suddenly you're just all kind of like all tense, all shaking, and that might have come into play there.
I
And
think
just missing
probably
out
a
the kill.
misclick there.
Yeah, I mean, this Drow 7-0-11, just nothing to worry about.
Would've
It's
been
been
7-11-1.
yeah, it's been a convenient game for her, no doubt. Really fitting into this entire team, and almost has her. Oh, maybe that was the ultimate.
Yeah, the
Oh,
courier was
yeah,
had
the
the
courier.
Skadi.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, but
tower
nice
is
little
taking
spin
damage.
breaker. Split pushing the tower here. 27 minutes in, 17k gold out. Once again, not the absolute stomp that we've seen during day 1 and day 2. They're definitely putting up a fight, but really have to wonder what the plan was with this draft. Because, I mean, on paper, we know what it is, right? Sleeping Dart into Meteor Hammer, but just like, you pick that against the LC. Like, there's
Again,
gonna
they
be a
just need
pressy
a
attack.
scaling core. They just don't have anyone that scales extremely well. They picked to fight early, they picked to win early, but they just didn't manage to do it.
And
You know
Vertigo
what,
falls in the sidelines, of course. At this point, this Lion just has died so easily, and it's not even his fault. This Void Spirit with the Spell Amp talent, along with the Kaya and Sanj, just able to rip them apart with a single Resonant Pulse. And they're gonna go onto the high ground. Oh, gonna miss. Nice mustache. But yeah, they're just gonna take this Rex for free. What is the answer from McDonald's?
even if they do manage to poke the draw or the void, Rubik has a blink.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Oh, that's
Oh.
there is. As we see
They're
it.
gonna
There we go.
dismember once again, like Masaki predicted. The instant blink lift from the Rubik. Canceling the dismember. This Ricky only survives on a sliver of HP. But he's okay. That's your carry punch down for 70 seconds. No buyback. Went for the Aghanims build, but hasn't really just been rotting away at his own team's chances at winning this one, if I must be completely honest. Archie just having the
okay.
freest game. No, he's A-okay. Like you said, Rubik still the blink lift. And Insig still with the shard and the blink as well to back up the drow. Just easily hitting away on these towers. What can they do? Bloodlusted up, but
Gonna spam this Sleeping Dart and annoy the draw a little bit, but
yeah, they want to end the game. They know this punch doesn't have buyback. Oh, and a blink on
Oh.
this Spirit Breaker. Nice dodge, but I don't know how much that does. If he's gonna try again with the Aghanim Scepter cooldown. The blink forward though, instantly Hex. Vertigo had his finger on the trigger here, but he's gonna be one shot down through the heart. And they're not even done. Haya onto the next support, Sukiya. Narrowly surviving because of the bit of HP, but he's gonna be A-okay. Meanwhile, Archin just peppering away at this tower. The
Okay,
charge
there's
comes through and the blink away again. Trying to bait them a bit, but really just baiting his own team or like can't do anything. Haya in again
no,
onto
Ricky.
this Ricky. So weak. And the duel in and the blink duel dust combination. And they just have McDonald's number right now.
Game 3 Korea.
Yeah, game 3
Oh,
Copium.
no.
The answer to this is Stonks. It looks like we're gonna see a grand finals match sooner rather than later as McDonald's fall in game 2. It's a 2-0 sweep from the side of the Gamboos. We're gonna have a sick grand finals, my friend.
Alright, so both teams in the semi-finals breaking out a relatively... They showed a convincing win in both games. So it's 2-2-0 for both the semi-finals. So at the grand finals later on, we're gonna see Gamboos versus Stonks. Right?
Yeah, so I mean McDonald's, we can't
all-star
write them
team.
off because earlier on we saw Kali Kali. I actually had a chat with some of the players as well. You know, they actually told me, you know, they don't even primarily play Dota that much.
Oh, is
Yeah,
that so?
they don't. They play a
And
lot
still
of
managed to-
Apex, which is why they keep asking for Apex League. So actually, they've been old school Dota players. They used to play a bit more in these tournaments, but you know, not a lot of tournaments. Like you said, it's been a very long time since we've seen one. And so the thing is, as we are back on camera, so you should probably turn to face it, my friend. Just a bit too engaged in our conversation here. But like I said, Kali Kali, they've actually used to be old school players. They played a lot of Dota tournaments in the past, but like you said, not a lot of tournaments recently. But with this nice little opportunity, they thought, why not give it a try? And they
Yeah,
walk
and
away.
It's actually very impressive that they
Yeah.
still made it to the semi-finals and they still walk away with a $500
the
shared voucher,
I mean,
right?
at the end of the day, no matter how long you haven't touched Dota, yes, sure, you might be a bit rusty, but the synergy that you build with your team is always going to be there, right?
And
It's the
they still
same.
play Apex together, right?
Correct, it's still the same pub stack. So the synergy and the chemistry is definitely there, and we could see it. And for McDonald's, you know, they themselves also a very relatively, if I'm not wrong, they're going by this name now, but they are more commonly known as the Uprising stack for people who know about the Singapore Dota community. But they really put on a good fight, and even though Kali Kali, you know, they fall in a very convincing fashion, I would argue to say that McDonald's actually made it look a lot closer in game 1. Just like what Turu Turu is saying in chat, they McDonald's with Medusa is pretty good, but McDonald's without their Medusa just kind of seems like it fell flat a bit. They obviously had some sort of idea with this patch carry, Grandmaster patch, but cannot stand up to Insig and the boys, led by X Freedom. They take it in 2-0, and yeah, in case you're not aware of this spectacle that you're watching, we are in the Asia Esports Festival online, and SG Comic Con's Dota 2 Community Tournament. We've just completed Game 2 of the semi-finals, of Game 2,
Semi-finals, round 2, yeah.
round 2, and we have our 2 finalists, Ganbu versus Stonks. So for
So
those of
how excited are you?
anyone who doesn't know what the team names are, it's okay, I got you. Ganbu is the match that you just watched. It's basically 2.5 of Nigma Galaxy Southeast Asia, so actual DPC players. On the flip side of the coin, with Stonks, you have Fixers, very popular streamer, high MMR, Semi-Pro, and Exilon as well. Rank 2 peak in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, no big
mid-lane.
deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Like I said, nice coming back to bite me. But yeah, no big deal. But we'll see how big of a deal that he can be up against these DPC players. Interesting to note, this grand finals might be a bit of revenge for Exilon. You want to know why?
Enlighten me, please.
Because in their opening match of the Southeast Asian DPC Division 2, Nigma Galaxy crushed Exilon's team 2-0. Like completely demolished them. So Nigma Galaxy completely 2-0 496, which is the team that Exilon is on. So this could be his chance to get a bit of spicy revenge before they meet
Yeah, it's
up
gonna
again.
be a revenge against half the team.
Yeah, revenge against half the team. I'm sure he'll take it, and also I'm sure he'll be more than willing to take away the grand prize of $2,750. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without the organizers and sponsors of this event. Big shout out to NORE, as well as Elysium Esports for organizing and putting this entire event together, as well as the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. That is where we are broadcasting live from. And they have also very kindly sponsored their venue for us to host this tournament live. If you literally want to come down, you can. When's the last time
Please
you
come
could say that about a Dota tournament?
Ever since, at least minimum. I haven't heard about a Dota tournament for 2 years.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
Singapore.
it's tough times we live in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough times we live in, but it's
That
not
was
going to be so tough anymore. We have good Dota on the way, and you can come down and join us at the Kallang Wave Mall. We're on level 2 over here. And last but not least, big shout out to New World Carnival as well. Every single player who participated in the tournament walks away with VR experience sessions. So if you don't know what New World Carnival is, they're a VR experience center at Somerset 313 level 3. They take up half of level 3,
half of
so
level
you
3.
can't miss it. You know what I mean? Just go up to level 3.
I
I'm
mean,
sure
if
you'll
you
find
miss it, then you just go to the other half, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you walk around a bit, then you just go the exact opposite direction. But speaking of direction, we are headed for a really nice grand finals. We've watched these two teams for the past 2 days. Do you have a favorite? Or do you have anything you want to see in terms of what they bring out in the grand finals?
I just want to see more miracle action.
Miracle action?
Miracle action.
Okay, I mean, he really put on a masterclass in the Dark Seer and as well as the Void Spirit. He's playing mid for this tournament, usually now plays a bit more on the off lane, old school. If you know him from back then, plays a lot more of the carry, but seeing him mid definitely has been refreshing, and the rest of the team as well. I didn't know Paulson was a carry player, but you know, I'm learning right now. So apart from Miracle, Miracle obviously from the side of Gambu's, is there anything on the side of songs that you want to see them bring out for these grand finals?
I mean, you have Exilern. You're a big fan of Exilern's Magnus, right?
I mean, how can you not be after watching those 2 games? Did you see those games?
Of course, I was watching those games. Not as big of a fan because I don't watch him as often.
Okay,
But
fair.
not as big as a fan compared to you, right?
No, as in, I don't think it's about how much of a fan we are. I think it's just more about...
It's going to be an exciting game if he manages to get his hands on the Magnus.
I don't think they're I really don't think they're gonna get Magnus, because I expect a first ban, because we
Just to
also saw
respect
Dan,
Dan, right?
yeah, not just excellent, but Dan as well on that off lane Magnus, really making it work for his team, providing a delivery service. But yeah, it's gonna be an exciting grand finals to watch, and we'll be right back with you. But for now, we're gonna go for a short break as we get those 2 teams set up and ready to face off. We'll be right back. You have waited for long enough, and we're sorry for the delay. But we are back with the grand finals of the Asia Esports Festival, online, now here offline, in Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. I am Permasneeze, and I am joined by Hani.
Yes!
Welcome. Is that the best you got? Come on, give me something here.
Hiya!
there
This
we
is
go.
the finals. We are here and we are ready to cast the best games of our lives.
Yeah, actually the best games of our lives, because there are so many cool stories coming in to this grand finals, okay? I don't know if you guys caught the semi-finals. Those were bangers themselves, but this one is about to be a showdown. If you caught the ending part of that second semi-finals, you will know, because I kind of played it up a little bit already. But for those of you who didn't catch it, I'm just going to remind you that this is a DPC level rematch. And you want to know why?
Because there's actually DPC players.
Not just that. It is the DPC players in question who already faced off against each other. So let me introduce the teams real quick, okay? On one side of the coin, you have Stonks. That's the Fixers Excellent stack, okay? They're backed up by Aega, who is their captain, who many of you will know if you're part of the Singapore Dota community. And the most important thing is that Excellent, rank 2 peak mid, recently joined Spawn 496, a lower division DPC Southeast Asia team, okay? Vietnamese team, some Malaysian sprinkled in there, he's only Singaporean. They played up against, guess who was their opponent?
Miracle?
Correct, Nigma Galaxy Southeast Asia in the
Wow.
first game of the DPC opening, and they got completely smacked 2-0.
Oh man.
So this is Excellent's chance to get revenge.
Redemption.
Exactly, and I think it's not so far of a stretch to say that the Ganbu side, which is the team that Miracle is playing on, you got Miracle, you got Polarson, you got OG veterans like Insidious C, Insignificant Me, top 500 MMR off-laner, by the way, and last but not least,
The TI player. XTI player?
X-Reader.
X-Reader.
I know you were talking, you're a big fan of
man.
X-Reader, you're like blushing over there just now when you're talking to him.
Come on, it's not every day you get to see
Yeah.
a international player, you know?
I
right?
have
Like,
never seen a TI player in my life, but now I have.
Yeah, I have.
Now,
And there was a couple.
there were a couple.
Like it was so surreal. Like you just basically see like nuts and also
no,
XY.
yeah,
So
yeah,
shout out to
Nuts,
them. lah.
Yo, shout out to Nuts. He's like right out there. I had to play it cool because obviously I know who Nuts is. Obviously you know who
Hey,
Nuts
come
is,
on, man.
but
Who
you can't just be like, hey, you're Nuts, like you're his brother. Like you think you who?
Yeah.
Right. You just like it's nuts. It's nuts, my god. Okay, but he's here. Enough with the fanboying. We're gonna get straight into the draft because I'm sure all of you came to see this spectacle right here. It's gonna be Stonks versus Ganbus. And for those of you who don't know, Stonks, right, a pretty typical team name. But for those of you who don't get the reference for the team Ganbu, it refers to the Squid Game. You know that poor scene. No spoilers, but when the old man trades marbles with his friend, the main character. Did you watch?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So that was actually the
Wait, you
Korean.
didn't get? Oh my god.
Oh, I didn't get it. Oh
Brother
no.
man, Hani, you're already disappointing me. You have Hani as your name, bro. You're not culturally. Come on, get it together, my friend. But okay, so at this point, Ganbus, there's a bit of an error over here. It says that they are up one game, but that is not the case. We already have. I think it's a bit of lobby errors, but just ignore that for now, my friends. It is not the case. We are still at game 1, so no team has won yet. Yeah, so doesn't look like this, but it looks like we are in the game. So I'm not really sure whether the draft is going, but as you can see, let me just educate you. It was the Squid Game reference over here. They
Yeah,
have
now
this
I got
picture.
it. Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like we're having a bit of technical difficulties here. Sorry once again, ladies and gentlemen. I know you showed up for this game here. Maybe we just hop back out again. I think we're having some internet difficulties for everybody.
Kale.
Yes,
Kale,
can I get
Kale?
some Kales in chat? I don't even know if we're actually still broadcasting. Are we still live? I don't even know.
I hope so.
Who knows? At this point, we could be just talking to ourselves.
I mean, but we still have to keep the
Okay.
show doesn't stop.
Yeah,
you know?
but nobody's listening. What do you have to say, honey? Yeah, do you have any deep dark secrets you'd like to expose about yourself right now?
I like to play mid even though I suck at it.
Alright, that's not a secret, my friend. I said
No.
secrets, deep dark. Everybody knows you. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm
Oh
kidding.
man.
Yeah, so right now, someone's saying the way these two casters look at each other a bit sus. What's suspicious about a good old two bros? Two bros just hanging out, enjoying
Yeah.
some
Oh.
enjoying some Dota.
So actually going back to the draft, it looks like
No.
Oh,
Okay, so
No,
my
as in the timer is counting down. Is everything back? I don't know.
yeah, I'm not too sure yet, but let's just look at chat for a little bit while
Alright.
we try and figure that out. I'm not sure whether there's gonna be a remake. That's the thing. Let me ask them real quick. Okay, nobody can hear me. Beautiful. I love Dota. Anyways, it looks like we're back into the draft. Let's hop back in. Me and Hani can keep looking at each other now without anyone saying anything. Yeah, but it looks like we're back into the draft. The picks are out, and just like you predicted,
We
it
have
is,
a first pick, Magnus.
it is a Magnus indeed.
And also a Rubik pick, so there's no Zinq counter.
Yeah, absolutely. I this is they covered all their bases here.
So,
Okay, so we gotta. I'm aware the camera's still on us, but we gotta get back into the draft soon. Don't worry. For now, we're gonna narrate it slowly for you. This is an interesting Earthshaker pick. Usually, you think. Okay, so let me spell it out for you guys first. So Ganbus, they've picked up Snapfire Earthshaker for themselves, and on the side of Stonks, the Excellent stack, they picked up Magnus and Rubik. So quite interesting that they pick an Earthshaker after the Rubik, just because of the fact that you think the Rubik would be good in stealing the fissure
Yeah.
for himself. And Excellent also, we've seen him play this Rubik before. So this is a draft that they're repeating from the earlier stages, where or at least literally the semi-final, where they picked the Magnus in the second game, but they put it onto they put Excellent on that Rubik instead, just like a little switcheroo, because Dan plays that as well.
yeah, nowadays, Magnus, Norui, a lot of heroes right now, right, in this meta are actually very versatile. You basically don't know what the heck, like, your enemies
Yeah,
are
like-
drafting. Or
like-
even on your own, you want to try and confuse your enemies.
Right.
So I think there's really some high-level stuff.
Yeah,
you know.
it's like what you're saying. The flex pick potential is insane, right? Because even now, we look at this Earthshaker, right?
Can be played as a boss tree.
Can be played as Force 3, can be played as Force 2. We have seen Snapfire mid as well, so let's not discount that. Because if you follow the DPC, you'll know that Yopaj from Boom Esports just absolutely wrecks face on that hero. So some chats about Son of Magnus coming. Yeah, it could be excellent, but we've also seen Dan, Grandmaster Magnus himself, pull that out for the team as well. So in terms of bans, a lot of focus onto the carry bans of WB, we're assuming. I'm not really sure how the roles are going to pan out, because I remember in the first game it was WB playing the pause for Hoodwink, but then so far it seems to be Fixers that is switching over to that role
Yeah,
for the most part.
Excellent playing the mid, then WB playing the carry right now.
Yeah, and then playing position 3 obviously, but we're going to get a lot of emphasis on carry bans actually. I think the Medusa ban might be a response, or maybe they banned Medusa, so it was kind of like I'm not really sure where this AM ban is coming from, but it's quite obvious in terms of like a Magnus synergy, right?
Yeah.
So
There's not much
Magnus,
heroes in the pool left that can actually synergize with this Magnus.
yeah, but we have seen. I mean, this is where you might want to kind of put the Magnus onto Exilern as well, right? Because if you pick kind of a Magnus off lane, that's a more supportive role where you want to be empowering your carry and have him emphasize on that. But if you just kind of have a mid where Magnus, where he's just empowering himself, that can really take over the game by itself.
I agree.
Okay, so Clockwork over here. Do you think this is going to be a position 5 or position 4? Because we have seen Aiega, or rather Tanaka, play this.
I think it's a position 5 Clockwork because
And a position 4
yeah,
Rubik?
Clockwork tends to fall very early, so I'm actually thinking it could be a position 5 Clockwork instead.
Okay, some people in chat are saying Fixer's signature position for Clockwork. And I just want to say that if you guys, so many Fixers fans in chat, so many excellent fans in chat as well, you guys got any questions for them? We can do a nice little interview with them later. You guys just need to, like Hades says in the chat, just put down what questions you have and we'll ask them for you. You know, you can't be here you're in Malaysia, or you're a super WB fan, we can get that for you too. Just ask. Just ask away in chat and we'll gather your questions and do an interview later on. But just let us know, okay? As we get back into the draft, it's going to be a Mirana pick. This is quite interesting. We saw some teams try to run it mid, not very successful though. And there's a bit of a new shift in terms of Mirana core because of the shard. Do you know what the shard does, my friend?
Please enlighten me, sir.
Okay, I
Enlighten
will.
everyone. in
Enlighten everybody. Please inform the drafter of Stonks to respect the 1v1 and streaming community. No idea what he's talking about there. I'm just going to pretend I don't know. But with that said, the Mirana shard, basically, when you use Leap, you get a very high crit chance. Basically, it increases your damage. So within that short burst, when you leap forward, it kind of emphasizes on the right-click Mirana playstyle, where you jump forward and auto-attack. This could be kind of scary. And if I'm not wrong, this is one of a Fixer's one of Fixer's signature heroes. Some people are already saying Stonks lost, but I don't see it just yet.
I mean, you definitely can't count out Excellence Magnus, right? Or even Dance Magnus.
Wait, how can we... Dude, Night Stalker, were you watching that match just now? Did you see Insignificant Me just completely tear apart his opponents? Because that's exactly what he did. He just completely ripped apart the backline of McDonald's and they couldn't do anything. In fact, he was solo killing the Weaver among 4 heroes and nobody could do a single thing. This could be really scary.
Are we gonna get some Pudge? I love a good Pudge game though.
But yeah, but who's gonna pick They already have the Fixer signature Clockwork, right?
Pudge, please, no!
I mean, we
Oh,
have seen
no.
the 2 hookers in one team, right?
Yeah.
Clockwork and Pudge at the same time. So they're no strangers to that, but they end up picking the Magnus. They end up picking the Mars. This is most likely gonna be the Pause 3? Could be a Pause 2?
I mean, we've seen a
Still-
Pause 1 Mars, right, in the
Still
previous game.
flexible. Yeah, but it didn't work out. It was Kaguya who played it. And you know, you can like these space makers, but not gonna work out for him.
So many melee carries actually getting banned out right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the game that you have to play for when you do have this Magnus.
Like,
as
what
well,
else
right?
is
Like-
there in the pool to synergize with Magnus? I think
Ooh.
it's Juggernaut.
Yeah, but Jug is just such an awkward hero to play, especially against Night Stalker. He can just run you down even though you have spin. And Moonlight Shadows, Moonlight Shadow is just tough, right? Because a lot of times you want to make sure you single out a hero or 2 heroes and you Omni Slash off. But if the Moonlight Shadow is on, that kind of makes you have to carry a dust for yourself, and it feels not the best.
The Wraith King ban was also pretty good.
Yeah, I like the Wraith King very much because of the fact that there is a RP and an arena, but you can outlive that.
Yeah.
Right? You just come back to life, and then you have the stun and supports. We saw how good Ganbus played with that Wraith King on Peloson. Empowered by the Snapfire, just constantly being cookied in, gets in and out of fights wherever they want. And I don't know what WB is going to pick for his carry here. They ban out the Drow as well. So many carry bans. The Jug. I don't even know what's left in the pool. PL?
Yeah,
There's
even Jug was banned out. Like, they kind of already saw it coming.
Yeah, so much emphasis on the carry bans. Peloson and WB, what do you have left in the tank? Let's take a look. Anybody in chat got suggestions for the drafters? What hero do you think is
Like,
good?
maybe if we shout loud enough.
Yeah, maybe then we'll shout it over to them. Okay, so X Freedom has 40 seconds. Oh, actually, draft time mirrored on both sides. I still don't know what this lineup is supposed to be like. Who's mid? Is it Mirana mid? I'm guessing it's Night Stalker off lane, right? But is it then Mirana, like Miracle Mirana mid, which would be amazing to see? Yeah, there is a Naga as well, pointed out by chat. Lina for gun boost. It's actually...
Ooh,
What is going on?
Ogre?
Guys, what
Last
is...
pick Ogre.
I mean, I love Ogre, but this is... what am I looking... It could be a mid Ogre, or a carry, or a core Ogre with... It could be Pos 1 Night Stalker, it could be Pos 1 Mirana. I know Mason loves to play that quite a lot. What are they going to answer with? What the Stonks think is their last hero of choice here? They already have the excellent signature Magnus. They have, as they say, Fixer signature Clockwork that I don't know how true that is, but we'll have to see. 30 seconds left for the draft time. Hope it's not Fixer's Mars Copium. Mizu Ogre, Pop Champ, or Pause Champ, sorry. Should be Clock.
Shall we see an Invoker this game?
Honestly, I'm relying on chat so much just because of the fact that I have no idea what this draft is supposed to be.
Yeah, precisely.
I don't
like
know.
all the cores are
What
banned out. There's nothing
What are
much.
they gonna pick?
And
Like,
they're actually surprising us with like
yeah, Ogre.
support picks as the last pick. So it could be that all their cores have already been
it's
picked
as
up.
if this match wasn't exciting enough.
2 seconds left and they finally come here.
It's
Invoker,
like Boca,
yes!
you called it, your
Oh
prophet.
my
My gosh, who is he? Hani coming back from the grand finals cast with the call.
Like, come on, man.
Okay,
I'm
wait,
on fire.
So it is a miracle mid Mirana. This is gonna be a treat and a half. He's gonna teach all you kids at home how to play this hero. Okay, everybody learn. X Freedom Ogre Magi last pick. So it's gonna be Peloson. Pause 1 Snapfire. Pause 1 Snapfire. This is a
Wow.
Southeast Asian specialty. It's
Wow,
a
wow,
okay.
wow.
So Snapfire, really strong mid game hero with her spells, but you can actually scale because Snapfire is a talent that allows the little shredder to use attack damage. So that's where you see the Snapfires go for stuff like Daedalus, and then they just rip you apart.
Just look at the hero pickup by Dyer. WB is playing the Magnus. Could it be a carry Magnus? Then
I guess so, and then it's Dan on the mask and Fixer's mid, or is it Excellent mid? I have no idea.
Yeah, it
is
could
it
be a
Boss 4 Invoker? What is going on? This game is a mess.
wow. I mean, just so much versatility,
I'm so
right?
confused.
Like we totally didn't expect the Magnus to be a carry at it.
Yeah,
at this
and what a way to start off the grand finals of the Asia Esports Festival SG Comic Con. And we have the Ganbus, basically Nigma Galaxy stack with some of the veterans of the Singaporean scene up against Fixers and Excellent. Excellent, he's going to be looking to get his revenge for this DPC. And it's not even him playing the Magnus. He's going to play the Rubik yet again. He has impressed us so far, but we're going to see whether he can do just that against such a high-ranked stack. Let's start off the game by introducing the teams. GLHF, FPS, the common greetings, you know. If I say GLHF, you must say FPS back, right?
Alright.
Yeah.
So,
You have nothing to say to that, right?
Yeah.
It's just very quiet. But disconnect straight away. He needs to go back to his book and check, hey, how do I play mid Mirana? He needs to call somebody. Call Mason. Hey, Mason, hello? Yeah, how your mid Mirana, you starting what items, Something like that, you know. You need to get a little refresher. But all jokes, of course, I'm sure Miracle can put on quite a show with this Mirana. Oh, and cosmetics-wise, look at him, he's dripping. This is like a...
yeah, that's a
Dude, this
really
is
nice
a
Mirana.
I only know the price of this because of the fact that my friend keeps bragging about it to me. This mount is like 200 to 300 Singaporean dollars.
Wow.
Okay, so some people are saying that this Miracle Mirana is since Dota 1. Very nice. So this is a bit of a throwback. You gotta pick up the... I mean, you're playing with the veterans, right? You might as well play everything you're used to. As we get into the game, this is game 1 of the grand finals. Don't be fooled by the match counter. It is still game 1. These teams have yet to face off this entire tournament, but they will right here. It's gonna be Miracle on his Mirana, not getting any starting items. Very nicely done.
Yeah, forgot. He forgot
forgot a
and he's
little
rushing
bit.
back to buy it.
Getting a bit too far ahead of himself, but this is gonna be Miracle, Haya rather, on the Mirana. Looks like it might be going off lane, not too sure. V on the Earthshaker. Insidious C actually, but he prefers to be called V right now. Insignificant Me as well, running an absolute rampage earlier on. Let's see whether he can repeat that. X Freedom on the Ogre Magi, and Archin looks to be on this mid. I think it's a mid snap fire. They really swapped the roles around, but how about you introduce the side of Stonks?
We'll be glad to. So we have the Tanaka, Aega, pause 4, pause 5, Clockwork. Then we have WB playing the carry Magnus. Invoker played by Fixers.
Looks like he's gonna go mid actually, and it's gonna be over here. Excellent on the Rubik.
Yep,
Last but not
excellent
least, you
on the
can-
rig. Then we have Dan over on the pause 3 mask.
Nicely done. And as we get ready to see the spawn of the runes.
Just about 10 seconds left before
Yeah.
they start the
Yeah,
contest
dude,
for the
dude,
rune.
why are you counting down like that? I don't think we're
I
gonna
mean,
see
come
a
on, it's
fight.
exciting stuff,
yeah,
man.
yeah, we're gonna actually start this off. That's absolutely crazy. Oh, Leon Arthur in chat. Nice to see you here. Thanks for the love, my friend. But okay, it's gonna be a typical 2 for 2, right? Nothing too significant to see right here. I'm excited to see this because I want to see how a literal professional player plays Ogre Magi. There's gonna be a lot. I'm saving this match replay for sure.
Like, just take a look at the mini-map, man. Like, the way they ward both sides, they're off lane. They've chosen to go and put it at a
Wait,
high
it's
ground.
actually mirrored wards. Look,
Yeah.
they have mirrored wards on both mid lanes, and then they're just mirrored. I
Like-
mean, this is the new meta, guys. This
Like,
is where
is
you need
this
to check
the high level, the TI level kind of
yeah,
thing?
this TI level.
We gotta
player
learn,
stuff.
man.
Yeah, we gotta learn. But as we see, it looks like it's Insig actually on this off lane, or rather on this safe lane. Is he gonna play the carry? But I mean, at this point, I don't really know what their positions are supposed to be. But what I do know is this X Freedom Ogre versus Rubik. This is a matchup I've played myself many times before, and
No, I think
mean-
this is just a standard switcheroo, like kind of thing. Like,
Oh,
you,
is
you
it?
know,
You think so?
You think the pause 3 might not be doing so well in the safe lane? Yeah, as in your pause 1 might be doing so well in the safe lane. You go and switch it up. And you play your safe lane carry on the off lane instead.
yeah, that's true. It looks like it's gonna be rather Insidious C or V rather on this position for Earthshaker, and it's gonna be Mirana as a core. Still not sure whether she's pause 1 though, but she's queuing up that Wraith Band. Aiga already coming in with the Battery Assault, being this annoying
Oh,
force that
yes.
in lane that they just can't really deal with at the moment.
I think it's pretty smart of Radiant to actually play the Mirana at top, with a natural leap. It actually counters the Clockwork.
Right, because you can never really go on to him, and even if you by some chance get a skewer back, you can just leap straight out of that. I mean, there is still some sort of threat with the Mars. They have a lot of repositioning abilities with the Spear as well as the Lift. And right now, it's gonna be the side of the Dire that get the X Freedom. He's gonna get caught out here and get first blooded by Excellent. Definitely getting his revenge there in terms of the first blood.
They're just underestimating the amount of burst damage that's coming out by the Mars and the Rubik.
Yeah, and I mean, the entire time, Olga really famed for having such high base regen, right? But as soon as you get a bit low from the peppering attacks of these two laners, it's just kind of hard to stay there, especially when you can get bursted down. Looks like there's some action in the top lane, though. WB is being hunted down in the trees.
He
They've
jukes
got
his way.
number.
He might
jukes
be
a
able
bit.
to.
That last auto attack, not nearly enough.
Oh no,
and
the
another
boss!
pause.
Oh no.
Bonka W.
Yeah, mouse issue.
Okay, is WB gonna turn this around, like, in a stroke of luck? Smile. Anyone? Any believers?
Shall we take a look at Mirana?
Can
Like
leave
if
my
that-
mech alone. Some all chat, friendly banter coming up from the teams, and Tanaka gonna be sad because it's most likely the case that WB is gonna die. This is okay. So lane wise, of course, I don't know what lanes we're expecting action from, but it most definitely was not this one. We didn't really see it coming, but a lot of the times when you talk about Mirana in the lane, you want to pair her up, and Mirana's usually seen as position 4, right? I'm sure Leon Arthur very familiar with the Mirana position 4, but you want to pair them up with someone with a stun, so you can stun set
Yeah,
up
can set up,
into
yep.
the arrow. I guess even though it's a bit unorthodox, and even though this Mirana is like position 1, I mean, I'm saying all of that just to look at her skill build, and it is literally not leveled. So how did they get to this point? WB being caught out, how shameful indeed. How is he making this work? This is some Dota 1 stuff right here. Do you have any insight whatsoever about how they made this happen? Because V, he's still at level 1. Miracle over here is at level 2. How did they get this Magnus in this spot?
Oh man, I think they're probably trying to go for the kill on Mirana. Then somehow they got
just
lost.
turned it around.
You know, like in army, there's a saying like "mi lu ping," like you basically get lost, you know, kind of thing.
Yes, unfortunately,
oh, he
WB!
survived!
Wait, he almost turns it
Okay,
around, Tanaka.
it's
Can
a
you
one-
get the proc? Yep, it's a
Oh,
trade. It's a 1-for-1. Oh, WB. Just doing it for the squad. I'm sure Tan Sing Bing in chat is going to be very happy. Just the #1 fan over there. But yeah, they managed to trade even, and now it's time for the supports. Just having a good time, just casually taking lane creeps. No big deal. One person that we haven't talked about so far is Fixers.
Who
in
is actually
mid.
winning the lane?
Yeah, who's actually winning the lane. Oh, okay. Toxic me. I mean, nothing. Like, I don't think he's gonna get threatened here. He's opting for the cross wax.
Oh,
So
okay, I think this is pretty decent. Like you're not relying on a lot of burst damage coming out from Invoker. So I think if you want to play with momentum, Crosswag is definitely the style that you want to play with.
yeah, and I think it also. I mean, I think there's an argument for either one because you have really nice Sunstrike setup with the Magnus, with the Clockwork Hookshot and the Cogs and the Mars Spear especially. But I think he's opting for a bit more tempo, maybe just something that he's comfortable with. Wants to make something happen. As I see Tanaka like dying in the top lane, that most definitely was an arrow.
Yeah, was a
so-
fissure into an arrow.
Yeah, very nicely. Now 2 Wraith Bands up. But the real winner of all of this, Insignificant Me, farming away very nicely on this Night Stalker in the bot lane. Can't really... I mean, Dan, even though he's a very strong presence, continuously spears his Night Stalker. Not that much that he can do to him in the lane, it doesn't seem like. Okay, so if you're this Night Stalker carry, or I guess you're not carry, but what is the build you go for? Do you still go for the typical Echo Saber, Blink Dagger, BKB situation, or do you think you need to switch it up for this game?
I think the standard stuff is good. Like, you know, you are fighting into a couple of big outs, then they will probably want to try and catch you with like the arena. I think going with the BKB is pretty good.
Okay, I don't know if you know this, but Night Stalker, when he has his flying...
Yeah, he can fly out of the arena, right?
Not even just that, but you actually cannot latch the spear onto him when he's flying. He will fly straight out as if there isn't a wall there. So that's something to look out for and could play a big part in the fights when it comes to caging Insignificant Me. We've seen teams try, haven't been able to do just that.
Alright, the tornado into the EMP, just nice.
Has the water
Yeah.
rune. I mean, that's the way mid is now, right? Both teams sustaining so much. As I say that,
Oh,
WB gonna fall to another fissure into... oh, not even arrow, just jumping forward with the Starstorm. And this Magnus is not having a good time right now.
Top tower is under siege.
And Tanaka not really being able to create the space for him. Like you said, the swap, something you really like, this lead, just able to get away from the Clockwork, and as a result, just not a lot of pressure coming out right now.
Like so far, I haven't asked you this question yet, but then who actually are you favoring in terms of lineup?
I gotta say, on paper, I think Radiant's, I think Dire's lineup is better. But then again, the way that this guy is playing this Mirana, he's making things happen that I don't think should happen. So at this point, I don't need to answer this question because I clearly have no clue about what these players are capable of. They've been just making magic happen in front of my eyes. I'll be interested to see. Oh, okay. As I
the
say
mid
that,
rotation.
instantly the rotation
Wow.
over. Nice block off. Peloson makes it happen with the move from the Earthshaker. Very nice. They might not be done yet. X Freedom rotates over. Actually, I was just about to say, the thing is, Peloson, he has been a bit quiet this tournament because, of course, he's played the carry very successfully. But he's done it in kind of a quiet manner. It's really been Miracle, Insignificant Me, just styling on them. And Peloson on this mid Snapfire, I was really looking like, oh, can he pull off the clean flashy moves just like someone like Yopach? And he proves that he can, just with a small rotation, gets the kill on the fixers in mid. Okay, Tornado up, it could be
Nice,
turned around though, excellent. Now onto Peloson, but X Freedom is there for the backup. Is it enough though? His spells, a stun available, and the Fairy Fire
he might
has
be
the
able to
regen
live.
rune actually.
He
bounce it.
might be able to turn
He
this.
can turn it around. They're not actually cancelling it. He's hopping
the
back
stun.
into the cogs. Was that what you wanted? Yes, it was. Not for the Ogre though. He's gonna fall.
Oh no.
Peloson still trying to turn it around, but maybe hopping a bit too far into his death. Fixers, he's gonna try and slow him up with the Ghost Ball, but in comes Insignificant Me. Level 5, but nighttime for this Night Stalker. This is not where you want to fight. He's gonna mango up and has the battery assault available. Night Stalker can't get the hits off. EMP as well. Finishes him off. Fixers, the real winner of that fight.
Well, you definitely don't want to man fight a Clockwork so early on.
Yeah, and
Like-
even though maybe just a bit of, I don't know, overconfidence because it's nighttime, right? But you don't have your ultimate, you don't have that damage, and most importantly, while the battery assault is going, you can't actually get your hits off.
Like, wow, that as in, I just feel that it was a little bit of impatience coming out from Snapfire. He could have waited just another second or maybe or two just to get up enough mana so that he could use the Scatter Blast,
Yeah,
and that
well-
would definitely have secured a kill or at least two, you know.
Onto
But
the
because,
Rubik.
yeah, he was rushing it, and then he went for the cookie instead. And then the cookie, I think, didn't hit the Rubik also. Then was not able to get a Scatter Blast off. Then, wow, it turned out to be a disaster.
Absolutely, and we see WB, he's been forced into the jungle. He's going to be
Oh,
found
nice
now.
stun.
Stunned, but it doesn't interrupt the skewer. We've seen that time and time again during TI, but you know, not going to secure them a kill here. But and that's going to give them information that there might be a ward spotting out WB. I was just about to say he was having quite a rough game and forced to rotate into the jungle, but it's going to be V the one to suffer for this overextending.
Oh, he tries to
almost
deny,
a neutral
yeah.
feed deny. Would have been pretty significant because that's almost Fixer's entire mana pool. And I just gotta say, even though he didn't have the best early lane stage, still on top of the CS right now. Let's take a look at the net worth. It's obviously the Mirana on top. Oh, okay. Peloson being set out on, doesn't have the cookie available, has the Scatter Blast. I don't think he has any way to turn it though because he doesn't have any
slow.
support. The
Nice tornado.
coming in, and he's gonna fall. X Freedom a little too late.
Wow,
To
such
the
a
fight.
value buy on the earn.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you need to get, right? On
Yeah,
this. Okay. Excellent
no, the
vision,
block.
wrong side
Oh, he
of
blocks
the
himself
river there.
instead.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see. Tanaka gets a cheeky little deny. It's something that Miracle has been working on for quite a while, peppering away at that tower, but gets a deny. So just keeping that gold lead. You know, gold lead wise, still very even, but I wonder what this Mirana is going to get. You got any ideas?
I mean, you are definitely focusing on your...
Is it Aghanims or you feel like it's going to be a right-click build?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a right-click build, man. I mean, if you were going to go Aghanims, do you still actually go for 2 Wraith Bane? I don't think so.
No, I feel like Wraith Bands are just such a good early item, and that's kind of what helped him get that edge, right? Just because his right clicks actually hurt so much. I wonder whether he's going for the X, because if he is, his arrow is not maxed just yet, but I guess it doesn't matter, because by the time he farms it, he's gonna be able to get that, but we'll have to see what he ends up deciding to go for.
I think it will be a physical build because, like, you're looking at Radiant's draft, right? You definitely need to make up for the physical damage in Mirana because you have a Night Stalker. Night Stalker offers decent, but the Snapfire doesn't give enough physical damage at the start.
Okay, that's very true. A lot of magical burst damage for her, but without the
Okay, the
emphasis on
Moonlight
Shredder.
Shadow.
X Freedom though, setting up on them.
Oh,
with
the nice arrow!
And the arrow onto Tanaka. He's not going to be able to hook shot, but even if he wanted to, he doesn't have it up. He's caging himself into the fiery pit of death right there. That's 2 down, both supports taken out in one fell swoop.
Makes it 7-7. A very close game so far.
Yeah, and this is what we expected, right? We wanted a slugfest and both teams firing on all cylinders right now. We got a signature Miracle mid Mirana from the Dota 1 day, and looks like your wish is going to come true. It looks like he's building up a Dragonlance right here.
I think that's the go-to, right? You want to have some form of physical damage because your team already has so much magic damage. Just looking at how much magic damage Snapfire was able to dish out just now.
Absolutely, as we see WB still trying to recovery farm up in the jungle. For him, it looks like he's queuing out Mask Commander. Some action in the bot lane though, EMP already out. It's daytime and they want to screw over this Night Stalker, but Meanwhile, X-Freedom
Oh,
dies somewhere
nice.
off screen. Excellent actually manages to pick him up in the mid lane.
Oh,
but
the
then
tornado
Arena,
actually clips him.
yeah, catches V as well, but nothing
Yeah,
much
no follow.
more from that. It's all their spells were onto this Night Stalker, and they managed to get him in the end. Nice little Arena from Dan, closing in on that Blink Dagger, almost 1k gold away.
Yeah, so actually both sides of the team are actually piling so much pressure onto the off lane that they have both secured the tier 1 very early on, and then they are just trying to create a lot of space for their cores to farm up.
I think this is something that we were interested in seeing as well, right? Because earlier on in the games there wasn't a lot of formulas going on, but this semi-finals day we've seen the better teams just know how to move around the map during these early timings, and we're seeing it come to fruition. Look at the vision; it all sets up for it, and they just make the similar moves because that is what is optimal right now. They have a nice little ward spotting out the entirety of anyone who might want to come into the jungle here, maybe predicting that there's going to be a lot of jungle play coming up. Tanaka, he has a hook shot, he might want to set something up here. A lot of circling done on the map. They have a read on where their opponents are.
I think Tanaka will have a very important job to shut down the Earthshaker this game, especially when the Earthshaker has a Blink Dagger. And also together with the Rocket Flare, you want to be scouting out who, like, basically the backline who's going to be jumping in
They
with
might
a
be
good
scouting out this.
Oh, a fisher
Okay, a
stun.
jump in
Oh,
and
the
the arrow
arrow!
to latch.
Wow. Oh,
Nicely
but then
set up, but
who
the
saved?
tornado to save him for now. Here comes the Night Stalker ulti in sync. Where is he coming from? From the bot side, the Void. Can he take out this poor little Clockwork? The hook shot
still
is
not
lost. But on the other side of the fight, it's going to be WB who's getting low. But Haya, he's stuck inside the arena, manages to get out of the lead. But
Oh,
he's
the
taking
nice
down.
feature.
They actually snipe down both supports at this point. In sync, running
And
an
an
absolute
arrow!
rampage. This man on his Night Stalker just can't be stopped. 3 down for the side, only the Ogre to trade. It looked a bit dicey there for the Mirana, but manages to leap out of the arena, and this might be why, you know, they picked this Mirana just to get out of that arena scot-free. And WB, he expanded the RP initially, but it just doesn't manage to clip this Mirana off in time. Has the Dragon Lance, is so tanky.
Wow, Miracle is just playing one heck of a Mirana.
He-
I haven't
he's
seen
playing
him
on the
mi-
knife's
Yeah,
edge right here.
I haven't seen him miss a single arrow so far.
Yeah, and also, I can't, of course, he's playing perfectly, but his team as well deserves a lot of the credit, setting it up for him with these stuns on the Ogre, with the cookie as well, just lining it up for him to knock him down.
Like, it was very
Speaking
unfortunate.
of, another cookie into
Oh,
Arrow. Dan,
wow.
he just came back from the dead. His Blink Dagger is going to be delayed even more.
Well, just look at this kind of execution, just perfect.
Yeah, and after you die there, isn't like you think, okay, the top lane is the safest place to farm, right? Okay, I TP there, I try and get my Blink Dagger up. No, just punish immediately as we see a hook shot into X-Freedom. They spot him under the tower, casting his spells, and they want this pesky Ogre dead. He's gonna die. Toxic Me is dominating right now, but they're trying to get a turn onto Tanaka. He's a bit deep by himself. In comes the stolen Crippling Fear for Excellent, keeping Insig at bay for now. The Ice Wall as well. Do they have anything for Tanaka? No, he's gonna be just fine and gets a sell for his troubles as well. So nice little pick off on that Ogre, pesky, and trying to defend the tower with his Ignite from long range.
Kudos to Fixers though. Well, his Tornado has been very on point in basically just shutting down any form of initiation coming out from Radiant.
Yeah, and that's mostly why you go the Crossflex Invoker, right? Because you have these heroes like Mirana, like NS, who want to run in after arrowing you, and you can just break all of that up with the Tornado.
Oh, they are going for a smoke play. Die.
Okay, smoked out right now. Fixers, Tanaka, and Excellent. The hook shot not up yet, but 10 seconds left, and they're drawing a straight line. They want this Earthshaker dead before he can reach his
Blink Dagger.
Blink Dagger. Can they find him?
Oh, nice.
And the Tornado right on
Wow.
the dot, right on the money. Fixers has the Earthshaker in his sights, lines him up, and the silence as well. They want to give it to WB, but of course Fixers is going to take it for himself. Juggling balls right now. Spirit Vessel completed, and this is where you want to be on the Crossflex Invoker, making moves around the map to get those stacks of your Spirit Vessel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Now with that kill, they are just converting it into a tier 2
Yeah,
push.
but they
Okay,
don't really
yeah.
have a lot of push naturally, right? So they're going to have to defend this mid tower. But gun boost, they're set up for it. Lawson completed Boots of Travels now, so can probably make more moves around the map. Meanwhile, Mirana still farming inside the jungle. We've seen this so much from Miracle, just denying the farm from his opponent's jungle, right?
There's just 1,000 go away before completing the Maelstrom, and that's gonna add so much more DPS.
Yeah,
On-
this Mirana. I wonder if he's gonna go for the shard at 20 minutes. Because for those of you who don't know, grants 1 additional leap charge, and it grants you 1.5 critical strike attacks for its duration. So it's nothing to laugh about. Just like you'll see the health pool tick away, but speaking of health pools ticking away, X-Freedom's one isn't gonna tick, it's more like gonna
Oh, the hook shot.
As I
Yeah,
say
the
that,
hook
he
shot.
just narrowly, just level 1 hook shot, not nearly enough range to get him, and he manages to get away just by the skin of his teeth.
They are trying to make a play with while being invis. No. Okay,
Nice
probably
little
not.
regen
Yeah.
rune. I don't know whether they can do anything here. I guess they were just predicting a fight, but look at this. Already so much sentry coverage for the Dire. They know about this Moonlight Shadow coming up. But
Won't
can
smoke
they
up.
dodge the gank? That's the question. Gunboost, they're trying to look for a move into the jungle, but nobody's there. TP back in for Haya, they see him. In comes the ulti,
Oh,
and they're
wow,
on to
good
fix
catch.
us. He's gonna fall with no response. The team is just on the wrong side of the map right now, and they have to turn tail and run. That is a Night Stalker ulti used, but they're not done just yet. In comes the blink from Polosan,
Nice cookie.
and the cookie forward onto
Oh, they
this
might
Night
turn.
Stalker. Stun it into the cogs and the trees actually, and the turn onto Insync. Then
Wow.
cages them with the arena. But where's the follow-up? The Echo Slam to cancel the RP, but the RP finally comes out from WB. He wants revenge for his laning stage, and he will. Hookshot follow-up as well. Keeps the Mirana in place, but the pepper attacks come out. The arrows, they're starting to hurt. The stun onto Exilon. Can they turn it? X-Freedom tanking it all for his Mirana, and his Mirana will deliver. Triple kill right now. No more leap charges, so he's gonna be A-okay. But Exilon, he doesn't wanna do anything. Just get the arrow. Narrowly
Oh, the
misses.
first arrow missed.
Could be a bit scary if Exilon wants to commit for this. Doesn't want to.
Wow, what?
Not much in the tank. What a fight, leaving one alive. They start off with that amazing pick on Fixers,
Yeah.
and then all just crumbles down to dust.
Wow, that kind of counter initiation is is so nicely executed by Dire too. Like they went into a fight knowing that they could have done a pick off on Night Stalker, then investing it into subsequently investing to basically push the aggression. Then having a very nice arena of blood that actually catches up both the enemy heroes. But wow, it was just very nicely done by both teams.
Yeah, I just gotta say, big shout out to I feel like X Freedom there, right? Because he literally was just a meat shield for his Mirana. It's so scary for this Mirana because there's so much AoE control, but he just stood right in front and you can't click past that ogre.
Like, you know what's the scary thing? The
What?
scary thing in that fight was that Rubik was actually alive this whole time, so he probably gained so much EXP and so much
Yeah, I
gold.
bet.
I'm
Now level 11 as well, like 3 levels higher than his position 4 counterpart.
yeah, having this additional edge over
Insane.
the enemy's
Actually,
position 4.
Yeah, Insect actually finds a kill on a Lonely Clockwork here, and looks like he's gonna complete an Echo Saber. Here's some action. It looks like this Snapfire is in trouble, but it's actually
Sunshine.
X Freedom who
Wow,
gets
the
gone off
double
first.
fissure.
But the double fissure exactly blocking them off, and in comes the Multimus Kisses. You have Arena, but the fire just shoots straight over it. Excellent. He's stolen the void, but it's gonna be him who falls. Yes.
blink out?
Can he? He blinks. That was the blink that he got. And
Oh,
and the
wow.
scatter blast to follow. Archin lands it perfectly right between the nose, and excellent to fall for that one. That nice little blink dagger. Not gonna serve him well. Okay, nice little leap away before WB can even skewer. Nice try, collapse, Monka.
Oh, the
Oh,
arrow?
arrow? Oh, that could have been a bit disastrous if Haya managed to get that off. Still not opting for the shot just yet. Of course, it's not 20 minutes, but we're gonna see whether he picks it up. It's really gonna amp up his damage. And I think it's so scary, right? Because you don't really expect a Mirana to do so much damage. And then suddenly all the small little arrows flying through the sky just like chip away at HP.
You know, if you notice, right, Snapfire actually went for a very magical kind of build and is opting to finish up the U Scepter.
Yeah, so this is actually something that we see Thompson popularize. Like, he went for this mid-Snapfire and he went for this blink. And this was long before the Scatter Blast had the stun. So he was always up in their face, just doing a ton of magic damage with his Boost to Travel blink build. And usually, he kind of likes to get the Agonyms as well. So this game, Polosan gonna opt for the Yules maybe to get himself out of a sticky situation or set up even further, but we'll see. Because the thing about Snapfire is the stun, or rather, the cookie is very telegraphed, right? So a lot of the times, or rather, if you get a use, you can kind of use them up after blinking forward and set up the cookie for yourself.
I'm expecting the next fight to actually decide like who will actually snowball, because the blink dagger actually finish
as
up
you
on
see,
the
it's already
Striker.
happening. They spot him out. Polosan, they want to set up onto this mask, and the hook shot in from Tanaka, trying to save Dan, but Dan in a bit of trouble right now. Gets the blink out. X Freedom throws out the ignites. Looks like Tanaka's gonna be the one to fall for this. Had to sacrifice his life for his cause, but is it really a sacrifice if they're gonna fall as well?
They're going
Yes,
for
it
more.
is. They're okay at the moment, but the
Wow, very
arena to keep
defensive.
himself alive. In comes the Mortimer's Kisses, though, tags up onto Dan, and it's too much magic damage for him to stand. And the Fissure coming out, V with the blink forward, excellent. He can steal this if he wants, or live. Insig is in, but the nice tornado onto 2 again, and the EMP. RP is Insig, pulled into under the tower. The rest of the team just can't catch up to this Night Stalker. Way too speedy.
But this Magnus just
Honestly,
punishing the Night Stalker for overextending.
the thing is, it sounds like it's bad for Night Stalker, but really, it's just the Magnus picking what he can get because the rest of the team of Ganbus there just getting out scot-free.
Yeah.
Right? And it looks like this Mirana, she wants to get the glide near.
Being attacked.
Atos next queued up, and it's gonna be so annoying because that's something that they missed, right? It's not really something you expect when you think about a team with like no catch, but they just couldn't seem to catch up or like couldn't seem to get a pick on them, and the Atos definitely gonna help. Speaking of a catch, they could find one onto Mirana. Get the hook shot, narrowly misses. Aiga did, that's not what you wanted. He'll be a-okay with this D-Ward though, but could have been a real spicy kill on that Mirana, especially with Fixers and the rest of the team in the area. Unfortunate little miss there.
No, right now, I'm thinking that Radiant should actually start making a move. Fight while there's still no RP. Magnus actually committed the RP in the last fight just to get a pick off on Night Stalker.
Yeah,
oh,
and
they are actually
it's
going to find him
Daya
again.
that's going to make a move. Absolutely perfect indeed. Spearing Insig to the wall. And I was actually going to disagree with you because all I thought was, you know, the Night Stalker ulti is down. How can you ever make a move? You need to play it chill. But the side of Stonks, they know this just well and they find the Night Stalker in his own jungle. This is what the other team, Kali couldn't seem to do, right? They were trying to put out pressure onto the Night Stalker while, you know, it was during daytime and he didn't have ult, but they couldn't just seem to find the fights that they needed. This time, okay.
What is
Ganbu, the Rubik
Wow.
blinks out, narrowly dodges that cookie.
I was actually a bit worried for the Rubik though, standing
same.
so far at the front.
Yeah, but it's
Big-
like what you said, right? So high level and has this blink dagger from that successful fight, staying alive through all of it. And now WB has had a bit of a recovery game himself. This Magnus empowering himself and just keeping up in terms of the net worth. We see the line drawn though, X-Freedom, he's calling his team to fight. They want to defend this mid tower. I mean this bot tier 2 tower, but Tanaka doesn't spot them out with with
nice
Light here
setup.
for the setup onto the arrow, but instantly the arena out. I hear RP on the other side. It looks like Toxic Me is going down, but meanwhile Haya manages to dodge out of the arena and WB is here. And the Echo Slam on the other side as well, keeping them down for now. Tanaka, he's gonna fall, and Mars, he's gonna get out of this situation, but WB forced the BKB and get out. Fixers, and Fixers gonna be run down by Insect Me, and then used up again. This is the use we're talking about, and the cookie forward. Peloson with the double kill. They basically almost wiped the whole team. There was so much action going on, I couldn't even catch full of it. But I guess Insig, he was just on that Invoker the entire time, forcing him, you know, out of the fight.
The rest of the team was actually so focused on trying to get a kill onto the Mirana that they basically left the rest of the course at the back. And that was when Radiant actually went to turn the tides on them.
Yeah, I heard an RP, but it didn't seem like anybody was stunned, so I can only assume that it missed. And
Oh, wow.
WB found in his own jungle. This is a disaster for the side of the...
That's a team wipe.
Yeah, and you mentioned it's at this point in the game where we're gonna see the crucial fight happen, and that was most definitely it. Just such a nice setup, and the arena not latching onto Haya, then narrowly missing the spear, the Mirana just jumping right over it. And oh man, I don't know what they can do here. This Mirana's amping up beyond control. She can set up for herself now with the arrow, doesn't need anybody. And it's gonna be 2 minutes to nighttime. Night Stalker with the Dark Ascension in 1. He's building up for that Blink Dagger himself.
And the worst thing is in another 1.5 minutes, then it's nighttime again.
Exactly. This Mars struggling to finish up a BKB. WB, he disassembled his Echo Saber to try and finish up this BKB here, but didn't help him that much in the fight. There's just so much physical damage coming out, and the Mirana just able to pepper him down. And you know, you mentioned the Night Stalker not really doing a lot of physical damage himself, but look at this, bonus damage 140 on level 2 Dark Ascension.
It's just crazy.
It just rips this Invoker apart. You know, we talked about him having a good game, forced to go for the Midas, and Radiant, they feel confident enough after that fight, they go straight for the Roche.
Yeah, there's no RP. I don't think you can fight this.
They don't have any medallions to speak of, but with the...
Okay, they turn their
They see
attention.
WB in the jungle, they want to make something happen. He has the BKB. Does he pop it? Doesn't want to waste it at the moment, but here comes the
arrow?
Ragnar and the stuns. Too much. It's... Okay. Oh,
he's still
but the
dying to a
crits. It's the crits. They strike him down before he can do anything. The DD on the Mirana way too strong. And now Tanaka, the next one to fall prey to these arrows. Can't even finish the hook shot. Another use to set up. Fixers. He has a tornado of his own. Throws it back at them, but silence now. Insig Me in. Pumped away by the Dan Spear on his mask. But
Oh,
Toxic Me
wow.
blocked up again. Insidious with the fissures of his lifetime. And they wipe 3 just for nothing. WB caught out.
Like, did you just look at how nicely they line up every single stun just to make sure that they can control the Magnus,
Yeah, what a
preventing him from actually popping the BKB.
And I gotta say, I don't know. I don't blame WB there for not popping the BKB, but it's not. I don't really think it's his fault, right? Because you don't really want to pop a BKB for that. Because even if you do, then they walk away because they know you just popped your 10-second BKB or 9-second rather, and they're gonna get a free Roche along with 3 kills. Thank you very much. This is thank you very much for the storms, no doubt. They get a free Roach and 3 kills. What else could you ask for? Aegis on the Mirana now. Going for that Satanic. How are you gonna kill her?
Radiant shed no tears.
The goal lead doesn't tell the full story. Only 6k up at this early 25 minutes, but man, the game really feels
the
hopeless.
RP?
The RP out though. Onto Archin.
The
Tips
RP
immediately.
missed.
I think it whiffed, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna get this Snapfire, so
Okay.
a nice little kill for them in the bot side.
Unstoppable streak. There's a lot of gold going in the hands of WB.
Yeah, and a friendly tip from his own teammate there. Poloson being caught out alone at the bot side. They have some nice vision set up here for that gank. And it was placed earlier on, but they find the Snapfire straggling by himself. A lot of tips coming out onto this Magnus.
Because of the
Rightfully
missed
so,
RP, yeah.
probably the missed RP as well. Okay, so what do you want to see from this Dire lineup? What do they need to do? Do you think they need to dodge right now, or do you think they can fight without the Snapfire?
I think they should try to go again, you know. But then right now, I think Radiant is very prepared. They know that they are having a number disadvantage, so they'll play actually a bit more defensively.
Yeah, we're already
But-
seeing Fixers pushing the bot lane, applying that pressure. Ghost walks away, he'll be A-okay.
Radiant's bottom
There's a
tower
line being
under
drawn
fire.
right now by the Snapfire. He's circling the top side. He wants to make a move up there. But it's not very clear what these lines indicate at this current moment. Yeah, and I'm just worried, right? Because they picked this Magnus with such confidence and it's a signature hero for a few of the players. The scan actually latches Dire, they know they're around, so they back off immediately even though they don't know it's just a pesky little ex-Freedom Ogre. They'll give the respect though, they don't know where the rest of the team is.
You know, back in the days when Alliance was playing, they like to go for the Ogre into the Mirana. And
Oh,
also the
what?
Logan into a Bear. And we're starting to see a little bit, like he's just buffing up this Mirana and he's doing so much physical DPS.
That's the thing with Ogre, right? Because most of the time you pick him and then the Bloodlust is this nice little steroid that you have for your carries. But with a Mirana who emphasizes on this like minute period where she has the crit. Yeah. So actually, oh okay.
But a hook
As
in.
I say that, a hook in. They want to make a move happen, Fixers to follow up, but actually pushed out of the meteor, and the arrow lands onto this Invoker. This Night Stalker doesn't have a BKB, but Fixers, he's gonna fall before anything even happens. This is an absolute disaster. Why do you try and make a move with 2 people only? Your team isn't even there.
I think they thought that there was only one hero there and they went in so aggressive. Then later, you know,
Yeah,
like,
it's just
surprise, man.
Oh, excellent. Trying to get a
Oh.
steal off the Scatter Blast, but Insync right on top of him with the Bullwhip. Has
Okay,
to live
he
to
might
save
live.
himself for now, but doesn't have the blink. The slow.
He's doing pretty
Is it
decent.
enough? The
Oh,
Fissure
no.
doesn't even need it. Insync finishes it off with the Void. And I gotta say, that was such a disastrous top fight for them. It's so weird because when it was just the Ogre, they didn't go, but as soon as the rest of the team rolls up, then they're like, oh, you know, now might be a good time to go. And it ends disastrously for them. It's still a 6k gold lead, so it's not the end of the world. This Mirana hasn't really been able to do much with a lot of drawing on the map by Excellent. I'm sure he's not too happy about this game right now.
BKB is being finished by Night Stalker.
Yeah,
This will make him so much more of a nuisance.
Yeah,
when he's just jumping in at
he
the
didn't even have the BKB earlier on as well, and he was already just soloing Fixers down. And now with this BKB, the only thing that can really stop him is Arena or Hookshot, but we haven't really seen those hit that well so far. Aiga, or rather Tanaka, is gonna run into them in the jungle over here. The Scatter Blast stun and the cookie. The setup is perfect for the side of Ganbu. They get a free pick onto this Clockwork, and this is gonna be a free tier 2 tower.
So far, they have no solution for like this multiple stun threat coming out from Radiant. Like the moment one person gets caught out, like with a single stun, then you just see a barrage of stuns coming in, and there's no way that the guy actually survives.
Yeah, and they've built so well for that, right? Because they got the Polar Sun Snapfire with this use as well as this shard. And the Mirana as well having the Glide Mirror, now almost finishing up the Satanic, just 100 gold, gonna get it with this tower kill. It's just pretty free for them so far. The side of the Dire, they look a bit scrambled. Storm's not really being able to play the map right now. Their one respite is gonna be this finished Black King buff for Fixers. He's gonna be able to get away from this Night Stalker. But
Just trying to his best to push
Yeah.
out the side lanes.
And I mean, there is comeback potential for this team because they do have big ultimates that can make a big impact, but we just haven't seen them land the way they need to so far. Haya, 30 seconds left on the Age, is being bloodlusted up now. He's gonna want to deal some damage to the tier 3, but okay, a steal immediately.
Yeah,
The Moonlight Shadow.
wow,
that's
that's a big steal.
that's a pretty significant steal. And
Okay,
the
they
boost speed
smoke up.
increase as well. They smoke up. They want to make something happen with this Moonlight Shadow, but I'm 100% sure that they know this is stolen, right? Because I'm sure Miracle keep track of his abilities. They have nice vision here, but they're being spotted out as well. They want to wrap around, but they can't really find the angle. The creeps are burning away, so I don't know if they notice.
Okay, they see the.
Oh,
Nice
the
knocker.
Clockwork Hook whiffs, doesn't get the Earthshaker, but inside, immediately they're chasing down Excellent and Dan. Meanwhile, on the backside of the fight, is WB being controlled up. The Clockwork first to fall, but the RP immediately forced stuff away. Haya, he's so tanky though.
He still has a satanic on, and
Yeah,
he's back to
and
full
he's
HP.
just hitting away. WB can't stand up to this Mirana. Just falls completely. Meanwhile, on the backlines, the supports are dead. Aega has to buy back. Tanaka though, rather Aega,
Oh, and
he's
an
gonna get arrowed up.
arrow.
This is gonna be a dieback. It's a 3-for-0 exchange. And just when you thought you had his number, the satanic up kills him back to full. So much damage coming out from this Mirana, and they're gonna look to high ground.
Like, I think this is 2 racks, right?
This has to be. The
Yeah.
Fortify does come out, but they're gonna give that respect to the Glyph for now, but they can just come right in with the second creep wave coming up. And just what a wonderful fight. We saw the focus from the Clockwork trying to get the hook onto this Earthshaker, but just narrowly misses it just again.
Yeah, they
It's
still
like,
have the Echo Slam. They can still go.
yeah, it's what we talked about this entire time. The big fight ulti is not really landing. They RP the Mirana, but a nice 4-star from X Freedom just gets Mirana out of trouble. The Magnus has to spend so much of that precious stun time just... I don't know what they can do here. He steals the Bloodlust, which could be pretty big for WB here, but yeah, they just walk away with 3 racks. And the Roche up in 1.5 minutes, a bit of a longer time, but they're A-okay with this. So much map control for them, and MKB now queued up by this Mirana.
They really need a solution for this Mirana. He has been running. He has been absolutely not he has been so unstoppable so far.
Yeah, and
Like-
X Freedom just always playing right beside him with the saves and with the stuns just to peel for him, right? Every single time we think this Mirana is gonna be killed, he just gets out with a sliver of HP or playing on the knife's edge, really.
Oh, there's a DD.
Yeah,
You
and
wouldn't
look,
want to give it to a Mirana.
this is scary. Achin, Lil Shredder uses your attack damage. This is no joke. We're gonna DD as well. He's gonna be shredding some kids.
Wow, the amount of damage, the amount of physical damage coming out. Daedalus fully completes on the Snapfire.
Yeah, just you wait till she presses Lil Shredder. They're gonna rip them apart for sure on this one. I don't know whether they have enough armor to stand up to this. No real armor items coming out. This Magnus gonna try and complete the AC, but nothing much. Still quite a long way to go. Heard some spells coming out. Don't think it's gonna be much, but then it's actually him that's getting gone on. The
Whoa.
stuns, like you said, coming out in full force. And this mask just melts.
Okay, they're
Not so
going for
much the
more.
God of War that he hoped to be. Excellent, meanwhile, steals the Void but can't even use it. Silence up by Insig. And that's two free picks. They can look to high ground or the bot lane that they've been neglecting to push out, but they could look at the top lane as well.
Just look at how well this Night Stalker is doing. Like, he has been so on the ball. Like, basically right now they know that they're so strong. I'm just gonna chase. I don't care. Like, he has been actually doing this right from the start, despite being punished a few times. But he knows.
Oh, Peloson getting a free pick onto WB. And
Wow.
once again, it's the Lil Shredder. Let's take a look at how much damage that was. That's so much damage with the DD and the Daedalus as well. Look at those crits. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, they're gonna.
Invis Rune as well.
They're gonna go for bottom tier 1. I think, yeah, just go for
Okay,
it.
I don't know if you heard that, but I heard one of the players saying, guys, can we fight at something? It's so crazy that the players are like right next to us. This must be such a tense LAN environment, right? Because you see our opponents right across you and they're just dominating you so hard.
Wow,
It must be so
another-
frustrating. Fixer's just gonna get... Yeah, Pelosa just making the moves happen. This DD hasn't even run out and he's found another one.
Such value bringing down both cores.
Oh no, Haya just hitting away on this tower. I don't think there's a defense to be had.
Bottom tower is in
And the side of Storm's looking rather lost right now. I don't know what they can do with their lineup. They need a godlike RP into Cataclysm or something, but no such thing being queued up by Fixers, falling for 44. They can make more pressure happen. Roche is going to be out in 4 seconds. We're going to have to see whether Ganbu can see this. Doesn't look like that's their emphasis for now. They're still playing around on the map. Okay, is there any way back?
I mean, like what you say, it has to be the standard nice RP, and you have to definitely kill off the Miran right now. But then again, it's now being the physical damage is also being pumped out by Snapfire. So you have two priorities that you want to run on, but then you have to pick. I'm not so sure if they can actually do this.
Yeah, I mean they'd have to get a Miracle RP on like both Miracle and the Snapfire, right? And hope that the Ogre isn't there to force staff them out.
Okay,
or the
they're trying to
Earthshaker
make
there.
a play.
Yeah, this is the play. This is their Hail Mary. 25k gold up. They want to make something happen. Smoked up right now, but WB not with them.
Yeah, the only play that they can make right now is hopefully pick up someone so that they can delay enough time. Radiant, so that Radiant will have to be forced to fight 4v5 if so. But looking
Yeah,
at
but
how
the
they
po-
will, looking at how they'll play, I don't think they'll force the issue,
I
so
hate
they'll
to
make
cut
time.
you off there, Hani, but literally while all that's happening, they literally just take the Roche.
Yeah.
So they're all over here setting up for the goal. That's never gonna happen. I say that as WB gonna get stunned and forced off in. Oh, the damage!
Forced to BKB. Oh, the Mirana
and
is
here comes
here.
the Mirana as well with the crits. Finishes off the Magnus. It's gonna be over. This Magnus doesn't have buyback. Tanaka climbed it up as well. And the stun, the disables, never ending along with the crits. They take down the Magnus, make him look like butter. And on to the high ground. This is gonna be a free Rex. They have no buyback on their call. What can they do?
Is this a Mega? Is this a... I think it's at least 2 Rex, right?
I don't know the rest of the side of Ganfu, not actually with the rest of the team here. Haya gonna get a taste of his own medicine with that arrow, but instantly sell out. That's good support right there.
Okay.
But yeah, he's just gonna focus down these racks and okay, they want to fight while the rest of the team isn't here. X-Freedom gonna get nailed up against the wall, but this Ogre is so tanky. The leap forward. Haya jumping forward straight on the fixers. Pops the BKB, but is it too little, too late? He's gonna get run down by Insync with the BKB bomb of his own instant buyback on this Invoker. What can they do here? X-Freedom still a little low, but the smoke out immediately. They respect it. The arrow though. Haya, he has the Aegis. Miracle, can he live here? First life.
So little.
First life still alive. Bombs the Satanic. Can he hit those disarmed? And gonna lose that Aegis. Meanwhile, Tanaka trying to make space on the backline with that hook shot, but getting run down by Insig. Whole time though, this Mirana is A-OK, respawning. The lift into the arrow, stolen from Excellent. Was able to get that Aegis, but they trade the Fixer's buyback for it.
Yeah, Magnus is now back.
Yeah, they're respecting it. They ping it out immediately. They want to get out of here.
Well, I would say they successfully defended so far.
I mean,
It's a very
you call
costly
this a
defense.
success. I don't know, my friend.
It could have been worse, they could have lost more Rex, but they hold it with only one set of Rex lost.
That's true, and the triple arrow now coming out from this Mirana, so scary. The Moonlight Shadow cooldown as well, just being able to
This
constantly get the
Invoker,
jump.
he needs to be
Do they
very
see that
careful.
Invoker? There's no way he stays here, right? He's under so much threat. Oh yeah, they
Oh,
blinks
he
out.
blinks back, yeah.
Dude, just one Night Stalker in the area could have completely ruined his day, but I guess he saw the Night Stalker with his ward, so he's not too afraid. But this Mirana, just so difficult to take down. Crucially though, was there a halberd or was there a disarm from the Deafening Blast? It must have been the Deafening Blast, right? Keeping the Mirana's auto attacks from being able to go off and healing up. Pop the Satanic, but not able to dispel that. Heaven's Halberd not dispellable. Pump faking the arrow, seeing what they can find here. But like we said, no real way in for the Dire. They're gonna smoke up and try and open it up for themselves. There's a Mirana right here, but the lift, excellent, and the arena, this is what they need. Can they get this Mirana? Just so low, but already the RP, the Satanic, is it enough? She's gonna try and survive, but she can't. They take him out, but in comes Instinct Me, the real carrier of the team, Archin. He's ready to put the team on his back, and the multi-shot with this Snapfire, Lil Shredder rips the rooming apart, takes out WB as well. Toxic Me finally bumps his BKB, trying to get on this pesky Night Stalker. Has been all over him this entire game, but he has to get out. He's dusted up. It's a little scary for him. Blinking forward, no vision, but it's more than enough damage. Or is it?
Oh,
He's
they
walking
don't have the
around
gem.
now. Yeah, they don't
The
have
gem
the
was
gem. They
actually
left
on
it.
Mirana just now when he died.
Yeah, did they manage to pick it up, or was it one of them who got it? Who has the gem? I didn't manage to catch that actually. Yeah, so I maybe one of the supports pick up the gem. We're gonna have to. Okay.
It's not on the Ogre.
Yeah, okay, gem of true sight. So they did manage
Okay.
to secure it. It's in the base right now. And Instinct, he doesn't even care. They're making a move onto the tier 4.
the damage,
We're
the
talking about the gem, but is the base even still alive? They're rotating over, already taken out the bot tier 3. We're gonna look at the racks right now. Yeah, and you hear that little shredder come out. That is the sound of terror right there if you are a Fixers fan. Not something you can stand up to, and one of these calls scales better than the other. Can you guess which it is?
Snapfire?
Yes, it was a redundant question, but thank you for... I mean, at this point, it looks like it's almost insurmountable. Let's take a look at the graphs right here.
Well, look at the win probability.
Gosh. I mean, they had a pretty even game all the way until the mid-game where they just had that crucial fight like you mentioned. 23 levels worth of experience up on them right here.
I think the main difference in that fight was that Earthshaker finally got his Blink Dagger at that point of time and was able to pull off a very nice echo at the backline that we didn't catch out.
Yeah.
And they actually invested so much trying to kill the Mirror. That was actually the first misfight that they have. Yeah, and then it just kind of snowballed in favor of Radiant.
They're paying out WB. They want to make something happen onto him, or at least this Earthshaker does. No support from the rest of the team though.
Well, look at this Earthshaker. With the BKB, there's no way he's not going to get a nice
You know,
echo.
honestly, I kept my camera on that Mirana because I was so sure he's just going to sit there and kill up. But the RP committed as well. They had to use so many ultis just to burn through a health pool. And like you said, the Earthshaker able to control out the backline with that Echo Slam. And from there, it's just bad news. Oh, so bad. I know Pullison's having a blast right now. Look at him just completely disintegrating the
Yeah,
creep
about to
waves.
finish up the Wind Waker too. He most likely won't be dying anymore.
Yeah, and I don't know about this Magnus for them, right? Like, because we've seen Dan and Excellent succeed with it, but so much emphasis on the carry bans. Honestly, there weren't much heroes left to play, and putting WB on this hero might not be the move for Stonks over here going into game 2. I say going into game 2 because I honestly don't see how they could stand a chance here. And the Night Stalker ulti pop, they want to see if they can catch anyone out. No one at the moment, but as I say that, Blink out, but 4 staff as well. They were fishing and they couldn't find anyone.
And Mirana with the triple arrow.
Leap. Yeah, it's the leap that's stolen. Not managing to get the arrow. Very nicely done from her. Just keeping it out of the hands of that Rubik. You saw how much work it could do. Okay, lifted up is this Night Stalker, but instantly pops the BKB and also has the aesthetics cap. Able to get out of that situation, but that's BKB pop. They're circling the creep wave now. They want to make a move on the top. There's one last Rex for them to take.
So what can
What
Dire
can
actually
you
do?
as
Yeah.
this Dire team? They're so scary on the side of Radiant. Fire Shield as well out on X Freedom and Solar Crest, as if this Mirana didn't hit hard enough.
Radiant is doing such a good job just suffocating Dire in their base.
Yeah, and you can see it by the gold lead, right? 36k gold out at 42 minutes. It wasn't even anything to snuff at for like the first 25 minutes. It was just 6k, right? But it was just that pivotal fight like you mentioned. They scan them out actually. They want to make a wraparound move drawn by this. Okay,
they
the in. This is the catch they need onto this Earthshaker, but he force stuffs out and
Wow.
the combo just dies instantly. Aega has to buy back, but already the arrows out from the Mirana beating the Master the punch. He's gonna just shoot him down. The Fissure as well, catching WB on the edge. X Freedom, can he get the stun of the arrow back onto X Freedom?
Let's do the
Tornado
echo.
to save him for now. Tanaka, he has to give his life likely for this. That was the Stormcrafter keeping him alive for now, but he's going to die. No, momentarily saved by the Rubik Lift. Fixer's gonna blink into a Fissure. That's not what you wanted. Insync as well, stunned up. But BKB, too little, too late. This Invoker on the sidelines, 110 seconds. It's over. Fixers with a misblink in, not BKBing beforehand, just blink straight into the Fissure. Eat that, says V, and he's not even done just yet. WB forward, but not able to do much. Just falls and has to buy back. Is there any chance of a turn here? Absolutely
Wow.
not. Archie
Oh
just
my
melts
The
again.
crits.
And WB, he gives up.
Oh, the
RP,
RP.
absolutely nothing. GG is called. What a masterclass from this Miracle. Stay safe, my friends. A refresher even. Melting Dan down. Not able to get the kill, but they take game 1 in such a commanding fashion.
Wow. Like, wow, this is actually like top class level play.
Oh
you
my
know?
gosh.
Like this is Dota at its finest.
Oh my gosh. What a game from the Ganbus. They just played that draft to perfection. Had us scratching our heads there. We were thinking Mirana mid, Mirana carry, Ogre mid, something like that. But look at the amount of damage done. I just want to point this out. Look at this. 43k damage dealt. We
Also-
can go to the breakdowns as well. Let's look at this Mirana. Okay, wait. Being invited into a lobby here. Hang on, let me just get that out of the way. Let's take a look at these damage breakdowns, bro. Lil Shredder with auto attacks, 19k, almost 20k with the auto attacks. This Mirana as well, 30k with the auto attacks. Just absolutely crazy. Let's take a look at the scoreboard as well. just not a
21
good.
kills on the Mirana.
It's so difficult to play for this Clockwork. Ends the game 3-16-9. Couldn't really find a lot of moves with the hook shot. Every time he tries to, just so close to latching, and it just doesn't pan out. The Mars as well. I feel like Dan, he's had such success on the offlaner so far, but not really being able to set up for his team. And of course, how can we end this game without talking about the Magnus? Just not really landing the RPs that he needs to. Even ends the game with a Bloodthorn, which I'm not sure what that really would have accomplished. But yeah, I
I think there was just so much pressure on Dyer, basically just trying to catch the Mirana, who is always going to be standing at the back, and then they technically don't have any kind of, I would say, direct catch. Like, you don't have like fissure and stuff. True, you can go in with a hook shot, you can try to blink in with a RP, but then again, his Mirana is so evasive.
And I really got to commend V especially, right? He's the unspoken hero of that game. Always in the right spots with the Earthshaker blocks to cut off the escape. Insig was able to keep chasing. This Mirana was able to get those arrows all set up by his brilliant fissure. And this guy, he picked a Earthshaker into a Rubik because he was so confident there would be no fissure stolen. And true enough, Excellent couldn't get his hands on the fissure this entire game.
Yup. And that's not what you want, right? Generally, you want to get the fissure. The fissure is such a good spell, and then like he didn't even had a chance.
Yeah, I just think you really just needed the BKBs, right, to try and fight into this team with the Ogre, with the Mirana, the Earthshaker, and Snapfire, and you just didn't get them online in time. Fixers going for early Midas to try and keep up in farm, but then it just doesn't pan out for him. There's no moves made on the map, and I think that's just about like all there is to it. They just couldn't keep up in terms of tempo, and this Mirana had the freest game of her life. Some throwback to Dota 1 days. We're really reliving the LAN vibes here.
I just want to point out that this move that Radiant decided to do by putting the Mirana at top at the offlane paid off so well.
Yeah,
It was actually
just
just the
really-
start of their success.
Yeah, I think just the recognition from Ganbus as well, right? They understand how they want to play their draft and they execute it to perfection. This entire time, they're just exactly where they need to be. Every time the fight breaks out, it's so crazy because this team excels so much at chasing their opponents down, and every single time, it feels like a game of leapfrog. They're just ahead of each other every step of the way. Okay, Insig goes in with the blink, voids him up. Okay, you're trying to get away with Tornado, but there's the Earthshaker fissure. Suddenly, the arrow coming out from way behind. It's
Yeah,
like
the synergy is just so good.
yeah, and this stack, they've been playing together for so long, and it really shows. I don't know what Stonks have to do, but I think somebody in chat pointed out it's all Platinum heroes. So these are all heroes that Stonks are comfortable with, but maybe it's time to start busting out the Grandmaster. Right, we want to see the excellent Magnus. Maybe he can do something different with it, but we'll have to stay tuned for Game 2. Of course, you are watching the grand finals of the Asia Esports Festival and SG Comic Con Dota 2 online tournament. And I have right here with me Hani. Thank you so much for joining me. It was such an exciting game. I can't wait for more. This is going to be a best of 3, so Stonks are not out just yet. And of course, they are fighting for a beautiful grand prize of how much do you know?
2.7k.
2.7k exactly in Esports Experience Center vouchers. So shout out to our partners at Esports Experience Center. That's where all the players are right now. They're duking it out right from across each other. We're getting that good old LAN environment just because of them. So thank you to them for being our partners for this event. Of course, sponsored as well, or not sponsored, but this entire event wouldn't be possible without the organizers, GG NORE,
Yep.
as well as Elysium
Yep.
Esports. And last but not least, of course, we have to thank New World Carnival as well for giving us, all the players, 2 free sessions of VR. You can find them Somerset 3-on-3, level 3. They take up half of the entire story, so there's no way you're going to miss them. Yeah, but okay, so coming into the next game, before we go for a short break, of course, what do you think Stonks need to do? What can they do to bring it back? What can they do to outsmart these veterans?
I mean, coming from a noobish perspective, like, you know.
No,
I
at this point,
been-
no,
yeah.
you must understand. Big disclaimer to the chat. At this point, yes, Honey is the analyst. Yes, I'm the caster. But we aren't nearly at their level. Okay,
Not even close.
Yeah, not even close. Okay,
Like our MMRs together probably wouldn't even match a single player.
okay, wait, it's not that bad. It's not that
Okay,
bad.
like-
We're not that bad. But the level of gameplay that we saw was really another level. But based on your own understanding of the game, what do you think we want to see coming into the next game from Stonks to pull it back and bring it to game 3?
I mean, they need to start to know how to handle Miracle. They wouldn't want to give him such a free lane like they did this game. Like, he basically just run wreck, like became a ruckus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
You have to shut him down somehow.
yeah, the thing is that's something that they tried to emphasize on, right? Because they banned out his Queen of Pain,
Yeah.
right? But after that, it just he just busts out the Mirana, the good old Dota 1
And nobody
days.
even expected that.
Yeah, I didn't even expect it. And the last pick Ogre, we were so sure it was some funky pick, but then it ends up just being X Freedom, just busting it open on his Ogre. Just being that bodyguard that Mirana needed. And yeah, hopefully Storms can bring it back and we're gonna get a nice juicy game 3. But for now it looks
Game
like
2? Sorry.
game 2, sorry.
Game 2.
No, if because if
Oh
Storms
yeah,
bring it back, we have a
okay.
game.
Yeah.
Come on, my friend. Because Excellent can't even get his revenge now. That was really sad if I'm the Rubik, not gonna lie. But yeah, if you want to see whether there'll be a game 3, we have to get through game 2 first, and we'll be getting to that right after a short break. So stay right with us. Welcome back! You've waited for long. I see some of you in chat, a little frustrated, but we are back with Game 2 of the Grand Finals. You're here with us at the Asia Esports Festival SG Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament Grand Finals Game 2.
Are you ready?
Yes. Are you ready, honey?
I'm very ready.
My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined by, of course, I said his name twice already, but say it again.
I'm Hani.
Yes, beautiful, and he is representing NORE, one of the beautiful organizers for this event, along with Elysium Esports. We're here coming to you live from the Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Mall. So if you actually want to join us, if you think it's going to go to a Game 3 and you're on a bit of copium, you can
Not
actually
too
come.
late.
Yeah, not too late though. We come if you come and we're closed, that's not our fault. Okay.
I mean, just faster.
yeah, just literally book a
don't
grab.
hesitate already.
Book
you
a
know?
grab right now. You can actually watch the players play live, and there's nothing more exciting than that. For me, I'm somebody who has never been to a LAN before, like any LAN event, period. I've been to LAN Cafe, but not a LAN. So this is a really new experience for me, getting to see these players face to face and the tension in the air and just the atmosphere. It feels great. There's really nothing like it.
Yeah, something that you don't experience. Like, I mean, you won't get to experience unless you really come to try it out. And then you don't get this kind of experience anywhere, anytime. No, it's a very rare opportunity. You should totally come down to
Yeah,
try.
but speaking of rare opportunities, we actually, thanks to our partner, have a wonderful opportunity for every single player who participated in this tournament. They're all gonna get free VR sessions, courtesy of our partners at New World Carnival. You can find them at Somerset Level 3. They take up half the floor, so there's no way you're not gonna be able to find them. But let's talk a bit more about the game that we got on our hands, okay? Earlier on, it was the grand final matchup between Ganbu, which is better known as the Miracle and Peloson and X-Freedom stack. And they were, along with two other veterans, Insidious and Insignificant Me, and they were up against Stonks, the Fixers Excellent, which I'm sure many of you,
Twitch viewers.
Twitch viewers are big fans of, but we're not going to waste any more time. We're into Game 2. Ganbus took the first game. Can they get the second game? This is Game 2 of Stonks versus Ganbus coming right up. We have the draft all ready for you. Big fan of Fixers in chat. iStarXB. I believe Masaki said he was a big fan, so Masaki's going to be real happy with that one. But yep, I myself am. Are you a fan of Fixers?
Of course.
Of course.
His stream is very entertaining.
Very
Yeah,
entertaining.
me and my
Okay.
friends, we always watch him.
Very nice. Okay, so let's get into the draft without further ado. They have already started their hero picks off to my right over here, and it's gonna be game number 2. Gambus managed to take game 1, and this looking a bit like their round of 16 match where they pick up the Queen of Pain early for Miracle. Not gonna be banned out this time.
Oh, we have the bin. Yeah, this should be an Eiger bin, I believe.
Yeah,
One
so
of its signature heroes. They are really pulling out that.
yeah,
like-
pulling out the signature heroes here. Okay, so interestingly enough, they end up picking the Night Stalker for themselves. They don't want to give it over to Insignificant Me, and they managed to get their hands on the Miracle Queen of Pain. So this is first pick material now, and you know, we've seen Miracle destroy on it before. I don't know whether it'll be him on it again though. But they're actually picking the Rubik for themselves, so a bit of maybe respect for Excellent, not wanting to give them that flex option. But it's gonna be X-Freedom bans through and through. It's gonna be this Enchantress, pesky as hell. I'm sure if you played against Enchantress in lane, it's just so annoying, all those little spears coming out with them, Peter's damage and the creeps. But yeah, they ban it out. They don't want X-Freedom to have his hero. And they pick the Bane for Aiga, like you said, a specialty. This Dan Night Stalker, I can't remember if we've seen it. I remember him more on the Spirit Breaker. But still, this hero has shown how scary it can be.
Like-
Interesting that we don't see Tide that favored throughout these two teams, because we saw him a lot throughout the round of 16 and round of 8.
Yeah, not so sure. I think you know, Tide is in a sense of you can say you can only play based on timing. I don't think they want to rely on that. They want to go with momentum, so they just want to keep running. So I guess both teams, they don't actually want to wait out for such a long cooldown out kind of hero.
I guess so. That kind of makes sense, because like you said, both teams can kind of fight around, really, you know, constantly fight. I think it doesn't really fit into Stonk's lineup, because I can't imagine this Night Stalker being anything but pos 3, right? I mean, if they do run a position 1 Night Stalker, it might be a bit strange. But TIE Hunter might be able to work with, for the side of Ganbus. We have seen Insig play it already. He had quite great success with that, just being the immovable object that he needed to be, and landing the Ravagers as well. But that one really was more of the miracle show.
Yeah, can you just look at how Gambu is actually banning out the heroes? They are just making sure that this Queen of Pain get one hell of a lane by banning out the Pug, the Lina, the Tinker, even the Ember Spirit, just making sure that they don't have any mid hero that can be even stronger than a Queen of Pain.
Honestly, if you were playing against a Queen of Pain and you got to pick any single hero in Dota, what would you pick? What do you think is a good matchup in the Queen of Pain?
Wow, that's a tough that's a tough
Oh.
question, man.
So someone,
I-
I mean, you're okay. I mean, I forgive you because you're not a seasoned mid player, right? You just play it on and off. But I think for me, one hero that I've seen do okay against Queen of Pain is a Viper.
Yeah, Viper.
Because you can't really stand up. So it's one of those lanes where you trade even. Because if she comes up too close to you to try and tag the poison on, she has to commit a blink away. If not, she's just going to get poisoned up. And the only way you really play that lane is you try and kind of scream of pain to clear the creeps, and then you just avoid the Viper altogether. Speaking of annoying heroes to play against in lane, it's going to be an Undying pick.
No, previously we have seen Undying wasn't a very successful one in the semis.
Yeah, I think, wasn't it Simba who was playing it? Yeah, but it's just not able to get the early laning advantage, and it actually ended up feeding a little bit, very low on levels, and not able to make anything happen. But
a very good ban coming out from Radiant side where they choose to ban out the Bloodseeker. I think this is quite a general counter to like a lot of heroes that are very mobile, like the Pango, but we don't see the Pango often, but definitely a very good counter to Night Stalker. Just making sure that he don't fly around you, he doesn't get the silence of you.
yeah, the thing about Night Stalker is he's a bit strange, right? Because he's a hero that you want to tie down, but similarly to a Spirit Breaker, he can kind of just get wherever he wants. The thing about Rupture is, even though it's not technically a disable, it disincentivizes moving so heavily that you don't really want to just be flying around. And Stonks, they go for the wombo here. It's gonna be a WB signature Faceless Void along with an Invoker. I don't know whether this is gonna be a Excellent Invoker or a Fixer's Invoker, but judging from last game, I think I bet, like, you know, both teams, you know, they walk out of the booth just now and they probably have a team talk. I saw Fixers and the gang talking a bit. I think this conversation probably went something like this. Hey bro, your Invoker, give me lah, let me meet.
Wow, you sure?
I'm just,
no.
okay, I'm just messing around, but you know, Fixer's Invoker didn't really do too well in that game. I mean, it's not entirely his fault. He tried to push the tempo, but you know, there is a rank 2 peak mid on your team, so I think you should give it to him. Just a suggestion, you know, just maybe something they could switch up. And most definitely, they secure the carry early on for WB, a hero that he's much more comfortable with. This guy, even though his Magnus is pretty high up the list, I think they decided, you know, that Magnus, let's not do that, hero. Let's not do that. Let's do Faceless Void. Good old WB hero, right?
They choose to ban out the Tidehunter though.
They choose. Okay, so
Yeah, I think they are at this rate they are just thinking like, you know, they have their 2 core. There's gonna be a mid Queen of Pain, a mid Medu. So I mean, we are just eliminating the options. Tidehunter, like you said, was a very popular pick that offers a lot of team fight.
yeah, and Tide does very well up into Void, right? Because Void doesn't really threaten him in lane.
Yeah.
Yes, sure, you trade farm, but that's exactly what Tide wants to do. The way you beat a Tide is you force him out early, and you just keep killing him, because after that, you just make him a Ravage bot, and once he is just a Ravage bot, there's nothing else he can contribute to fights. The ideal way for Tidehunter to play is he wants to be all up in there, pressuring your tower, just being behind the creep wave, just being this immovable object that you can't kill, and I think that's a very good ban for them.
Yeah, and you'll definitely go well with the Undying too, especially with heals coming and also the Decay.
I think more than anything, it provides this early mid shield that can defend the towers, which is not something Medusa wants to come out and do, right? It can be this shield for the Rubik to stay behind, cast his spells, and Undying, even though he's tanky himself, he doesn't really want to be on the front lines. He wants to cast his spells, and I don't think this game is one where you're running out and really hitting people with Flash Golem. So we're gonna have to see what the last picks are for these two teams. I'm expecting a bit of probably an offlaner for Insig, Insig on Ganbu's side, and Stonk seems to think so too. They banned Tidehunter like you mentioned, taking a little bit on this last ban.
I think it's a pause 4. It has to be a pause 4, right? You
You
basically
mean for
have your
Stonks?
yeah, for Stonks.
Okay. I mean they think so too. They ban out the Nyx Assassin.
Like I'm thinking, like looking at how Dai is drafting, right? They more or less have some form of initiation, at least for the co-op. So I think a good counter would have been like maybe, I think a good hero that can go well with their lineup, probably Mars, still open.
Yeah, actually pretty interesting that they didn't pick Mars, but maybe just after that game, both teams choosing to maybe devaluing a bit. It's something that Hades mentioned over the past 2 days as well. We're developing a bit of our own tournament meta about what these teams like to play. And Mars, Dan, you know, he tried it out, didn't end up working out for him, and maybe they're just like, okay, screw this hero, it's fine. We don't want that. Mars definitely can work very well for them
Gabu.
here, just... Yeah, for Gambus here. Interesting that they're not banning it out. They choose to ban the Centaur War Runner instead, but I can kind of understand it because Medusa and Undying, these are such clunky heroes, right? And you want the...
Wow, they went with
Oh.
Skyrush. Yeah, so this is a classic Faceless Void
Yeah,
Skyrush
I feel
combo.
like we've seen this already, right? Fixers, this is a draft that has won Stonks games before, and they're going with it. The good old trusty Fixers Skyref Mage position
Oh,
4.
wow, they went for the Venge. I think this is a good pick though.
This is an offlane bench.
Yeah, I think it could be.
Yeah, and it is Insig. It's gonna pick it up. Yeah, I think this is a really nice pick.
Like it's a direct counter to the Faceless Void. Then you don't die.
Yeah,
you,
I
you
mean-
don't die because like if you rush for the X, you basically you are just you get a free refresher. You can cast your stun, your swap, and then with that long range swap, right, you can basically cancel so many skills. Like
yeah, you
the
can just
Bane.
save somebody from a chrono, right? Yeah, I think it's such a nice pick. This is draft wise, are you favoring Gunboost? Because I still feel like they're lacking a bit of an early move maker. But if Miracle can keep up his performance with, wait, actually, Exilon is on this Skyref Mage and Invoker is on
Fixer.
Fixers is still on this Invoker. So are they just? Yeah, so Twitch chat asking, are they just swapping cosmetics for later? I don't know, but we'll have to wait to get into the game to find out. This Medusa, Polarson, he's played it before and they played it very well. It's going to be a scary game to get into, but let's introduce the teams. We are into Game 2 of the Grand Finals of the Asia Esports Festival and Singapore Comic Con Dota 2 Community Tournament. My name is Sneeze and I'm joined by Hani over here, and we'll be your casters for this epic matchup. Stonks, they already dropped the first game, but let's introduce the teams. On the side of Stonks, WB trying to be better, and we better hope he has a better performance this game on his Faceless Void position 1. Dan on this offlane Night Stalker, Fixers reprising his Invoker, hopefully he has a better game this time. Tanaka, Aega rather, on the position 5 Bane, a signature for him. And last but not least, Exilon on this position for Skyref. Yeah, it looks like it. So Exilon on position 4 again.
Over on the Dire, we have Insignificant Insig on the Vengeful Spirit, the most likely pos 3 Vengeful Spirit, and then Haya, which is our Miracle on the mid co-op. Then afterwards, we have Rubik, position 4 Rubik, played by...
You can just call him V.
yeah, played by V. Then also we have Paulison on the carry Medusa, and also X Freedom on the Undying. Like they have really decided they want to make a very early smoke.
Yeah, but I think maybe an early smoke is more indicative of a play when you are... I mean, I don't mean to sound like all high mighty here, but a lot of the times if you see an early smoke and you're in a pub or like a random stack, right, it can kind of feel like, oh, okay, we want to go get a kill at the rune. But we actually see this very often at the highest level just because of the fact they want to get that warding advantage early on.
Yeah, the basically vision advantage.
Yeah, because if you place your sentry or your... I guess your observer before your opponent, you can see where they place their ward, and then that makes it easy to just kind of get a free D ward and gets the... I don't know, gets the free...
EXP and
Yeah,
gold.
EXP and gold, which is a nice little prop up. They've really increased the amount that you get from those observer ward kills now to around 100, so that more than pays for itself.
It's such a advantage for the mid hero, especially when they can get like the D wards. Like I've seen a lot of mid players buying 2 sentries, putting it on the left and the right side, just in the middle, and just trying to make sure they can get off any free observer wards. Yeah, helps them to scale. Basically, it's a very big bonus.
It looks like the players are all back in, and we're gonna have the game for you right here. We're kicking it off, game 2 of the finals. And just a little guide for those of you who don't know. I doubt any of you who are watching don't know these players. But okay, looks like my assistant camera's not working. Let's try it again. There we go. Archin is Polarson. For those of you who don't know, XF is very evidently X Freedom. And of course, Haya is Miracle, Insignificant Me, and as he likes to be called now, Insidious C now goes by V. So we have an early D ward off. Okay, Tanaka tanking a bit of the tower shots. He knows there's a ward there, or... I mean, there isn't actually a ward. They just kind of have vision of him by standing there, right? Oh, there is, but it's on the other side of the lane, so this is what their smoke has gotten them. I'm curious to see whether the Dire actually have this available right now. No, doesn't seem like it. Both just standing around in the mid lane, feeling each other out. Just getting a bit of the action. I know.
Just casual high fives.
Yeah, casual high fives. Love to see it. Yeah, just high fives back. And for actually, I don't know if you saw this post on Reddit, but basically, somewhere I think it was the Beast Coast Alliance game in the best of one eliminations, and it looked like a clowny game. It looked like Beast Coast were just on the low ground trying to high five, meme around. But then someone actually broke it down and said, actually, I think it's Beast Coast trying to find vision, because if you have vision of them, then the high five will connect.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so some mind games coming on here. Might not all just be memes and fun. These teams are here after all for a $2,750 grand prize. So, I mean, the stakes are on the line, and what better stakes could we have had? Hopefully Stonks can make that money for themselves. WB didn't really have the best game on the Magnus earlier on, but he's gonna... I mean, it's in his name, right? He's gonna try and be better for this game.
expecting to see some very big chronos coming out.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't disappoint with his chronos in the game that he played, Void, so that's what I want to see. Tanaka and V already trading off in the side lanes, but with Insig walking over, has to be a bit careful.
Currently, right now, just a little bit of harassment coming out from both supports. The position 4 just exchanging hits with the pos 5. So Vengeful Suite, they get a stun, but I don't think...
Yeah, I mean, the stun was just to make sure the range creep was secured, right? And in terms of action, I doubt we'll see a lot in the bot lane unless WB really gets caught off guard. But this man is this guy is a high-ranked Void, okay? Don't mess with him. Okay, so how do you think this Queen of Pain Invoker matchup plays out?
I think it'll go pretty decent for Invoker Mill. He won't be afraid to get spam out by the Shadow Strike from the Queen of Pain because of the high regen that you get from Quas. Yeah, so I think this will be a very comfortable lane for Fixers.
Yeah, speaking of, Miracle actually opts to skip the Shadow Strike altogether.
Yeah, he knows that.
Yeah, it's redundant,
yeah,
right?
it's probably redundant. So opting to go for the Screen of Pain just to secure last hits.
Okay, so I mean, Undying, a really strong laning support, but we actually saw Undying not have so much success against Fixers on this Skyrift Mage early on. He goes to place a ward, but this is a bit telegraphed. I'm sure X Freedom has an idea that it's there. Blocks the small camp. Tries to pull, but if this doesn't go off, he'll know there's a sentry there. Yeah, and he should be aware now. Exilent though, putting on the pressure onto Pelosin.
Yeah, just
a relatively quiet early game compared to some of the other games that we've seen so
the
far. As I say
Undying-
that, at the bot side,
the
Bane falling pretty low. Monka, he'll be A-okay. Has the cell for himself. And WB, he's just A-okay farming like this. I mean, okay, so one thing to talk about is the fact that this Venge is a terrible laner, right?
I wouldn't say so. I think as long as you're getting level, I think the point about playing Venge, right, is just to make sure you have a decent lane. You get your levels quickly, then you can start rotating, and it offers a very nice disable in the Magic Missile, and then I mean, it's good. Then subsequently, that's where you actually you get your passive up. You start to do a lot more damage. Then yeah, that's where you steamroll, rush into the X. I think it's good.
Okay, so just a heads up, some people in Twitch chat are saying there isn't game sound actually in our client right now. And there we go. It should be all up for you right now. Shout out to Turu for letting us know. Thank you so much. And we're going to be just in time to hear that magic missile go off. WB gets a time walk off. Honestly, there's not much kill threat in this lane. There really isn't, unless Tanaka gets caught out by himself. But yeah, thank you for the shout out, Turu. Wouldn't have been able to do it without you.
Yeah, so both sides just
yeah,
trying to farm up. Yeah.
Oh, as we say that, the first blood onto Exilent. Miracle showing his counterpart how it's done.
The caster's curse, man. We mentioned that there's no
Yeah,
action, then we are wrong.
We should just shut up, seriously.
No, we can't. We have
Yeah,
to
we
do our
can't.
job.
It is literally our job, guys. Please free us from the esports experience center. Please, someone come save us.
Alright, this Queen of Pain. I think with this very nice kill, it should help him because I think generally he has exhausted every single regen that he have.
Yeah, this is where we usually see a TP from one of the supports to refill the bottle, right? But with the addition of the water runes, he's gonna be A-okay. Fixers can't make it there in time to deny him. And that's just kind of how it always is. One of the strengths of Queen of Pain now is that he can just make sure he secures these runes, right, with the blink. And the runes even higher in value now, especially since there are two. So you can we've seen a lot of Queen of Pains make this play where Tornado EMP losing the resources and cold snapped up. Meanwhile, this Bane is gonna fall in the bot lane. They're just getting caught out of position, not being able to turn the kill onto this bench. A level 2 stun, definitely nothing to just kind of disregard, right?
I think that over at mid, right, the Fixer is actually doing a pretty good job, just trying to reduce the amount of impact that the Quap can have on him and also on the rest of the team. By just playing this Quas Wax Invoker, you know, he basically just forced Quap to basically having to use all the resources just so that she can have enough mana to cast a few skills. And the moment she comes up to a lane, and then you see that aggressive positioning from the Invoker.
Yeah, and one thing to point out is he's actually winning in CS right now. Maybe it's because Quap made that rotation, right? But Quap's Wax Invoker, historically known for not being that good at last hitting. I mean, he has an All Talisman to help him with that, but still, putting out a pretty good show against this Invoker as we miss another kill onto Excellent in the top lane.
X Freedom
They
with a
actually
slimmer of
bait
HP.
him in with X Freedom, so really nicely done from them. And so selfless, actually healing selves his Medusa instead of himself, opposite TP home. And this is a really nice move from X Freedom. You really only see this from high level supports, right? Because they recognize, you know, I have no resources. Even if I salve up, nothing's gonna happen, right? So he just opts to go back, refill.
And also
Maybe
just
right
a very
back to lane.
cheeky play. Nice Stalker getting the kill onto the career. Okay,
Oh,
over at
Haya
mid.
falling a little low here. Fixer,
Nice
is he gonna
tornado
do it? No, the infused raindrop keeps
Oh.
him alive for now.
Yeah, there was no silence. I
Oh,
think
very nice item purchase for him here. He's gonna have to go back to base because I don't think, yeah, there's no ward spotting out the rune, so he doesn't know where it is. He's gonna miss out on this one. It's gonna be Fixers who secures it, or will he?
Oh, is he gonna deny?
Pump
Yeah,
faking
he
the
denies
deny,
it.
and yes, he does. So nice little rotation from Excellent, trying to make something happen, but the infused raindrops keeping Miracle alive.
Yeah, in the next few minutes, I'm anticipating that this Invoker will start making his move. Okay, some action
And
over at bottom.
speaking
Nice
of a
leap.
move, in comes Miracle with the scream, wants to kill WB.
Oh, he's one
Doesn't
hit
have the
away.
time walk, but he's juking in the trees.
The
Is he gonna
TP?
live? No
He's
way!
gonna-
41
Wow.
HP, gets out alive. Tanaka
bait-
as
the
well,
bait too.
wasting so much time, and that was the Sonic Wave used.
Very nicely
And
done.
eternity, yo, these voice lines are on point. WB definitely a lot more comfortable on this Faceless Void, knows exactly his limits, and it's proven right there, lives with 41 HP.
Oh, that is some time wasted and a lot of space for your Fixers to basically even snowball right now.
Yeah, I mean, you don't really see a lot, like, you want to make these moves as the Invoker, like you were saying, right? That's what you're anticipating. Miracle beats him to the punch, and actually, but a failed move, and that's 80 seconds without Sonic Wave, and like you said, forcing him to use the cooldowns. Interesting that he goes for 2 mangoes in the starting inventory, probably trying to account for the fact that he's going to get EMP'd. You see some action in the bot lane. Now it's Fixer's turn to try and make a move, but whiffs it on the Tornado. The
Okay.
sleep, though, setting up onto Insidious.
Very
Time
nice.
dilation, this Rubik is dead on my screen. Can he get the deny? Absolutely not. Tanaka's gonna tank up.
Yeah, they give the
hits.
kill to Fixers too.
Very nice. And that's the Urn of Shadows charges being farmed up, right?
Yeah, so this will actually help him to be more of a presence. Like with this uncharge, he can go for some solo kill, solo pick off.
I like that move. I like that move a lot, just because of the fact that he TP'd in, right? And both mids, you see, they recognize that, oh, already
Nice
a chrono in, setting up WB. He's gonna get it. The Tornado up on the bench, but might have just griefed that kill. Can he get out here? Not level 6, doesn't have the swap, has the one, but it's not nearly enough to sleep. Tanaka trying to set up on another kill.
Oh, the Skyruff is here though. It's gonna be a 4v2. Okay,
Yeah,
they
they're all
choose not
banding
to
up.
pursue.
Yeah, they definitely see the TP in though because of this nice ward, right? But by the time he TPs behind the tower, so when he blinks in, it's just a complete surprise. Or rather, when he tries to set up, it's a complete surprise. It's just the angle that he rotated from, right? Because he kind of went from behind here all the way to here, so not being spotted out by the ward. Really nicely moved from Fixers.
And also just happened to see that the Fairy Trinket actually being dropped. That will go very nicely in the hands of Invoker too.
Ah, yes, but it's on the Queen of Pain.
No, as
Yup.
in they have their own Fairy
Fairy
Trinket too.
Trinket.
Yeah.
Okay. V in a bit of trouble here, but X Freedom is there to back him up. There's the swap
Oh,
available,
nice.
but kind of doubling out on the disables right here. But it's only a level 1 timeout. They're trying to focus down the tomb, but X Freedom heals it up. They're turning onto Tanaka right now. Insidious himself falling a little low. Still no timeout for this Void, but he'll be A-okay. Oh, Peloson though, actually being found in the jungle by Invoker. Gets a solo kill.
I don't think it's a solo kill.
Oh wait, I literally thought Excellent was on the other team. I'm high. Yeah, but a nice little rotation into the jungle. They don't really have the vision covering that they should, you know. This usually we see this warded up by X Freedom, but a bit of emphasis on the bot lane, and the Medusa gets picked off.
I think Radiant is doing far better than Initial. like in the previous game, they're actually piling a lot of pressure. They even took down the first tier 1, and that will give them a lot more space to play around the enemy jungle. And they're not gonna give a free lane to the Medusa.
And what a flip of the coin, right? Because now it's Invoker at the top of the net worth, right behind that Medusa. Fixers having a much better game, learning from his mistakes from the first one, and it looks like, you know, they just had a clearer game plan coming in. We doubted their pick again, but they know what they have to do.
Just look at the difference in Invoker's line item build. Right now he's going for Midas instead of opting to finish up the Vessel.
Yeah, I think
so it's a little different from previous. Okay, they're gonna make the goal
getting
on
the cold snap, silent stop. This poor little Undying has to shut up and die right here. But the Scream, that's someone who won't shut up. Miracle in, but slept. Go, good night, he
the
says.
nice
But Toxic Me gets swapped in sync with the clutch TP, gets the Arcane Rune for himself. And in comes Miracle, it's not over yet. Gets Excellent with the pick off, but now silenced up by Dan.
He's just
Can he
manning
get
out
out?
this core.
He still has the blink up, but the Scream to finish him off. Very nicely done by Miracle. Gets a return. It's gonna be a 3-for-1. And this whole time, Pelosa was there to clean it all up. Medusa, not really a rotator you think she would be, but comes in at the right time to find the revenge kill.
This Medusa just coming in at the right time.
Yeah, that's what you need to do on the
Like
counter
making
carry, right?
up for his death
Ooh,
initially.
this is a nice sentry to spot out that ward. That was really nice from X Freedom. And they're pinging the bot lane now. They want to make a move onto this insig bench. And here comes the Night Stalker. No Dark Ascension. Daytime as well. We'll have to see what he can do. They're setting up here.
Invoker is tipping in too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a whole bloodbath at the bot side. No Scream though. I have to give a shout out to Miracle. He really kind of shut us up all there with that amazing Scream, putting a just basically putting a stopper to that entire fight. I think one key thing to note is that Bane has the level 6 now and the Fiend's Grip. I think he took the Tome. They smoke up. They want to make a move, but they're gonna. I don't know whether they'll spot up by the ward, but I doubt it. They're circling. The pings are coming out. Farming a stack is this Queen of Pain. They're walking straight up to him. They should spot him out with the ward immediately. But the blink not in time. The cold snap instantly catches this Queen of Pain unawares. And she's going to pop to this EMP. Next is this Rubik. What has he stolen? It's the EMP. He's going to burn the mana himself. But the Tornado from Fixers is right there. X Freedom with the heal. Is it enough? No, it's not. Uncharged. He has the Flesh Golem though, punching away onto Excellent. And Insig, now he's here for the cleanup. Tanaka and Excellent to fall. But I think it's a pretty good trade. You get this Queen of Pain.
And not to mention the value earned charges. I think definitely you want Invoker to have a better game this round. And then getting those kills then also helps to accelerate his Midas.
I will say though that they're committing so many people to the aggressive moves of you know, the Radiant that it's giving, as we can see on the net worth, Insig just free time to farm up that Axe. Bench notorious for having quite a early, you know, a rough time early on, but he's been able to have quite a free game. 3-1-3 on this bench. It's relatively unthreatened. And Medusa as well, except for that one kill, he's just been happily farming away in the jungle. I think they placed this ward just to check for any vision that would have caused that rotation. But in again, they want to drop the ultimate with this level 6 Mystic. Oh, he actually didn't go for it. He didn't go for the Mystic Flare level. So very interesting there. Gonna wonder how they're gonna try and get this kill, but the sentry blocks already, trying to flush Medusa out of the jungle. Really tactical from them. Here comes the ward. Is it gonna come down? What does Tanaka want to do? Yep, the blocks as well. So blocking out all the putting out all the sentries. Usually you do this as a grief, and this Bane is gonna be reported by his own team. But you know, this is all tactical. Just making sure the Medusa doesn't have a place to farm, forced into the triangle, and that's probably where they're gonna try and find their next smoke gang. Of course, they're gonna take a while to notice this. Nearing nighttime. This Night Stalker has had quite a quiet game so far. 1-1-1, not really involved in a lot of the fights. That might change if they spot this pesky Medusa.
Just a little bit more go, I think around 1k before he actually finishes up the Echo Saber for the Night Stalker. Yeah, I think that's more than enough time like this. 1.5 minutes before nighttime pops, then he's ready to make a go. Then meanwhile here, Medusa just becoming even bigger by farming out this big ancient stack.
Yeah, we're about to see the net worth just skyrocket right now. And I just want to point out really nice warding from the side of the Dire, but they're gonna be spotted out by this nice ward as well. Instantly dewarded, so they have to know there's sentries in that area, which means the entire team has been there before. Because, you know, a Faceless Void isn't gonna carry his own sentries, right? Neither is a Night Stalker, so the supports have been there.
Oh, I see a move.
Okay.
That was a Tornado, but I think it didn't clip anyone.
Yep, misses. They
just
want
transit
this
over.
mid tower. It's about time, 40 minutes. don't have the best tower pushers on their team, but they want to make something happen. Here comes
Right.
Dan, doing his best instinct impression, jumping in onto X Freedom,
Oh,
and the
very
chrono
nice chrono.
onto 3. What's the follow-up? It's instant Mystic Flare straight onto Insect's head, and the Sunstrike manages to just finish him off. What is the answer? Haya manages to get excellent on the sidelines and the stolen chrono as well. V turns it out to Dan and Tanaka, but Slap is this Medusa and the scream out finishes WB off. Fixers, what can he do? Absolutely nothing, has to run away as his Bane starting to get run down, but it's too much damage. This Bane Elemental to fall. And
That's
it's
a
a 3 for 2.
3 for 3. X Freedom actually bought back.
Oh, okay, I
yeah.
didn't notice that. Good call, good call. But yeah, now they're gonna turn it back around. They're gonna get the mid tower of their own. And this ulti is used from both sides. Very nicely played from Miracle, just picking off the heroes that he needs to.
Radiant structures
Picking it
are
out. Toxic
Invoker,
E wants to
okay.
go on him. Aya has to blink up in a bit, but can
The
he get the
silence
silence
comes
in
in?
time?
Oh,
No,
no.
not nearly enough. They're trying to wrap around though. No, nothing's gonna happen from that. Flash Golem's still up. They don't want to tempt fate.
Radiant's middle tower
They're gonna
has
back off from
fallen.
this.
That was a very nice chrono by Faceless Void in the previous fight, and then the follow-up Skywrath out onto the bench, but bench was really so tanky with the early point boosters. Then and also the Ogre X, and was able to outlive like quite a few, basically the whole of the Chronosphere. Then I think they would basically use too much time to try to kill off the bench suite, then
Yeah,
leaving the
and
Medusa there.
I think it all comes back to the early laning stage, right? Like, this Rubik and Venge just managed to get so much from the lane that they weren't supposed to, that this Venge just got a relatively free time. This entire time they're playing around the Miracle, Queen of Pain, right? And this whole time Venge is just hitting creeps. We saw her come around, clean up with the Magic Missile and the Wave of Terror, and she's 3-2 and 4, she's sitting pretty. Already halfway, almost quarter done to the 1 quarter left to the Aghanim's. And from there the game is gonna get so hard because who you focus. For now it looks like it's gonna be the Deucer though.
Oh.
In comes the Mystic Flare, but barely
the
burns
DD?
her mana pool. Haya being slapped up, they don't want to tussle with this Queen of Pain right now. X Freedom takes it off. Interesting build from Haya over here, going for the Hood of Defiance first, perhaps recognizing the mass amount of magic damage that he has to deal with.
Yep, and I think that's a pretty good call, you know.
Yeah.
Like when you one of few teams that was actually playing Medusa, you know, in the previous, I think perhaps in the semi-final, one bad thing that actually happened was that Medusa was the last one standing alive and was actually kited out because the rest of the team just died so quickly.
Yeah,
So I think they are trying to make up for this fact that, you know, we have to survive, we have to be there to make sure that the Medusa doesn't die. So they are going a lot of defensive items
I
in
think
the form of hood and
that's-
also stats items.
That's true, but I think more so on top of that, right? Your Queen of Pain, it's so scary to blink into this lineup, but if you start to get tanky, then you can be that frontliner for your team, because Venge, as much as she has the X, right, and dying is okay for her, her game plan isn't exactly, I'm gonna walk up and suicide, right? That's not the best use of the Venge. You want to use all your spells, fight it out to the bitter end, and come back with a second life. So that's maybe what Miracle is looking for, yep, and he's gonna build a Kaya Sanj, so emphasizing on the tankiness and the status resist. I like this build a lot from this Queen of Pain.
Well, very nice neutral item coming out for Radiant, the Nether Shaw. I think this will go very well on either the Skywrath or the Invoker, adding a lot more oomph onto their magical damage.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't manage to get it first time.
Yeah,
but
yeah, the oomph,
yeah, the oomph is what we're looking for. Give me your best oomph.
Oomph!
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
an oomph
man.
and a half, alright. Very nicely done. I think for the side, okay, the game's still relatively even, but it's just 3k in the lead for...
Like I think right now they still
I'm trying to figure out who has the lead because I really can't tell. It looks like it should be good for Ganbu, right? But Stonks, they're keeping up.
yeah they have their formula basically to handle the Medusa, but then I think it's a matter
Oh,
of
Mass
execution.
TV's in. They want to fight here, but the ward, I don't know whether it spots it out actually. But they see the whole team retreating, so they should have an idea.
They want to be very careful though. If they are gonna make a move, like if
Okay,
Radiant's gonna make a move, it
it
has to
comes
be
then.
now.
They see X Freedom and a
Oh,
nice
wow.
little Tumbler Story away from the tornado, but it's not nearly enough. There's a nice Stalker right behind you. He's looking for the chase, but Archin in with the Stone Gaze. Scares them off. WB with the Chrono onto X Freedom. Stolen time dilation. Gets it right this time. But the Stone Gaze cancels the Fiend Skill actually. Tanaka not able to get that off because he's facing the wrong way. Insig though.
Oh, the
Or
nice
rather Dan,
silence.
he's gonna pick off this Queen of Pain.
FB manages to get out with the last second time warp.
Yeah, and the distraction play from this, okay, but the Aghanim's already done.
He has to Invoker. I think he's gonna go
Toxic
down.
me, the
Oh,
tornado,
no.
too little too late. And that all started because of the Medusa's Stone Gaze, right? For some reason, they try and split the fight into half to avoid her, but Tanaka plays as the distraction while the rest just completely jump on this Queen of Pain while she's not supported. But they manage to turn it around and get fixes as well. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade.
Like, I think that wasn't the type of chronosphere that you want to throw out, right? You threw it out just to ensure that you secure a kill onto the Undying. Then at the same time, you can't follow up because the rest of your team are stuck being zoned out by the Medusa at the front. Then
Yeah.
while you go for the back,
I just wanna like there's starting to become a problem, right? And her name is Medusa. How do you kill her? Because even earlier on, before she got this Manta style now completed at just 19 minutes, right? They dropped the entire Skyref Mage ulti on her, but it just like it didn't even finish her mana pool. Along with the
EMP?
Yeah, the EMP. Yeah, so the EMP is what we're gonna be looking for, but with the way that this Medusa has been playing, just positioning right at the right place at the right time every single fight.
yeah, it's gonna even be more dangerous when she completes the arc, the Agony Scepter.
Okay, so one thing to note is that Exilon has finished his Atos up. Has to Atos to get the Medusa off him. The pesky snake just firing those arrows away. There, now there's daytime. Can't really do much. Was looking for a goal, but Peloson though. Wait, what? What's the Bane doing there? I guess just caught unawares by this swap or something. Yeah, it must have been the swap that caught him unaware.
Well, very good steal on the Rubik. He has the Deafening Blast.
Oh
I think,
yeah,
well,
that
that's
could be huge.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge.
That could
man.
really throw off WB and Dan on this Night Stalker as well, but it looks like they're looking towards Roche. They want to take this out. They don't actually have the best. Yeah, but Undying Tombstone, what else do you need? The zombies spawning to tank it every few seconds. It's more than enough, and they have the minus armor from Wave of Terror.
Yeah, they know
Radiant.
that there's no chrono, so
Stonks, Aega is pinging it. They know it's going on, and it's going on pretty slowly.
the Sunstrike.
The Sunstrike comes in to scout. I'm not sure how much they see, but they should have an idea that this is going on. Exilon in with the ult, and the swap doesn't manage to save X-Reader, but keeps him alive for now. Pops the Flash Golem into death. The Deafening Blast comes in to hold this Night Stalker back. But Insect, he's being this pesky frontline for his team while they take out the Roche. But they're just not going to commit to it. A little scared without their Undying and the Tombstone running out.
Chrono
They're gonna-
space up.
Yeah, they're going to decide against it.
Venge with the finish Arcanine Scepter. This is gonna be something you don't
Nah,
wanna
this was
find into.
finished since a while ago,
Oh,
my
no.
friend. This is why he's playing so far ahead.
My bet on this.
It doesn't really matter. I'm sure it came as a shock to the side of Stonks as well when they saw that bench playing so far up ahead. It had a bit of her number in the early game, but now, ever since like past like 6 minutes, just been farming away, having a relatively free time, and oh, close and trying to sneak the Roche.
I don't think he
but-
has enough
Yeah,
damage,
they're paying
right?
it out. They see Aega here.
Oh, this
And
might
he
be
dances
a nice
away with the
kill.
cheese. I don't think they have any catch for him unless V can get in range. Has the bullwhip, not using it yet, and it's gonna expire. Can they find Tanaka here? Trying to juke in the trees.
Invoker is here too,
Invoker is
though.
here as well. Yeah, it could be a bit scary.
Oh,
Slept
here.
up is this Bane and disables. Actually takes it over on Haya, trying to, but takes it over on Haya, but ends up biting them in the back over there. The Bane manages to get the TV out. A lot of pings coming out.
Their group up is fire. I think they are looking towards to just secure
Yeah,
this
but
tier 1.
I think Stonk's playing the map really well. Excellent split pushing the mid lane over here while WB on the opposite side of the map. That's where you want to be on this void. Actually, Optic, does he have to finish BKB?
Yeah, I think
Is
so.
he coming out
yeah,
of the
it's
Korea?
definitely
Because that could
coming
be
out.
real. Yeah, this is really big for him. Because then he doesn't have to worry about all these pesky. Oh,
Oh,
meanwhile,
gets
wait,
caught.
where? Why is he here? Fixers as another swap. We hear it, Dan, but the lift cancels the TP. Dan and Fixers, my friends, that's not your side of the map. As Haya gets a double kill, and they can most definitely stroll into Roche right now.
Oh, this is not good, man. For
That was
Radiant.
so curious, and Shakur and chat, you might have just called it Fixers payment received. What were you doing there? Has the BKB and the Midas completed, but like I wonder what he was looking for there in the fight.
I think the BKB wasn't completed yet. I think
Yeah,
and
must have
probably
picked it up when
yeah.
he went back to base after dying. But they're gonna basically get a free Roche from this, nothing much you can do. And once again, Fixers with the early lead, just not being able to find the opportunity subsequently. You know, he gets the Midas and the BKB a bit earlier this time, not investing in the Spirit Vessel, but once again, it looks like they're starting to lose control of this map and this game.
Fixers lining up the Arcanine Scepter just to make sure he has the Catalysm lined up
Yeah, he
for a
most
good Chronosphere.
definitely
Yeah.
he needs to.
I think this is definitely your game plan, right? You go in with a very nice Chronosphere, then you basically just try to nuke them down
WB
with the
is here
Sunstrikes.
though. They want to set out on this void. Surely
they
he has
need
to
to
know
be very
something's
careful.
up.
Bench is here.
Yeah, but so is this Bane. Could bail him out of any situation if necessary. They should see him with their arcane boots. Still trying to chase though, is this Medusa, not scared of anything with that Aegis and the TP out immediately from WB. That won't be the first time that he gets away with a nice TP. His Bane might have just sacrificed his life for that sleep.
Oh no, I'm not so sure if
And
that's
the
the right play.
swap.
He's gonna
Okay,
die.
they're trying to make a move on the Archin, but really what move can they make? Poor little Excellent has to just TP home. And actually, we're hearing
Perhaps he's trying to make
X
some time.
Freedom getting gone on by, okay, the
Very nice
TP
TP
out.
out.
Yeah, just recognizes, already used the Void and doesn't have a way to cancel that TP. The tip's coming out, a small little consolation prize. So net worth wise, 15k up on this Medusa. What can you do? I don't think the game is over yet. Once again, Cataclysm Chrono, age-old combo, and especially since they have the Sky Mage to pump damage into it, can definitely take some of these squishier heroes down, but we've already seen V able to steal that Chrono before. I wouldn't be surprised if we can see it again.
What if he steals the Catalysm later on?
Oh, that could be dicey. Steals the Chrono into his own Cataclysm. One-man army. But for now, it's going to be the whole squad.
The Skadi completed on Madu instead
Yeah,
of the
Skadi
Arcanist.
completed.
Yeah, just to make sure that he can tank up and just front line.
The Kaya Sanjin as well, speaking of fronting out and tanking, Essence Ring, I mean, picked up by
They're
this
going high
squad,
ground.
gonna be so tanky. They want to hit this timing, 3 minutes left on the Aegis, more than enough time to take 1 or 2 racks. Silent Dire, Silent Radiant, not in position though, WB is really far away, no Chrono in sight. Tornado's gonna be away from him, and interesting to note that Miracle has finished this
Oh, they
shot,
go
but it's
for
not gonna be much
very
if you
nice
have,
follow some strike.
okay,
Oh, they throw the
Edging
closer for
Chrono?
this. Alright,
but
alright.
they're just taking your... Okay, no, they decide to go away for now. They might want to converge, but there's no Chrono. Can they really make a move happen? They're missing a lot of their damage without this Queen of Pain, but how's the fight gonna go? V already getting gone on by WB's... Okay, but the Fiend's great, there's no cancel for it, and in comes the Mystic Flare, but the swap Insect immediately pushing the Bane in the middle of this fight. Achin though, with the Stone Gaze, keeping them all tied down. They're gonna fall, WB almost falls, but it doesn't even matter. Time Lock out just to take that damage yet again. And we hear shouting from the players. That must be the excited shouts of the side of the Dire because they just turned that fight around. It looks so bad for them because they didn't have the Queen of Pain, but they prove they don't even need her. No Chrono, no fight, baby.
Wow, this Tombstone such it basically just turned the fight to like they were trying to spend all their time, all their effort trying to take down the Tombstone, but then one heal comes in and then they realize they have to back off.
And really nicely played from Insignificant Me there, swapping out his Medusa at a sign of trouble. It looked like there was no one to cancel that poor Bane's, you know, Aega finally getting a Fiend's Grip off on this Medusa and the Mystic Flare coming down as well, but the swap onto the Bane puts him in the thick of the action, not where he wants to be.
This a free melee Rex now.
Absolutely.
Or they just back off.
Yeah, they're gonna respect it. WB coming up, and it is nighttime after all. The Queen of Pain not with them at the moment, but I wouldn't be surprised if they gear up again, reset, and go again.
Right now, Invoker, I think basically right now he's trying to get his Agami Scepter up.
But the
as
map
soon
is
as-
so small
yeah,
for
you
him. Where
have
can
no-
he even farm?
Precisely that you don't even have any neutral creeps to try and Midas get some additional gold. But he's still so far away with 2k gold.
Yeah, so before that fight started out, I actually wanted to point out the blink Aghanim shard for the Queen of Pain could be so annoying because you blink onto the Bane and suddenly you can't do anything to backliners as well. Don't like to be silenced here. Archin, no mana, no problem, baby. The Tombstone right on top of his head, keeping him safe for now. And the bench as well, with the Aether Lens now complete, just can swap from even further away.
Just look at them and their positioning is just so good.
They have
Like they're
no-
just standing at the
they're
back.
trying to swap in.
Okay.
Tanaka, he's inched a bit far too forward, but WB was here bait all along. No Chrono though. As I say that, it comes out. Stolen from V. Could he turn it around? The swap from Insect gets Miracle out.
They
He's
have no
on
damage.
the safety. Yeah, they have no damage. The pump through this Medusa still first life. And then trying to fish around in the backlines, but Haya just so tanky. Insect once again with the killer swap falls, but this Bench Illusion still out and about, taunting as well. And they gotta smoke, they gotta try and find Dan, but he's already TP'd out.
Oh, they're faking it. They might be coming back. They still have the Chronosphere on the Rubik.
Yeah, this is something
full
definitely
HP,
they
full
should
mana
know. They
on the
should
Madu.
know about this Chrono. It could be a bit of a situation for them if they're not careful. They could get caught out unaware by this Chrono into a nice little scream. And one thing to point out, okay, the Sonic
they need
boom
to be
lifted
careful.
up is WB. He's falling so low but gets the time block off the stun, not in time. But it doesn't even matter, he's gonna fall anyway. No buyback on this Faceless Void. Is this already over?
Nobody got a
And the
check.
Chrono as well! Is there a follow-up? Insect, he's sleeping. Miracle already dead, so no scream, but Toxic Me gonna fall. Tanaka as well. What are the
Wow.
buybacks looking like? None on the table.
There's gonna be a second pair of Rex.
Oh, and
another
another
swap.
swap. The swap's just never ending. Dan, he's gonna fall as well. Insig, an absolute masterclass. Some Faith Bien-like performance. Excellent. He's gonna try and get a kill on his lover, but he's gonna be the one to be fallen this time.
But this Venge is just, I'm just so happy that just kill me. I have another swap.
Yeah. And they're going for the jugular. They see the prize right in front of them. They want this win right here. They want to put fixers. They want to send him back home. Go back to streaming, my friend. You have no place here with us, they say.
Can
As
they
they're looking
reply? I don't think they can. They're gonna finish the tier 4 by the time the rest of the team
The
are
sweep
up.
comes out from Tanaka, trying to buy as much time as he can, but X-Freedom takes it off immediately on his Medusa.
Oh, the butterfly on his Madu. He's gonna probably end the game before Skyrush
The
is
Void,
back
even
up.
if he comes out 20 seconds to the chrono, what can they do? Medusa, Butterfly completed now. It has
The
to be
sword.
now, but Tanaka already killed. Has the buyback, has the pop it instantly. No Fiend script to speak of, but WB, they're finishing off the tombstone, and they do for now. B now in between a really tough situation, but Toxic Me, he's gonna get knocked clicked down by this Archin. Okay, Chrono, it's up. Can he throw it?
Oh
Does
no,
it
this
even
is-
matter? No!
no.
He falls WB. GG is called, and that was the grand finals. A 2-0 commanding victory from the Ganbu, showing that the power of friendship is more than enough. Then he gets a last kill, but what a finish!
What a game, what a series, man. Just a commanding performance from Ganbu.
Yeah, and really showing us what the best of Dota 2 tournaments have to offer, right? Man, what a game. And what a way to end us off, and 2 zeros all around.
No, this is just miracle and stack telling. It's excellent that we didn't win you by fluke. No, we are gonna repeat this again.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's something to be said, right? Because on one hand, I think some people are saying, okay, why are you letting these DPC players play? They're such high-level players, right? But at the same time, you know, these tournaments, especially these mini tournaments with high price pools on the line, 5,000 Singapore dollars, it's a serious business, you know. Some LAN, you know, tournaments, maybe the smaller ones or the community ones, not a lot of prize pool to speak of, but for these bigger tournaments, it's kind of like, it's like a tier 3, tier 4 event, right, at this point. And, you know, if you come to play with the big boys, you got to be prepared to show them that you're better, right?
Yeah.
Sure, they might be gatekeepers in a way, and it might be frustrating to go up against them, but as this new generation of up-and-coming players that want to break on into the pro scene, then this could be the proving grounds for them. Unfortunately, they don't manage to pull it out. Stonks, they lose out in the final hurdle, but they still walk away with 1,250 worth in vouchers. While big congratulations to Ganbus, because they go with the grand prize of 2,750.
That's great, man. That's so much money.
Yeah,
They can get me like so many keyboards.
yeah, that's so okay. So a lot of you in chat are asking for fixes on his Twitch channel, but it's actually gonna be him coming in for a very short interview later on. I don't think there was much to analyze about this game. They picked some of their best heroes. They tried to believe in the fixers. You know, Invoker again, he had a bit of a better early game and a bit of an idea planned, but subsequently, not like once again, come the mid game, just sort of fell flat.
Yeah, Ganbu just putting up a spectacular performance, not giving Invoker any chance to get the Aghanim Scepter up so that they can't do their combo. Just making sure that, you know, we are gonna take away any form of chance that you can get. We are gonna shut you down. We're gonna shut you down early, going for the high ground 20 plus minutes, and then we go on to shut down the game.
And it's really this Queen of Pain, right? They let it through again. They want to test Miracle. They want to test Miracle, and what he can do, they instantly snap it up in the first pick. There's a hero that he's very comfortable with, and a bit of an unorthodox build, Eternal Shroud as well. But when you think about it, actually really smart against this Invoker's EMP, right? As the Queen of Pain, once you don't have any mana, you can't do anything. But once you blink in, you pop this Eternal Shroud, all your mana just comes back to you.
Yep, such a nice, you know. So that's the thing about Dota, right? Even though there's a specific way, sometimes there's the best way for you to go and play a certain hero. But then again, you would like to actually, you know, change here and there, you know, just to make sure that you can get the best value in that game. You know, you need to read the game, you need to adapt, and then that's how you actually do it. And we have basically seen a masterclass in the form of Queen of Pain this game.
Okay, so I need to check whether we can get fixers down here for a quick interview. Unfortunately, you know, he didn't manage to take the prize away, but he still walks the main prize away. Still walks away with $1,250 worth of esports experience center vouchers. So he can upgrade his setup and stream for all of you.
Oh,
Right?
that's great, man.
Yeah, that's great. You're a fixers fan,
even,
right?
even better webcam.
So it looks like, are we getting an interview right now? It looks like we have the players coming in. Is that what's going on? Are we getting an interview? Okay, so it looks like, you know, they're just cooling off after the last match, maybe exchanging some words. Okay, so who do we got right here? Okay, so we
Yep.
actually got...
So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be exiting for our VIP, our
Okay,
guest.
yes.
For the
Thank you so
interview.
much. Big shout out to Hani. Just give him a follow. Aberdingers on Instagram. Very nicely done, my friend. Thank you for joining me. And we actually have a really nice interview over here. Would you like to join me, sir? Okay, so this is my first time meeting you. Most of the time, I know about you because of your stream. But you wanna take a seat over here? Oh, you're doing it fixes. Do you guys? Okay, so how should we get this set up? Okay, we do one by one, I guess. Yeah, let's do one by one. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, this man off my screen right now, he's joining us. This might be the first time that you've seen him. It's gonna be Exilern over here, and you can actually see chat live interact. So,
Oh,
is this the face reveal you wanted, my friend?
whatever.
Whatever. Okay. So, first of all, let me ask you a bit about that game. How did you feel laning up against them? Because I know, big congrats by the way, because
Yeah.
I know for the longest time, you know, you're playing these pubs, you're a very high ranked player, and you
Mhm.
recently joined 496 Gaming. So big congrats to you on that.
Thank you.
How has it been so far? I mean, for some of the DPC fans, a lot of your fans, you want to give it any shout out, special shout out to anybody in chat because they're all screaming your name right now. They love you.
No special shout-outs.
No
actually.
special
Yeah.
shout out. Okay, chat, everybody just keep quiet, okay? So, so questions for you guys.
Mhm.
As you can see on the screen, the first question.
Okay.
Who is the best mid in Singapore? Fixers, Exilern, or Jackaroni? Are you capable of answering that question?
I would like to say myself,
Okay.
but I lost to Jackaroni. So
Okay, but I mean that's a different case, right?
Yeah,
Because
I
it's Red
mean-
Bull River Runes. But if you face off with him 1v1 in the ring, it's gonna be. You think you're gonna take it? You think
Sorry?
you're gonna be the best mid in Singapore? You can
Yeah.
support that claim. Okay, bold fighting words from him. And okay, so interesting to note. I think when I first saw your stack, one of the things that I wanted to find out is how do you guys decide who gets to play mid? Because you know, if you go by the typical pub like ranked way of going, it's always whoever's highest rank takes mid,
Yep.
right? But then we saw in the last few games as well, it was Fixers who picked the Invoker mid.
Yep.
Tell me a bit about that decision.
just whoever has that, like, we felt which hero was best for the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Then who could play that hero the best? Then whoever plays that takes the mid.
Okay, so it was really just about a hero pool situation.
Yeah. So example like Invoker, right? I don't play much, but Fixers plays a lot.
Okay, so am I right to say that you are saying when it comes to Invoker, Fixers is a better mid than you?
I would say yes.
Okay,
Yep.
very humble man over here.
Mhm.
Not gonna be too cocky. And last but not least, what do you think would attract more players to play pro in Singapore? Because obviously you guys, unfortunately, you guys lost out to the old guard. You know, some of the pro players there. And I was watching the DPC match. I feel so bad for you because you didn't get your revenge. You guys lost to Nigma Galaxy as well,
Yep.
right? And then now it's kind of like a repeat. It's like flashing back for you. Do you feel that way, or is it all just fun and games for you?
It's just for fun for this.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you say it's just for fun, but
Mm.
in the end, you still walk away with such a big prize, right? 1,250.
Mhm.
Obviously, nothing to just write off. And back to the question, at least, what do you think would attract more people to just be like you and just try their hand at being pro?
I think maybe the scene being bigger.
Okay.
So like definitely will attract more because like there's more support and like how to say, people are more willing to put in the time because they know they're gonna get something in return.
Yeah.
Because
Actually, since you mentioned that,
yeah.
sorry to cut you off, but you've been grinding out for quite a while, right?
Mhm.
And is it right to say that 496 is the first kind of team or proper organization that you've been a part of, or have you tried for other teams beforehand?
I tried smaller orgs,
Mm.
but not in the DPC team. Like
Right.
in the DPC like playoffs.
Right. So what kind of, for you personally, what kind of motivates you to keep on grinding? Because I think that's something that a lot of these up and coming like maybe semi-pro players, they might look to you as you know, you're somebody who's made it to a DPC team. So that's a really, really big deal, right?
For me, I don't feel like I've made it yet.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Humble.
it's sort of a start. Yes, like this is like the biggest role I've gotten so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel I've long way to go lah.
Okay. So what do you think? What advice can you give to anybody who is looking to kind of be, you know, try and get to the level that you are at?
Sorry again.
What advice can you give to people who are looking to try and breach into that semi-pro or like get their first steps into playing pro?
if this is really what you wanna go for, then follow your passion, I guess.
Mm.
Then stick to it. Give it a timeline. Then like if nothing like progresses, then maybe call it quits.
Did you give yourself a timeline as well?
Yeah. So like for initially, I gave myself a year.
Okay.
If like nothing happens, then I will just
Swa, never mind.
so never mind.
Okay.
Then but because I managed to like be able to like get more offers here and there, I get more recognized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then like quite lucky lah to be
Right.
picked up as well.
Yeah, so once again, congratulations to you
Mm.
for your joining the DBC. I think that's going to be a start of a very nice career ahead for you. But thank you so much for joining this tournament. And yeah, since
Thank you.
yeah, one last bit. Sorry,
oh,
before you go, one last bit, because technically
Uh-huh.
the last question we still haven't answered it yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think will attract more pro players to play in Singapore? You were talking about the support.
Yeah.
What kind of support are we talking about here?
I guess like how is it? The scene being bigger.
Okay.
So like generally more support will come in like financially.
Okay. So
It-
like more prize pools, more people incentivized to compete locally.
And like the money will make people like willing to fork out their time to like actually make it.
Like
Uh,
grind out the
yep.
game and get good.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yep.
and I mean you heard it here from the literal son of Magnus in Singapore himself. He says, you know, bruh, come on investors, put in more money into Singapore and we might see a Dota scene smile. But yeah, thank you so much for joining me, excellent. I'm gonna let you free of this prison now. You can leave and you
Alright.
don't have to.
Thank
You
you.
can catch him back
See you,
on the
boys.
stream. See you. Okay, and next up we have another very special guest. He's joining, getting ready to join me right now. You gotta move closer to me because I'm sure they all want to see your lovely face. They haven't seen enough of it on stream. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you can kind of see yourself. I've been operating this entire time not seeing myself. Are you used to seeing yourself?
Yes,
Okay.
cause
But-
stream,
Yeah, this must be a bit weird for you. I mean, all your fans are in chat right now. You want to say anything special to them before we get to the interview?
Shout out to your bums.
Shout out to
And
all
my
them.
mom, and my mom.
And your
Yeah,
mom
my
as well.
Yeah.
Even my mom?
Yeah. Everyone.
Everyone.
Everyone's-
Wow,
everyone.
he's a generous man. Moms for everybody. Fixer's here with me today. So I actually can't read what is the. I think it's like in quotation. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is it semi-professional player? Did someone put semi-pro player?
Wash up noob. Still got what? Still got what adjectives
Okay, relax. Okay, don't need to crush yourself too hard. Okay, so we've already asked Excellent this, but I want to ask you, in your opinion, who is the best mate in Singapore?
Real answer is excellent for sure.
Real answer is
Yeah.
Excellent, but Miracle just okay, but I guess you're playing against you. I guess you're playing, so
cause I'm
not
a
fair
scrub,
fight.
ma. Yeah, that's why.
Aiyo. Okay, so real answer
Yeah,
is
real answer
Excellent.
is excellent.
Okay, what do you think makes him the best mate in Singapore? If you had to say.
Feel like his decision makings are actually quite on point.
Okay.
Like when I watch him play pubs, right, the way he plays is actually on point. Like the movements that he do are very like
I was
it feels like very,
okay. It
it's
feels
very
like
smooth, you know.
right.
Yeah,
So it
that's
just
the
kind
thinking.
of everything he does just kind of
Yeah.
flows into the next.
Mm.
Would you say it's that lack of decision making that lost you that game? Okay, sorry. I'm like
Okay,
I'm
no,
like
it's okay,
memeing.
sorry.
I'm
The
like
last- the-
completely
okay, the last
memeing, but
game-
you're taking this completely seriously. So
no,
I'm a bit like-
no. I think the last game it's not a good representative of everyone's I think
okay,
the first
for-
game just tilted everyone
Oh, for real?
everybody like screw up in the first game Like the first game was super close, right?
Yeah.
It's just like execution wrong. Then second game, I admit I didn't really have the mood to play already. Like,
Oh, for real? Like as in after
I
first
feel
game
like
you
go
like
home and
sian?
sleep already.
Oh, yeah. Wait, you can't sleep though. Your fans are waiting for you to stream. Are you gonna
No,
turn that on?
tonight of course no stream, guys. Sunday rest day.
A Sunday rest
Yeah.
day. Hey, y'all don't know the schedule. Come on, get it together, guys. You are
Every
really
day
fixer.
rest day. Next week, every day rest day.
He's literally announcing his stream schedule live right now. Okay, on to the next question. I mean, Excellent already answered it, right? But how do you think you guys that first game when everybody mis-executed? What do you think was the cause of that, or everybody just a bit tired, not really feeling it, or was there something that you would attribute it to, a bit of fatigue, or you guys feel like you weren't on the same page when it came to strategy? Did you guys do any preparation for them?
No preparation at all.
Okay.
Might be LAN experience, like some
Right.
people may not be. Like after so long, after COVID, so many years, there isn't any LAN event. Then
That's
suddenly
true.
you are being forced to play LAN event and you have to sit around. So the atmosphere is different also.
Okay,
That
how
plays
would
a
you
small
say?
part.
How would you describe the LAN atmosphere? Because not everyone here really fully understands that, right? Even some of the players on your team, like you said, they're not very familiar with this environment. How do you feel like it really changes things up as compared to playing online?
when you're playing online, you're just at home chilling with a can of like drink, then
Yeah,
a pure
yeah, I
bio.
know.
And then
Yeah.
after that, then after that still got what? Yeah, it's all the atmosphere is at your house, right? You're so comfy and
Yeah,
everything. Then
true.
you are forced to this clan area, then you don't feel good because it's the first and only time you're gonna play there,
Right.
So you feel uncomfortable
Just
at the start.
unfamiliar,
Yeah,
right?
that's why the warm up is very important, like at the start when you set up everything.
Yeah, okay. Last but not least, okay, they added
Right.
another question. This question is for you as well. We asked Excellent, what do you think will attract more players to play pro in Singapore?
GG no.
GG NORE.
No.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna
they
get.
actually share about me with GG no. I heard before like a few months ago. I think it's not that bad.
Okay.
Like even those casual players, right? Like those viewers that always watch me, can go and form a team and go and play, right?
Wow, you're doing some
legit
promotion now.
legit
Who
legit
pay you? Who pay you?
They never pay me. I'm just saying, like it's true.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean they're one of the organizers of this tournament as well, so they're the
Mm.
ones who put it together. Actually, my co-caster, I don't know, you can see him over there. Yeah, he's actually from GG NORE as well.
Honey or something.
Yeah,
I saw
Honey.
on the
Yeah, correct.
Twitch. Yeah.
Oh, nice, nice. You remember?
I saw on the Twitch.
He's your fan,
actually,
He's
yeah.
your fan.
Yeah.
They're both your fans.
I'm my own fan also.
Nice, nice. And so is everyone in Twitch chat.
Look at that fan, don't fan here, fan there. Very hot,
Oh, okay.
Okay, I take off the.
Alright, you're completely destroying the audio right now, but I guess it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
ASMR guys.
Okay, last question before we let you get out of here so you can go home and sleep. What do you love most about your Twitch channel?
What do I most?
They can't hear you if you move it away.
Okay,
you
I'm
know, my
thinking.
friend. Yeah, they wanna hear
What
the
do
thing.
y'all love most, guys? That's the thing.
You
Like,
can't
I
just
gotta
stun
ask
that
back.
question. You can't just
Ask y'all back. What do y'all love most, guys? Where's the camera?
Yeah.
What do y'all
exactly.
love most?
What do y'all
Yeah.
love? In fact, you're very far off the
Yeah.
camera. Can you come closer a
shit.
little bit?
What do y'all love most? Say say now. Say now. Whoever doesn't say it, tomorrow I stream, y'all get banned. 16k points. Betty said 16k points. I think that's the redemption for taking off my singlet.
Okay, unfortunately, you're not gonna get any of that there. I'm just gonna stop everyone because that's I'm sure they can find out themselves on your
Yeah.
stream. Right? Are you streaming tomorrow? That's the big question.
I should be.
You should be.
Yes, I will, guys. So this week I will stream more definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
he's saying that, but that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for
Okay,
joining
thank
me,
you, thank you.
Fixers. You can leave now. Thank you.
Thank
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Good night.
Good-
Bye bye.
Okay. So Hani, you want to join me back here? Oh wow, he really just popped his face in front of the camera. Love that.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Fixers, for joining us. And yeah, with that, we have come to the end of this tournament. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Oh my gosh, you guys are just killing it on this audio right now. Everybody can
I'm
hear
so
this
sorry.
mask taking off ASMR, guys. Sorry, everyone. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us for this tournament. And like Fixers mentioned, we never actually have a lot of LANs going on in Singapore. And that's not something that has been really healthy for the community, right? Because the bunch of us, all of us play Dota. We love playing Dota with each other. We love, seeing all these teams duke out and just having a place to actually play. It's so different when you're online compared to online, right? And the events are really lacking. But in any case, we have. Someone's saying, I think Y got Uncle Roger, if I'm not wrong.
Oh man.
Actually, the chat is covered a bit. Do you think we could? Yeah. Okay. So Y got Uncle Roger casting.
Decided to change career.
So what about the winners? Yeah, unfortunately, the winners, I'm not really sure whether they're free right now, but we already pre-arranged the interview with Fixers and Excellent, so that's why they were willing to come in. But I'm not sure whether we can get the winners. But the winners, in case you guys don't know, is Team Gun Boost, consisting of X Freedom, Insidious C, or rather V, Archin, Peloson, Insignificant Me, and of course Miracle, the best boy of Singapore Dota. Yeah, so big congratulations to Gambus again, and thank you to all of you in chat for joining us, because it's been a barn burner over 3 days, right? We've just been casting back-to-back non-stop games. What was your favorite moment from this entire tournament?
My favorite moment was definitely I would say looking at chat, looking at knowing that all my friends are actually watching me, enjoying
to chat.
Like,
So those
yeah.
people are your friends right now?
I
Honey,
mean,
can
no
you
lah,
say-
they never comment anything lah. But of course, I want to shout out to my friends who are watching, despite them not yeah.
Yeah, same
Despite
here.
us
I think
being eliminated, but they still support by watching me anyway.
yeah, same
Yeah.
here. Like I'm really lucky because I feel like a lot of my friends, that they don't even know about Dota, but they're tuning in just to support me. And yeah, so really shout out to all our friends, and also so right there, my friend. Hi, Hani, Kango, Kango.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot of people just popping out first time chat just to say hi to you. So if you're
that's
feeling
my
pretty,
teammate.
yeah, that's your
They're
teammate. You guys
recognizing me,
literally
yeah.
threw that game. You
Yeah.
guys, that's them. Nice. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us once again. Of course, this entire event, we would not even be here and see this amazing Dota if not for our tournament organizers, NORE, as well as Elysium Esports. I'm gonna introduce Elysium Esports, but why don't you tell everyone about what NORE is first?
Alright, so just letting you guys know, NORE, we are a group of friends who came up with a Dota community just to provide like a very nice and conducive environment for everyone to get together, make friends, and play some good old Dota, you know. So
So kind of like a little bit of an in-house
yeah,
situation.
then we have like a community going on with a few hundred people in our Discord channel, Telegram chat as well. You can check out our Instagram. Every here and there we have a very small season of competitions that you can basically participate and get points. At the end of the 2 seasons, all these points collated, you can actually change it up for our merchandise.
So it's kind of like an arcade situation where you
Yeah.
participate, and if I'm not wrong, you were telling me you don't even need to win, right? You
Yeah.
literally just get points by participating. So
Precisely.
you can really rack those up and get like some goodies.
Yeah, a lot of like me and my friends, right? We basically make a lot of online friends through this community itself, and then it's just a very friendly.
Yeah, and that's what
environment.
brought you here,
Yeah,
right? Like to
precisely.
cast.
Yeah.
So really nice stuff over here. Of course, Masaki, the caster off screen, he's also part of NORE. So both of them are. Okay, I'm gonna introduce our other organizer though. It's Elysium Esports. Of course, it's run by Hades, big man Hades. For those of you in the Singapore Dota scene, you most likely know him. He's just put it together, and basically, it's an esports agency dedicated to uplifting, esports talent in Singapore. And it most definitely has done that. Has brought everybody here today to watch this wonderful Dota event. So big shout out to Elysium Esports. Of course, how can we forget the very place we are in right now, Esports Experience Center at Kallang Wave Ball. They are the venue sponsor as well as the partners for this, bringing this all together, giving us the nice player room. It was that atmosphere that you talked about, right? Fixers were saying, you don't really get this kind of atmosphere anywhere, but they have this nicely set up in the Esports Experience Center. And of course, the prizes as well. They're gonna get a bunch of vouchers to spend right here. They could get anything they want. What will you get with 550?
If I was Fixer, I would get myself a brand new camera so that the streamers, as in the Twitch chat, my Twitch viewers can actually see me. If I was Fixer, yeah.
Nice. If you were Fixers,
Yeah, if I was Fixer, I mean,
if
if
you
I
were-
had his popularity,
you gotta let him know. If I was Fixer,
yeah.
just let him know. Yeah, but I mean, he has a nice little, I think, what, 250, 300 to
Yeah,
spend?
that's actually a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. That can more than afford a camera. So who won? Pretzel Weasel is asking. It was Gunboos who won the Miracle Peloson stack. Yeah, and they won in commanding fashion 2-0. But yeah, so once again, shout out to Esports Experience Center. You're all in one suite for anything esports related. So really nice to have us here and host us here. And last but not least, New World Carnival, our sponsors. Every single player who participated gets VR sessions. So that's you.
Yeah, it's finally the end.
That's them.
I get to go and enjoy my VR session already.
Yeah. Okay, actually, this tournament needs more teams for entry. Someone in chat is saying we actually had a 16 team limit.
Yeah.
But we can, 32, if we can find 32 teams to compete, we would love to have a tournament like this. But why not you guys go, give a shout out, go to NORE, say, hey, when's the next tournament happening? Go to Elysium Esports social media, go at Hades, go be like, hey man, when's the next Dota 2 tournament coming? Because I don't know. I don't know when this
True
next.
enough.
I don't know because these are so few and far between. But real shout out to our sponsors and everyone who participated for making this happen. Okay, any last shout outs for you before we sign off? Of course, before we let you get to the shout outs, once again, big congratulations to Ganbu. They walk away with the first prize, and the runners up are, of course, Stonks, the Fixers Excellent Stack, and they walk away with the second prize. Of course, not forgetting our third and fourth place as well. They came to play today, but they just didn't manage to stand up strong enough. It is Kali Kali, and if I'm not wrong, it's McDonald's.
Yes.
So,
Kudos
bow
to
out-
them.
Yeah, bow out with $500 each. So, very nicely done. So, any shout outs for you, Mr. Hani?
Me, shout out to my team, Badabing, and also to the actual Badabing who actually gave us the inspiration for this team name.
Smile.
Hopefully
Yeah,
you
nice.
will acknowledge us in a way. And also-
How do you want to be acknowledged?
I don't know. I mean,
Just give a shout out.
yeah, sure.
Okay, so your friends just clip it and ship it. Okay,
Yup.
send it to the channel the next time. Anything else?
Okay, shout out to like the whole GGNO community. I hope to join us. Hope that you guys will join us in our GGNO community tournaments too.
Yeah.
Then thank you for tuning in with me.
Yeah. Okay. So for me, I'd like to shout out everybody in chat who was here to support. I know you guys came from like a whole bunch of different places. We like Dota League, esports.gg, Twitter as well. But thank you so much for. I think I know half of you don't even understand Dota, but thank you so much for coming down and not even coming down, but being part of Twitch chat. Even though half of you don't know how to use Twitch. So thanks so much for the support. It was a pleasure casting with all of you. Big shout outs to all of you, and thank you Hades as well for bringing us both of us here, right? And last but not least, thank you to everyone who participated, because without you, there wouldn't be a tournament. Yeah, and that's it for me. That wraps it up for the Asia Esports Festival Online and Singapore Comic Con tournament.
Okay, I have some last words. Oh, I remember some people that you shout very quick, quick to the GG NORE admins, who are making this.
Oh
making
yeah,
it,
how could we forget Data
yeah.
Bound?
Yeah, Data Bound, and also Armpit Head, and also Clownman for helping, working together with Hades to make everything possible.
Why do the GG NOR admins just have the worst name? Wait, you just said Armpit Hair and Clown Man.
Yeah,
That sounds like a
you see,
joke.
we are friendly people, fun and friendly people. Okay.
Yeah, so join us. But for now, we'll be signing off. It's over. Cut the stream. We're done here. That was Asia Esports Festival and Singapore Comic Con. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Bye bye.